miles per hour. They fucked up because they forgot
Right.
that the Earth also chasing the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. See, that's
But
another
bro,
problem too. So
no, but
Yeah,
bro,
but these are the
you're
embellishments,
forgetting.
man.
No, you're forgetting the word fucking relative, bro. That's it's all fucking sorted if you just say but relative, man.
That's all relative. It'll work out.
My name Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm white.
Yeah, cool.
Pardon?
That's funny.
Oh, okay.
No, that's
All right, so listen, look at the
That's
chat here. Newt says there's no such thing as an open system. So what is the Earth?
Oh, what's the? Oh shit!
no,
That's the
Somebody-
globe.
Dude, he thinks
Somebody
there's only a
asked-
closed system, and that's the universe.
Oh,
So somebody asked Google or asked ChatGPT if the globe is
Yeah.
an open system.
I'm gonna do it
See what
right
it says.
yeah.
Oh,
But we
see,
have gas.
Yes,
We have-
but
We have gas pressure.
Oh,
We have
boy.
gas. Listen, for you Kubinite and all those guys that are saying the galaxy is the container. You keep failing to forget that we have gas pressure here on Earth and a low pressure system of the vacuum of space adjacent to it. So if you have a high pressure next to a low pressure, kids, what's going to happen next? That's right. The gas will expand to fill the volume. Yay! Everybody learned something,
funny.
including you Kubinite.
Bro, it's funny you say kids because kids could fucking grasp this idea.
Yeah, but Kubinite does it with this little condescending, like teacher tone. Well, you see, guys, if you understood how it happens, you guys don't understand, and I do. It's like, dude, what the hell are you talking to, bro? You don't understand the first thing about entropy, and you want to hear lecture people about what's going on. No idea whatsoever.
Are
you guys flat earthers or what?
Well, you
Flat
are a
Earth.
flat earther.
You are.
We're not any more flat earthers than you are yourself,
I
my
keep
friend.
thinking you guys are saying atrophy, but you're saying
The
entropy.
problem is when people come in here and they think this is like a religion, and not just an exercise in mathematics.
And you know the weird thing is that the opposite is true. They're the ones actually in the religion, the biggest religion on Earth.
This is true. I was surprised at how little images we have of the big planets, beyond Mars.
Photographs, you mean? We've got images. We've just not got photographs, bro.
Right.
There's a distinction.
Even artist renditions, we don't have a high degree of detail because we never had anything to look at them with. And people think we can go up and see like clouds on like Uranus and figure out what's happening there.
Yo, Existential has like PMAC.
The 60s, dude.
Yeah, Existential, you have like PMAC vibes, dude. You sound like a guy we know in our server named PMAC. Your voice. He's got PMAC vibes. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Is he a smart guy?
He's all right.
Don't go there.
Uh-oh.
No, but yeah, to the guy who was asking that, like we're talking about the grand claims right now that the Globe Earth makes with its lore. It's just like any fantasy story. It's fully complete with embellished lore. So it's got planets and exoplanets and galaxies and quasars and all kinds of great stuff for everybody to think about. Like this stuff that they teach you that doesn't exist. So just like any good fantasy lore story, that it's complete with that. Probably some new things too. If you're very creative, you can think of new things too.
That was the answer to my question. If you guys are flat earthers, why were you apprehensive to give me an affirmative on that?
What did you say? You just kind of went a little silent there.
I asked you guys if you were flat earthers, and you're kind of like just as much as you are. Like, why?
Yeah, everybody is
a pussy and ass. She's just floating drumsticks with a smug single fang.
Yeah, wonderful.
Bro, what?
Everybody is
delusional.
You guys are too. You're just rejecting the fact that you are.
No,
do you think your answer is contextualizing my understanding of that question?
So, bro, like, we all experience the exact same thing as you. There is no convexity. There is no motion. So, by definition, you are at least apparently a flat earther. Like you might not be if the globe was true, but apparently we don't experience those two things.
Yeah, you guys are just rejecting that.
But you understand why that answer. I mean, even if it's a correct answer, even if it's enlightening, it's not really appropriate to my question. Like you
Why-
have to understand that when I'm asking that question, I have a particular perspective about that question.
What?
Do
What's
you
so
believe-
what's so
would
good
you
about that
be-
question? I don't understand. Like, what's so good about it?
It's not a very good question. It's very mundane, right? What do you believe? How would you label what you believe?
We would
Not a
always
belief,
label
my
that
good
we
sir.
don't believe shit. We used to believe, everyone who's a flat earther obviously used to believe in the globe because we got taught it before critical thought was fucking inspired into our minds. But we just sort of shy away from jumping on belief systems anymore.
So I'm no closer to what you believe.
I don't
We
believe
don't
anything.
believe. We just finished saying that. Like, how many times do you want it? You want us to say it louder? Like,
It's
we
like-
don't
like-
believe.
So
Ether
you and
grass,
I understand the same thing about the cosmos, about the shape of the earth.
Bro, Ethergrass made it
Man.
quite a good point when he said, "Is your height a belief? Like, I'm 6 foot. Like, is that a belief that I hold, or is that solid fucking knowledge that's irrefutable by direct measurement?"
Maybe you're 6'1". I don't know.
Oh
No,
no,
I
no,
have
dude.
to- I've
I
been
have to believe.
6 foot for over
I have to
No.
30
believe
years.
right?
Well, what can you
I
do to
have to
solidify
believe
that?
that.
You go and measure, see how tall he is. Once you find out how tall he is, you're like, oh yeah, you're that tall. That's
And then
it.
if you-
That's
and
where
if
it
you-
ends. You don't believe anymore, right?
And if every so often your doctor says, "Go step on the scale, let me check your height," and every time he puts it in the fucking in your little doctor system that he's 6 foot or he's 6'1", is that
Yeah.
a belief that the doctor holds, or is he actually
Nope.
directly measured you and put it in your fucking medical files?
There.
Yeah, I get-
He
guys, I'm
answered you
very-
thoroughly.
I'm very
He answered you
charitable
thoroughly.
to your position, but
We don't need you
like,
to be
do you
charitable,
understand-
dude. We just need you to understand that there people here are not believing anything. When you're talking about the Earth being a globe, did anybody go directly measure the thing? That's all we're saying. Did anybody go and do that? And we got a lot of people saying, "Well, you don't need to do that." Okay, just like you don't need to take if you say, "Well, you're 6 foot." Well, how do you know that? Well, I directly measured your height.
My
Okay.
question should have been, okay. My question should have been: is there orthodoxy about this topic, and do you conform to
Oh my
orthodoxy?
God, bro.
You can
Why do you
call
keep
NASA
going into
propaganda
you keep going
and
into this
all of
direction? It has no relevance to what we're saying, bro. Like it really doesn't.
I'm sure these people will be convinced
I
soon.
just want you to say you're flat earthers. I
No,
just want you to say you have a position that's different than what orthodoxy understands
This is-
the shape of the earth.
But
to be.
bro, and Matt, see the thing
Why-
is, like, what do you think a flat earther is? Someone
And I'm
who believes
suspicious
in a
of your
disc.
apprehension to do that.
But why? We're not going to say we believe
No,
that.
I don't know what it is.
No, but I'm
But
saying to you, we don't believe in shit, and we're not going
Obviously,
to
you have a
claim
different
shit.
belief.
No, there's no belief
I don't
involved.
believe stuff, man. When it comes to the
So
Earth's shape
you-
and motion, I don't believe it's moving. I don't believe it's fucking a shape.
Hey
So-
Panto, is there
so
people that are going to be streaming
telling
games in
me-
here? Because they're streaming games up in the very
Nah,
top.
they shouldn't be. If you could stop that, because it limits people
Yeah.
coming into the room, please.
The mods are going to get
You're
onto you
at-
guys.
you're at 50, you're at or max, but
Maybe they're playing Starfield. I don't know, but
Yeah,
are you
Lord,
telling me right?
if we're
You have
out-
to understand.
really quickly.
Dude.
You have to understand
Listen, if we're at
exactly
Max
what you
just now,
understand, but
no.
they're just
Hold on, he's just rumpsing.
Listen, if
Yeah.
we're at Max just now, where no one else is going to get in the room, if you just keep streaming, so could you please stop, or you'll have to be ejected.
no, it's maxed at 50. Your limit is 50. You're at 50.
So can we bump the room up, and can we stop streaming?
No, it's up
It
80,
won't
man.
happen. No, you're maxed
It's,
at 50
it's
as a
50 out of
We've already
80.
been boosted as like.
If it's 50 out of 80 and you start streaming, nobody else is going to get in.
Oh, okay. All right. That's never
There's
mind.
one person streaming still. If you want to
I
just
think that
kick
was
them.
about
and
cameras.
now no one can join still because it's 50 out of 50.
I think
Can
I
Appreciate
think
it.
Aurora said it was about streaming cameras. Not,
Yeah,
not
no, it's
streaming
okay. I'm
Yeah.
just letting you know how it
face
actually works.
camera.
Continue,
Face
please.
camera.
Thank
And
you.
so-
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
no, but I'm saying though, streaming something in this channel, if it's not relative to the conversation, is going to take away from it. People are going to jump in that stream.
Sure,
But it's,
I
So
agree.
that's why.
I agree
It's
with
going
that.
to also it's going to take away from the bandwidth as well, huh?
No,
What do you mean no?
no. If you choose to watch the stream, it might affect your bandwidth, but it's not going to affect the bandwidth of the Discord server. That's fine.
No, not the server, but just this room.
Me though.
No,
What do you mean? No.
because you're connected. It's not gonna. Okay, it's fine.
Well, how do we verify this? Because as far as I believe, if this room has a total amount of bandwidth and X amount of people are streaming, surely that is going to take away from the totality what we've got.
Yeah, of course.
So that's just all there's a way I believed it. See, I've got a belief about that.
No, see, you believe something. Fine.
There he goes. So I believe that.
See,
I believed with a D at the end of it. At least I did believe that. Maybe you've told me that. I'll maybe look.
Fuck! Look, now we're at 51. Maybe I was just fat and retarded. Hold on. Let's see.
No one's streaming.
Is it a belief that you're fat and retarded, or are you
No.
Are
I know that.
Are you gonna go on cam and fucking explain fucking the
I
globe?
can't go on camera now because we're over 50.
You guys don't have the stamina for
'cause
this
all day,
conversation. That's what I know.
Well,
Show the 80 people.
So
80.
So
That's crazy. I don't know how you guys max out to 80 in a guest room.
it's because fucking the subject. Even though everybody says it's completely pointless, this subject, these are all a bunch of retards. But we've only been here like 5 days or something, and the room's been fucking maxed out repeatedly.
Well, it looks
I
like
still hold the opinion that a lot of people that come in here are not smart.
Does anybody else want to chime in? Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to ask Lord, like, how tall do you believe you are?
Yeah, so there's 10 people.
He's muted.
I unmuted him. So, are you there, buddy? Lordy?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah. How
I
tall
just
do you
muted,
believe you
so-
are? Yeah. How tall do you believe you are?
6'5".
Wait, do you believe that?
I
or-
do. I also believe I am 6'5".
It's pretty short, bro. Let's be real though.
Can I ask a question?
I also believe I only weigh
well,
160
I
pounds.
had a question
You
first.
mean a second question? Because you already asked one.
Well,
No, Nazi.
We've got a
Someone
guy
else knew
called
what that was.
Nazi.
Apparently just joined.
We've got a guy called Yui in my DM saying that we're cherry picking data with the Black Swan because he shared like the image where the horizon is before the first oil rig. So is he in the VC?
Nazis has a question, guys.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a question. So, can we prove that the Earth is flat, or is it just a denial that the Earth is round?
Have we proven that the Earth is a globe?
No. I'm not asking if we've proven that. I'm asking if we've proven the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, let's not talk about the most glaring question, which is the elephant in the room, which is the evidence if the Earth is a globe or not.
Well, hang on.
Let's skip that.
The reason why I'm not going with that is because the absence of evidence of one thing does not make the contrary automatically true. It could still just be ambiguous. It could just be we don't know.
Bullshit, dude. Bullshit.
Bro, can I answer you with a question?
Bullshit.
Or can I answer you just with a little statement? That's a logical statement that falsification is independent from replacement. So we don't have to replace the story to say that the story that most people believe is fucking bullshit.
I'm going to form it in a logical statement to you, Nazis. I'm going to say it just like this.
I'm not asking about the positive statement that the Earth is a globe. I'm asking about the positive statement that the Earth is flat. Or is it just a negative statement where you're saying the Earth is not a globe because there's not enough proof?
Yeah, if there is no measured curvature, or if the Earth is not curving anywhere, what else is it?
We don't know.
Bullshit, you don't know?
Okay,
what else can it be if it's not curving anywhere?
Yo,
Thank
you.
you.
Guys know the great ice ball theory?
Thank you for not answering that. That tells me that you did answer it.
It doesn't, but okay.
Yeah, it does.
True dichotomy, brother. I mean,
Guys, so does anybody know?
Hold on. Would you like to present a third option, Mr. Nazi?
Yeah,
What is
well,
the
I
third
just have a
option?
general question because
Hold on. I'm asking you a question now, because or I'm saying I think what we're trying to tell you is that this is a true dichotomy. Things can either be rounded or they're not. So, what is the third option here if you're denying that dichotomy?
the third option is it's ambiguous because we haven't observed it.
That's not a third option for a surface
Well, it is
description.
a
my
third
friend.
option. I'll explain to you why.
No, I don't want an explanation. Just give me an example, because I'll give you an example of the dichotomy. Okay, I'm sitting in front of a computer. I've got a computer mouse. I've got my screen. I've got a cup here. So the cup's rounded. The back of my computer screen's rounded. The mouse is rounded. The table it's all sitting on is flat. Screen's flat. When I observe reality, these are the only two options for a surface description. So I'm challenging to you, what is the third option if you're denying that dichotomy?
Okay. So I am denying that dichotomy, but not providing a
What
third
would the-
option. I have a
Well, then
logical
you can
basis
just-
for why.
then
I have a
you-
logical
then-
basis for why. The reason why I'm denying that and not providing a third option is because we are too small.
There is no third option. It doesn't matter how big or small you are. These are the only two options for surfaces.
matter?
Period. No, it doesn't matter how small you are because these are the only two options. There is no third option to present. So if Mickey asked you if something isn't rounded, what is it? You're like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Well, no, we do know. If it's not rounded, it's flat. Period. It couldn't be anything else. Why don't you guys look around, wherever you are, inside, outside? Look around you at all the surfaces. You've got your floor, your cup, your sink, whatever. There's only two options here. That's what we're trying to present. This is a dichotomy. Doesn't matter how big or small things are. It's not like a third option is going to present itself if you become a giant or change your size. Okay, this is important to understand.
Would be concave.
That would also be
Yeah, it's
rounded.
still curving.
Well,
It's
that's
still
one
curving.
of the two options.
Bro, concave's even more fucking ridiculous
I'm-
than the globe.
I'm
man.
glad
Either
you said
way,
that.
that's fine. Yeah,
Shaped
that's
like a
fine. You can
Z.
say that. Oh,
Straight
again,
line shaped like a Z. There we go.
That's
I
still
win.
that's still
No.
That's
still
flat.
No, that is not flat.
Yeah, it is.
Z's not flat. Like this,
I'll
you
draw
look at
it.
the Z, the top
I'll
of
draw
yeah,
it
draw
right
a Z.
now. I'll show you why it's flat. Give me a second.
There is no third option, guys.
Are there
There's
any
nowhere
edges?
to go.
Are there any edges anywhere?
What are you talking about?
I don't
What do
know.
you?
I'm trying to just. I want to be the third option. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Try to think of one. If you're
Yeah.
smart, you'll try to think of one. But like there isn't one.
No,
It's either curving. It's either curving or not. So if it's not curving, then what else is it? Anyone? You can say the word. Starts with an F.
Gravitational lens.
Fucked.
That's funny.
Well, that's what the globe Earth is.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
not flat.
Oh man, these guys.
How do you reconcile the NASA thing, guys?
Reconcile the NASA.
The subject switches on the flyer. So
Yeah, you brought a little bit of it in here. Yeah, but check it out. How do we reconcile the NASA thing? Well, if an organization is actually perpetuating lies, then what else can we do? Because if the Earth is curving like they say it is, it would measure to be so. So we don't have to rely on whether NASA is telling the truth or not. We can observe the Earth for what it actually is. Everybody independently can do this. You don't have to rely on an organization to make you a better knowledgeable person about what the Earth is. So if you can go in, if you can, well, that's why do people lie? Why does your neighbor lie about, like, I don't know, taking his dog for a poop in your yard? Like, why does he lie about, like, why are you? Here's the thing though, but why were we going to ask questions about what other people think? Like, we know that? We don't know that. They could have their own reasons. But the most glaring one, because there is a couple, right? But the glaring one is, look at the dichotomy of creation, the creation story. I was talking about it yesterday, and where everything begun. So if you go into school, how are you taught how things began? It's not by a benevolent creator. You're not going to get that information by going to your public schools. However, you will if you go to like a private school. But like public schools are all teaching the same thing.
Can I ask you a question about one particular lie, right? Because
holy dude,
Creation Bear was saying that Newt lied about the Earth being a closed system,
like 5 minutes.
and then
That was
he
like 5
posted
minutes
a
ago.
source that proved that Earth is in fact a closed system when it comes to matter, which is exactly what Newt said. So, do you want to unmute Newt and ask him and apologize to him for sending a source?
Newt didn't say the Earth was a closed system. He said the whole
Relative
entire
to matter. He did.
He said the
If
gravity.
you read the chat, Brett, he said it was a subsystem, which I don't even. That's not even an
No,
option.
is that not the guy that said that fucking it was not a vacuum?
This is how salty is. This
Yeah,
happened
Newt.
15 minutes ago, bro. Are you that salty? You want to come in white knight for him? He said it was a subsystem.
Seriously, dude. That means that they're thinking that the Earth is inside of a giant closed system, like the universe is closed. But that's not what's on the table, and that's far beyond rhetoric. Because I already told Yukubanite or whatever his name is that's claiming this. I'm like, that's not mainstream rhetoric. We're going against mainstream rhetoric, and they're saying that there's a vacuum of space right beyond the exosphere. So if that is what they're saying, and that's a claim, I don't care what you guys can't make up your own cosmology. I'm sorry. You guys have to stick to whatever they're saying that it is. So you guys can bitch and moan about it and say, no, that's not what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It's what their claim on the table is. You either advocate for that position or you don't. So you have to make that known to everybody. Look, I'm not with NASA or anything like that. I'm just saying that the galaxy is a closed system. Then that's your own cosmology. These guys aren't saying that. They're telling us that the Earth is an open system and that the vacuum of space begins right above the exosphere where the Kármán line is, or beyond the Kármán line. That's where the low Earth orbit begins, and all kinds of. There's a lot of things that you guys may or may not know, but that's the claim. That's what they're saying. So you have to come from the point of at least defending the rhetoric, not defending your own ideas. And CB's always saying this, like I've heard him say mostly all day. This isn't bring your own globe, or like you're not supposed to make up your own ideas as you go along. You have to stick to the claim, go see what the rhetoric is, come back and try to defend that. Because other than that, we're not in here talking about what your idea of the universe is, that it's a closed system, because you don't have evidence for that. We're going against the mainstream rhetoric. Do you guys understand that? Like, because I don't know how clear that can be.
So now you answer it. Now you say you're going against me. Like, why were you apprehensive earlier with these questions? I just have curious questions.
Your question was about religion. What do you guys believe? And then we kept telling you it's not a belief. You were the guy that we're saying that to.
No, it wasn't.
What do you mean, no? I have
question.
everybody in here could be a witness to that. You said that.
Juxtaposed between you and the scientific orthodoxy, do you believe the same thing? And you don't like the word believe, and you want to give me double answers and serpent speech? That's fine.
Serpent speech, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I don't know
You're a
if we
strange
anymore.
man.
Can you guys please restate your positions, please?
Restate your position.
We're not moving, nobody's moving, and there's no curvature over vast bodies of water, and most of the Earth's surface is covered in it. That would be our position.
Yeah, my first question to the whole room. Yeah, he's crazy, Crit. Yeah. So anyways, like the first question that I have to the whole entire room, even Yakub and I, whatever he thinks he is, I asked the question, whoever in history has ever measured the curvature of the Earth per drop over distance? So if you know anybody in history to measure drop over distance, because that would be the natural consequence of the Earth being a spheroid, oblate spheroid, can you please tell me who? If you can't speak, put it in the side chat. But if you can, chime in. Anybody? Drop over distance. No, you didn't, Yakubanite. You said Sputnik yesterday, and that's just not an answer.
I saw it on TV.
Yeah, bro.
So we're looking for a person or people who has measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance.
Hey, I saw it in the radio.
I saw it in the radio.
Any question that anyone's got, like, no matter how dumb you think the question is, even if you don't want to speak up, drop it in the text chat, or if you want unmuted, please ping myself or someone, and we'll get you sorted.
I just need to know, Mayhem, are you a glober or a flatter?
Yeah, he's a glober.
All right. So,
he's a
could you show me how to measure the radius of the Earth using modern methods? Like precision is something we would have.
Yeah, for sure, man. Use Sputnik. We just send Sputnik up, and that's all you got to do. And plus, they don't need to
triangulate.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, they don't need to know the radius of Earth. All you got to do is send Sputnik up, because they did so back in the day.
Okay.
All they did
how
was
would you
send Sputnik.
triangulate the distance of something and the size of the Earth if you don't know the radius of the Earth to begin with? How would you know the density?
You don't need to know the radius. You just got to send a satellite up, make it go around the Earth one time, and then come back, and then you'll have your radius of Earth there.
Okay. How would
we
you
all know that all you need
brightness of the sun?
All you need to measure the ground is to look to the sky, guys. Everybody knows this. Just look at the sky to measure the ground.
Yeah, you guys, you're way behind, man. All you got to do is look at the stars and their rotation, and you'll know the Earth is a globe. Voila, I win.
Now, there are some cases where you can have a bunch of unknowns, and a single known can give you the answers to everything else with some calculations. But this is not one of those cases.
Well, too bad we sent Sputnik up.
You know what I
size,
find the most problem?
distance, density, brightness. You don't know any of those things, and then you assume radius to solve for them. Then you say this is the radius because of those things that I just solved using radius. Then that's a very bad reasoning.
The number one problem the Globers have is they have a causation correlation conflation.
Say that 3 times fast.
I had the AI write a rap song about it. It was pretty good.
What's up, Larry? We haven't heard from Max Smart 86. What's up, bro?
Alrighty then.
Might as well, man. You Globers don't put up much of a fight here anymore. Nobody's gonna answer.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead, Max. Go ahead, Max.
No, I'm just saying. I just got my perms. I'm good. You know, I've been listening to you guys educate these guys. It's just been a whole lot of fun.
Bro, it's like back in the day, you know, like when we had what was it, 4 years ago? Until they found out that they couldn't come to 24/7 no more and bring their weak arguments.
Had a dude here yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago, talk about the flush. I'm like, you gotta be fucking with me right now.
That's the bird
Yeah,
brain
the
that's
toilet
here right now. Who's here more than anyone else?
Oh yeah, that's Brit. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Is that the? Yeah.
he shot me in the DMs. He's like, dude, as soon as I open my mic, I'm gonna mock you for saying that seasons are created by the proximity of the sun to you. I'm like, dude, that's what it is. Like, what do you mean? In the globe and the flat idea, this is both the same. It's the proximity of the sun to your location. That's how seasons happen. It's summer when the sun's closer, and it's winter when it's farther. Pretty easy. That's how it works. No? And that's the same. It's the same. The sun is closer to us in the winter, Yakubinite says. Dude. Hey, guys.
How did they work at the distance to the sun in the first place, let alone if it was closer or further?
Look. I'm putting it in. I'm pasting this. You guys can save that. Tilt. That's gotta go to the Golden Globies right there. Sun is closer to us in the winter. We can clearly see that it's not, dude. Wow.
I have a question about the model.
What model?
The globe model.
So if the Earth is flat, are all the is Earth the only thing that's flat?
Oh my god!
Are the other things in the universe not?
Yeah, be patient,
Come
guys.
on,
Yeah.
dude. Let me answer this one. All right, let me answer this one. So you know how Fondue, if you take like Halo, right, and you try to load it into a PlayStation, you understand that wouldn't be compatible, right?
Halo into a PlayStation?
I'm sorry. What was that?
You said a Halo into a PlayStation?
Yeah, you understand that you know you can't load Halo into a PlayStation because they're not compatible, right?
I don't think he gets a reference.
I don't know. Maybe you don't. Halo is an exclusive Xbox game only. So if you were to take that and load it into a PlayStation,
let me take this
hold on, Jemsy. Let me finish. You also can't take flat objects and load them into outer space and pretend that that's a flat earther's position. So no, flat earth doesn't mean everything is a disk in space now. Go ahead, Jemsy.
No, he's asking for a model that represent reality, right? You can maybe make an idea, put something together, right, to project some of your ideas into some concept or a mathematical construct, right? But a model is not gonna be reality, right? So you might be thinking that when you see the solar system in TV and a mathematical representation or a drawing on a piece of paper, you make a cartoon, and that's what you've been looking at for a long time. So when you see the cartoon and then you look at the sky, you say, hey, that cartoon that I saw, that is the sky that I'm looking at in reality, right? But when you think about it, it's not. So it's like you grab a chicken, a real chicken, and you can cook it and eat it. But if you see a chicken in the TV, a cartoon chicken, you can't cook that chicken and eat it, right? Or make an omelet from the eggs from that cartoon chicken. So that fantasy globe idea that you were sold with since you're a child, because children are very imprintable. Like they get certain ideas, and if they're told that it's true, just like we all were told. I was told in multiple languages. You live in a cartoon globe, the solar system. I drew the cartoons myself, and I believed it until then. I looked into reality, and I realized that reality is not that cartoon that I was sold. So that model that you're looking for is never gonna replace reality, bro. It's not gonna be the real thing. So the thing that we're talking about is the realist level, the thing that you can experience, measure, verify, check for yourself. That's what we're trying to point out. The thing that you're thinking in your mind, you're thinking about the globe, the cartoon globe, the image or the picture that has been imprinted in your mind, and now you're looking for a replacement on that of that. And now you're thinking about flat Earth, and you might be thinking in some Google search that you search flat Earth and you see this disc and this image that someone gave you, but that's not what you see in the realist level, okay? That's not what
Can
it
I
is.
ask you a question? Yeah, so is the sun closer during the summer?
Wait, what is the sun?
Yeah, is the sun closer to us during the summer here in the northern hemisphere?
What is the
How
sun?
far away was it?
Wait, the guy
Where
that asked
did you get
about the
the
model,
distance?
is that the same guy asking this question? Can we have
that's Jacobinite.
That's Jacobinite. It's farther
No,
away
so,
in the winter, bro.
Hold on, he said it's further away. So why does it?
how,
from your
how did they
location.
work
From your
out?
location.
Yeah,
How
so
did they
why does it
work out
appear
the
bigger?
distance to the sun?
So hold on, why
Wait,
does
what
it
is
appear
the sun?
bigger then?
Appear bigger? What you talking
Yeah.
about, Willis?
Yeah, its angular size is bigger in the winter than it is in the summer. Odd how
But
that
I
is.
thought it never changed the angular size.
I thought it never changed.
No,
Did you just say? Did you just say the size of the sun appears bigger from the Earth?
Size.
Hold
You
on.
didn't just
Are
say
you
that.
saying that it doesn't? Listen, bro. You're saying it doesn't change angular size as it's going away, and it should. And now you're saying it does change angular size.
It does.
When the
No,
season
hold on. Please listen
Make
to my
your
claim.
fucking mind up, bruv.
Yeah, so hold on. You're equating two different things yet again, so I'll have to explain them to you yet again.
What do you mean?
So as they're getting further away throughout
This is
the
you
day.
claiming two different things.
Okay, so I'll
You
explain.
got to read your mind, Peto.
Throughout the day, the angular size does not appear to change. Throughout the year, the angular size does appear to change. Odd how
Why
that
would
is.
that be?
What
then?
the fuck?
No, but why? That was me.
It does change. It does
to
change.
you. How the
during
fuck
the
can you
day.
turn it? What I've just said to you and try and throw it back at me like it's you? It just brought it up. Like I never just put you on the spot with that fucking question.
Yeah, when I
But
get
it
home,
does-
I can show you
it
the
does
little
change
picture.
during the
No
day,
problem,
though.
dude.
It does change during the day, though.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
I got
you
some
wanna see
pictures
a
that
video-
show that it
you want to see a
doesn't.
video from a globe earther who proved that it did?
Was it Red
So
Rhetoric?
can I
Is
show
that
you
that
some
one?
videos that show
It
that
was
it
red
doesn't?
rhetoric, yeah.
Yeah, it was red.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
So can I show you some ones where it doesn't?
Dude, what do you
but
mean?
Just because it doesn't, if it has
don't
been
know that I
seen
got
to
a
do it once,
answer
it's a black
my
swan.
question.
Basically, if it's been seen once, then that's good enough, surely.
Oh, it's good enough for you?
Well, it's good enough to say that it's happened.
Oh, so all it needs is like one instance where anything could have happened, and then it's good for
Well,
you,
that-
right? That's your standard of proof?
That would be the black swan.
I see. So whatever happened to repeatability being part of your standard?
It's not.
It's not an
it's not
experiment,
science.
It's nothing to do with experiments looking at the fucking shit in the sky, is it?
Oh my god.
So you don't care about repeatability then?
No, what the fuck has that got to do with what
all
we're
it takes
saying?
is like
You're the one that
all it
says
takes is like some wacky shit going on once, then like
God.
that's good for you then?
There's a new guy that asked a question before this guy.
Chief, you're not listening, okay? If the
He's not
claim
I'm
is-
listening so well.
No, you're
He's
not.
not
You're
sincere.
failure. You're playing a video game again. You're distracted. You're not.
I'm literally just
processing
sitting in my car.
information. Okay, explain why you think somebody here said, other than you, that once is enough for the scientific method. Like you can perform an experiment, do it once, and just settle at that. You never have to repeat it. Who said that here other than you?
Do what? No, he's just saying all it took for him was one time. I don't care about the scientific method.
No, you messed up again. Okay, listen.
Oh, he's playing
Who
Call of
said?
Duty. Look, listen, he's playing Call of Duty.
I knew it. He's always playing a video game.
I'm literally in my car, numbnuts.
You can hear
I
the
never
gun shooting.
said.
Can't pay attention, bro.
I never said that. Oh, I don't
Me,
care
I'm
about the
sorry.
scientific method and that. You just started claiming that extra shit. I'm just saying to you, it's been seen once. It is a black swan of sorts. So because it's been seen once, it does at least happen. So then, just because I've not seen it any more than the one time, does that mean it's never happened before? This is like the only time it's ever happened.
So you're saying it does get smaller, even though plenty of videos show it gets like bigger, or at least stays the same size?
But bro, you can show 15 videos and we can show one video. That doesn't mean that there's not another possible fucking 5 million videos that could have been filmed or that can be in future. So
So
you
when we
saying
take
you've
a
got
look at the
25
moon,
videos, that doesn't prove shit.
I'm sorry. So when we take a look at the sun, and it's consistently bigger as far as angular resolution that you guys love to bring up, or angular size, I should say,
Why
and it's
does it
bigger
not
consistently in the winter than it is in the summer.
Why does it not consistently change sizes? It's going away from us or coming towards us? Because it does sometimes, even with solar filter. Let's Red's Rhetoric fucking video showed.
Yeah. So when plenty of videos show that it doesn't change angular size because it's just so far away.
Does plenty of videos mean that it's never happened before on video?
The plenty of videos mean that it never happened before on video.
Well, you're saying you've got plenty of videos, and we're saying that there's
when I'm talking about these claims, and I take a look at the average, because that's how you get rid of weird outliers that might happen due to weird things going on with the atmosphere.
When we're dealing with science, we deal with averages now. So it's like how many times this happened?
Yeah, that's called like building your R value. Are you what?
My R value.
Nigga, what?
Yeah.
Is that like a retard value or something?
No, I wouldn't imagine that you would know what an R value is. Maybe an R squared. Maybe you heard of R squared.
No, like a radius value.
I didn't think so.
Did he really say radius?
No, not radius. When we're dealing with like large data sets, it doesn't surprise me that you'd never heard of an R value.
Well, bro, you
only R value you need is a radius.
You're a fucking asshole, huh?
He's conflicting statistics with science. Conflating, excuse me.
No.
He
R value is consistently used throughout science, dude. That's how you build correlative sets.
You jump from that topic.
Well, bro,
he jumped from topic to topic. I think.
Going on fucking
Yeah, that's also how you find outliers and get rid of outliers for your system.
Yeah, but you jump from the angular size of the sun to this topic because it's convenient for you to swing off to another topic, right? You Kubinite?
Funny. Listen to the estrogen in this guy's voice. He's fucked.
He's definitely anti-flat earther.
We're not going to hear his voice till the mute wears out.
It's interesting too, because like he'll get angry, like if you suggest that what he said was stupid, and like you're harming him, you're assaulting him, but he'll go on Gem Panda server, and every single one of them will make fun of him, and he'll be okay with that. It's like this selective outrage. Like somehow, if flat earthers make fun of him, he's got to somehow go on the warpath and teach you a lesson.
It's because we're imbeciles, bro. Do you not realize that, man? We're fucking religious fucking zealots. And we just believe stuff and we don't fucking try and research or verify or like we're just fucking a bunch of fools.
Hey Panto, check out what I'm gonna put. This is what Brit Nat's been putting into text chat. Check out how they believe. How can you believe this information? Look, I'm gonna post it in the text chat. He's been posting this image here. Check it out. I can read it there. It says, many people believe that the temperature changes because of the Earth is closer to the sun in the summer and farther from the sun in the winter. That's actually what it is, right? And here's the twist that they got these guys believing. In fact, the Earth is farthest from the sun in July and closest to the sun in January. During the summer, the sun's rays, I would say that's only true for people in Australia, but not people in the north. Just saying,
Well,
man.
I mean, their story requires a globe Earth and an outer space vacuum, so that's not going to work.
And what's also very interesting is like I don't know why the chat self deletes or whatever. If someone can fix that, that'd be nice. But maybe that's just a Discord thing, so I apologize. But Brett's been asking us, well, how come it doesn't get hotter when you get closer to the sun, when you go up on a mountain? And so it's in one breath he's saying this, that it's not about proximity, but then he's begging us to tell him why it's not getting hotter as you get closer to the sun. So it's
He doesn't
get these guys a
understand.
beach because they've been flip flopping all over the place.
Flip flopping. I get it. Yeah.
I still don't know what the R value had to do with.
Yeah, that had
science.
nothing to do with it.
Yeah. So what he's saying is he doesn't understand between pressure, air pressure, and heat either.
Basically,
Wait.
yeah.
It's like
A lot of
all
Everybody's
the
arguments,
connotations
refraction.
of. It's like all the
Refraction.
connotations of R value. Like look up like in insulation, they use an R value. Also, it's like, dude, which topic are you teleporting to right now? Okay, like give
No,
a
refraction.
clue.
All your arguments are defeated. Refraction.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You just block the word
These are just
refraction and say
buzzword
that your
arguments,
argument is
bro.
defeated. Is that it? Just a single word?
So how do we measure the radius of the planet Earth using modern methods? Shut up, refraction.
Tape measure.
Sticks and shadows.
Yeah, that's about all you got right now. The idea
Look, listen, anyone that tells you that they have the measurements of the whole Earth as a whole is lying to you, bro. Nobody
Anyone, yeah.
knows. Nobody.
Huh.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute.
To demonstrate?
You know the
Do you want us
physicist
to
doing that
demonstrate?
earlier.
Hold
I
on,
heard
Max.
the
Do you want us
physicist
to,
says it.
hold on, Max. Do you want us to demonstrate? We'll just ask a Glober here what they think the dimensions of the Earth are, and we'll ask them how they know that.
All right. I think we got more people here than there were like 2 hours ago. We can go and ask that question.
I find it interesting. 2,000 years ago, sticks and shadows. In modern time, sticks and shadows, and there's nothing else.
Yeah, they don't move from that.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And
The
then
modern
how
way to
many
do it
trillion?
is 2,000 years ago. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
There you go. There you go. I was just going to say, look at all the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars worth of shit that's been put into space by a guy who put some sticks in the ground a couple of thousand years ago.
And we need to get the rock in here. And the millions.
I'll ask again since maybe I need some clarity. All right. So using modern methods, even if your method is, you're going to tell me go out into space and you can do some trigonometry. Tell me using modern methods, how do you get the exact values of the radius of the Earth that are just under 4,000 miles?
Make it up, bro. Put some sticks in the ground, shadows, and just go with it.
Doesn't matter if it's a globe earther, flat earther, your mommy earther, a true earther, a heaven earther, or whatever earther. Anyone that claims they know the dimensions of the whole Earth, they're lying to you, bro.
But I just want to
We can
know, how do
demonstrate.
you even approach that?
Shout out to Jemsy.
Yeah, we can demonstrate these liars here anytime. Probably a few listening right now.
It sounds like a good way to expose the shit. A liar.
I just hear peace and quiet, so I assume they're googling about the Greek philosophers from thousands of years ago.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
like this guy.
The truth is, we don't know. True.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, as long as there's a lull. I had a
Also,
question
is that-
before about the other celestial bodies, but
Other
the
celestial
response
bodies?
was that I should not. That I'm using a cartoon version of the universe. Is that what the argument was?
Oh, Fondu's the guy that asked about. I told him about the Halo and the PlayStation thing. He asked about like, well, is everything a disc? Like, well, we're not seeing anything in space as a disc, bro. Like, let me just say this too. Like, the way I like to say that the way you see the Earth is an object within a large space.
Facts.
Okay, we don't see the Earth as an object within a large space. So if you're asking us about discs in space or magic carpets or floating pizzas or whatever, that's not our
ridiculous.
position. We see the Earth like you see the universe, right? Not there's It's not like you can pop out of the universe and take selfies with it from the outside. You don't know what shape the universe is. You don't know where the edge is. It's not been fully explored. That's how we view the Earth. It is the large space, not some object with floating around within us a larger space.
Exactly.
So, you have to
No
be
outer
careful.
space vacuum.
Yeah,
That's the
if
only
you-
way we're gonna be able to realistically see the Earth until we get better technology.
Hi.
So we got the Globers.
Until we prove
Listen.
otherwise.
Listen,
Hi.
someone said that you're gonna see the
Hello.
whole of the Earth.
Please.
You know
What's
that
up?
that
Girl,
half
stop
of
being
the
for
day there is a whole side of the Earth that is dark.
Just
Hello,
kidding.
hello.
The female that keeps saying hi, please at least try and jump in between if you can. Or if you've got a question.
She'll leave. She'll
Hi.
leave if she doesn't know her long enough.
She wants you to say hi, Jemsy.
Hi.
Hopefully
Hola, ¿cómo
you've
estás?
got a question, not just a hi, hopefully you've got a question about the globe Earth.
Yeah, you can't see the whole Earth just like you can't see the whole
She's muted.
universe. So
Yeah, the
Does she
guy
have a
said
question?
that we need better technology to see the whole Earth. Like what technology? Like how are you gonna see the whole Earth? Most of the time, less than half of it is dark, complete darkness. The other half is illuminated. And how are you gonna get high enough to take a picture or see the whole thing? You just can't, unless you have God's eye view. You're sitting on the throne of God, and you're looking down and looking the whole thing, maybe. But how are you gonna see the whole thing, bro? There's no way.
Does Ava have a question? She interrupted a little bit. Ava, do you have a question?
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening.
She's a
No,
troll.
no.
She's a troll.
I'm good. I'm not a troll.
Oh, yes, you are.
Please don't be a troll.
The battle of the sultry voices. What's going on? Quit coddling.
AMSR troll.
If you've got a question, please, on you go. Please present it to the room.
I think the Earth is hollow, so I just want to listen.
No, that's fine.
How about since we got one of you guys here from the rat cage, what's the deal? Why would you change your server, like your channel name, to Globe Earth channel?
The rat? Did you say the rat cage?
Because
Yeah, the rat
we're funny. You have a problem?
It's what you think it's funny? I heard it was a victim status thing.
What? What are you talking about?
Hey, laughing
They
at
changed
your
their
own
channel
joke.
name.
Not funny.
Go back to your conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take her vibrator away, please.
Okay.
Hey, Jemsy, she trying to get you, bro.
Let's not spend any more time on
Nah,
her.
I'm taking.
Basically, this refraction thing, what they're talking about, I don't even think a lot of people like understand how refraction works. Like, if you got a fish tank, yeah, there's a lot of refraction going on. But just looking out into the atmos, like there's not a whole lot of refraction going on because there's no solid barriers and density boundaries. And plus, the angle of incident is really important. If you look directly at the side of the fish tank and it's a flat plane of glass and the fish is on the other side and you're looking directly in front of it, like you can see the fish clearly, right? The image doesn't get wonky until you start hitting it at an angle. So what angle are we hitting this density tower in if it's 14.7 psi at 1 foot above the surface of the water? That's the same density all the way through, and you're not hitting it at an angle and the density isn't changing. So what kind of refraction are they talking about? This super refraction that can bend the light down around the alleged curve of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared, this exact same curvature of the Earth that just happens to make it look flat. So whenever they say refraction, that's what they're saying.
So you think it's a consistent temperature and pressure for 10 miles? You want to stick with that claim?
Enough to
I don't
make
think
it
you
bend
said that.
down?
I didn't never
Enough
heard
to
anyone
make
say that.
Enough to make it bend
Wow.
down precisely at 8 inches per mile squared? No, I don't.
I think what he said, Mr. Yakubian Knight, is that you guys have to claim that your globe looks flat due to refraction because he can't show it anywhere.
Are we saying it looks flat or just like less curved?
That would be flat.
This guy is curved.
Yeah.
Keep your Kubernetes on fucking mute, man. He's fucking an asshole, man. He keeps on doing the same shit. Ignore, he keeps doing the same shit every night. Doesn't change his behaviour, so if he gets the chance just to be unmuted, then he thinks there's no fucking ramifications for acting like a dick.
Oh, he's a fun punching bag.
I don't know if you guys know that. That's Chief Shitting Dog. I don't know if he uses like a different account or whatever. If you guys remember him from before, yeah.
What's his name?
That's what I'm saying.
Who was that, Crit?
Oh no, it's his regular account. That
Kubernetes.
Yeah.
I mean, what was his other name?
No, Chief
Squatting
Squatting
Dog.
Dog.
I'm trying to get his other name, Crit.
Chief Squatting Dog.
Squatting Dog.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that.
I remember him from 24/7 for ages ago, man.
And he had a real rough go of it on Gem Panda server too. I mean, they roasted him until he basically, if I remember right, he rage quit the server.
You can just hear it in his voice that he's seething over this issue.
Yeah,
he's still there. Just says rest in peace, Turtle Son.
Sorry for you, Yakubian.
Yeah, it's like
get better, buddy.
If you're getting mocked everywhere you go, you might be a you issue. Because you're in all sides of all debates, and every server you go into, people just get sick of you, mock you, and ridicule you. At some point, dude, you're not some genius sitting on the hill laughing at everybody. You're just a tard, man. Like,
well, I mean, he's getting taken
up.
apart by people that he thinks are the dumbest people on earth. I mean, what's that like?
Record scratch.
Could be a masochist. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that could be one.
He might get his jollies off of doing this. Who knows?
Yeah, being mocked and made fun of. He likes that, for some reason.
No idea.
Well, like I sort of sadomasochist type dude, he likes to get fucking the shit beaten out of him verbally.
Yeah, we've encountered a few of those guys in our server, so that's not beyond the realm of possibility.
Yeah,
a lot of people like it. The other side to do, and that's it.
Isn't Rumpus one of those off Oakley's? Or he was Rumpus and
you utter. He hasn't been around. He's been gone because he was friends with George Nunchucks, and after he passed, I think he kind of lost.
It's fixing here, but it's going up all the way up because that dotted line goes over to that line.
The Timbo hummucking.
Right.
Oh boy! Oh
so,
boy! Oh boy!
We've reached a lull, I guess. These guys they ran out of energy. I'm telling you, they don't have the stamina that we got. We got different shifts that people coming in at all hours of the day. So we can go on 20. That's why we have a server called 24/7. We got stamina for days, baby. There ain't nothing you guys have that we can't rebuttal all day long. So when you'll be back here tomorrow, there'll be a group of us in there.
But by tomorrow, they're gonna
back to the point that I was trying to make before.
Everything.
Oh, they respawn, huh?
Fondue wants to get in with a point.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
So it seemed like the contention with my question was that it assumes that your position is that all other things are flat, which isn't your position. Is that correct?
Yeah, all other things. What do you mean by all other things?
Like all other celestial bodies, but I believe that the two argument split was one that wasn't your position.
Who said that, bro? Let's fix this from the beginning. He's saying that you guys assume that the celestial bodies are flat. Who said that?
No, my assumption when I asked my question was that I assumed that your position is.
Okay, he's cutting out a little bit, but the thing about the celestial bodies is that we lack. We don't know the medium that they're in, the distance, what they made of. We might look at them, and you can look at them, and I can look at them at the same time, and we might make different assumptions or stories about them, and we might be close to the truth. Maybe, who knows? whatever ideas we make, but we can't verify any of the stories. We can do the observation of the phenomena that we observe. Well, nobody's denying that, but what they are, how they work, we have the cycles, right? We can, in a time, certain things are gonna happen, like, you know, the sun is gonna rise at 5:30 in the morning, right, on the east, and we can tell every single day that that's gonna happen because it's been happening in cycles for all existence or all recorded history, right? That we know. So when we say that the luminaries do certain things, it's based on past experiences, and whatever phenomena we observe, it's a phenomena that we can't just make claims about how it actually work. The distances, the sizes, the makeup, all that stuff.
Okay, so I guess just to understand the argument, it's that we don't know enough about celestial bodies to make a determination as to whether or not they're round or flat. Is that the argument?
Not exactly.
Maybe they're shapeless. Maybe there's no an actual shape that you can attribute to them. You can see a circle on the sky. Yeah, we can say, oh, look, a circle. The moon might be a circle certain days of the month because it's not a circle. The 28 days of the month, right? It's a half a circle, or when it's the new moon that you can't see the moon at all for a couple days, right? So you can say the moon is a circle all of the time. No, you don't see a circle of the moon the whole month. You don't. The sun, it's a circle 99% of the time, except when it's an eclipse.
So I just want to. Yeah, when you're done. Sorry.
I'm done.
Okay, cool. So I just want to say, like, you know how sometimes in cartoons they like anthropomorphize like animals and make them like humans in a lot of ways, like Bugs Bunny or Chippendale or whatever. Well,
or an anime character.
Yeah, like anime, right? So it's kind of weird when people kind of do that with the heavenly bodies, right, in the sky, the luminaries. They kind of add like some sort of concreteness to it, like Mars is a giant ball of rust, and it's land that you could walk on that's in the sky, right? And when you think about it like that, like the Hallelujah Mountains, like I'm just gonna like walk on land in the sky, like this is Super Mario Brothers or something, like I could just walk around up there. Like we don't know what they are, and when you compare them to like things on the Earth, there's really no comparison. Like it's a false equivalency. So when we see light, we don't know where it's coming from because we can't verify the medium that it's in. And the physics of light, the way that it acts, it radiates out in all directions. Like if you look at the inverse square law of light, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Well, when you look at the moon, it looks like a sphere, okay? When you look at the so-called planets, they look like spheres, but they're not objects, right? If you look up the definition of an object is something that you can see and touch, right? Like when you objectify someone, right? You're turning them into an object, right? You're objectifying the planets. And it's really interesting because, the cosmology of the patriarchy is getting objectified and you're misgendering, the heavenly bodies. Like you guys are doing all kinds of weird stuff. We don't know what they are, right? We can't identify them. They have to remain unidentified. So they're they, them right now. I know it sounded weird, but I thought it was funny.
I identify as a planet.
Right. So
Law of logic.
I think the I'm following enough to know that what you mean is that the celestial bodies are far enough away that we can't verify them with touch, or like we can see them in the sky, but as far as we know, they're just mere concepts, and we're trying to give them like material, like giving them material understanding as if they were on Earth or based on our experiences on Earth. Is that right?
Can you touch a rainbow?
Well, I mean, Not necessarily.
Okay.
I could taste the rainbow.
That's pretty funny. Well, but I'd only say that because you're like, well, we would maybe need to verify it by touching it. It's like, well, we know there's rainbows, but
Well,
it's like,
I'm not saying that that's my position. I'm just trying to reiterate the position that I heard and see whether or not I'm accurately conveying it.
fair enough.
So the idea, I'm not? Okay, so what am I missing?
No, I said fair enough. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So I think the issue that I have trying to wrap around that argument is that we understand that there's a difference between the way we conceptualize the world and then what the world actually is. So, like you were mentioned, like that there's like cartoon
point.
characters or anthropomorphized cartoon characters. Now, as human beings, we're going to have to find ways to convey information to one another, and there are shorthands like language, drawings, things of that nature that won't accurately convey an idea, but will convey the concept of that idea to other people. So I don't know that it's fair to say that we can't make determinations on celestial bodies just because we can't physically go into space and touch them.
But again, like you don't have to go up to a rainbow and touch it to, like we know a lot about rainbows as well, right? So
Yeah, I agree with that.
Don't you think the point is more that they can just tell you whatever they want about that, and you just have to believe them?
Hey, Crypto's back.
How you doing?
Yo. Fuck's sake. I
It's
thought we'd never see you again, brother.
It's Crypt Joe. I'm totally.
Fuck's that like Crypto's brother then? Crypt Joe.
I know. I'm just left wing enough for this server now. You know.
Right. You got like a rainbow flag for a profile picture and shit.
Exactly. Yeah, and I now have every single mainstream left wing value.
So there's something interesting I wanted to just throw out here. Would it surprise anybody to hear that from what we've looked at so far in the official science, is that there actually isn't a vacuum in space, at least insofar as any of the space between the sun and as far away as their furthest spaceships have gone to. It's very, very, very low density, but there are still particles of hydrogen all over the place, which probably, if you do the math there, it adds up over several hundred, several thousand, several million light years. Anybody have a take on that?
Yeah, I'd say space literally cannot exist, so that's just a story.
Well, the way that they tell us about space can't exist, right? And I think, we're realizing that now, right? Because they just recently changed the age of the universe. The cosmological constant problem, also known as crisis of cosmology. This has been a huge thorn in their side for decades. And every time they try to fix it and they get a new telescope up and they look out further, whoops, we were wrong about that. And think about this, not that long ago, they drained George Washington's blood because he had fluid in his lungs to cure him.
Yeah.
And the guy who invented washing your hands, he died in an insane asylum because they said that he was a crazy person for washing your hands after touching dead people.
Larry, how old is the universe now? Just in case I need it, because it seems like really
it's
important.
like 26.2 or something like that. Billion years old.
From 13. There's doubled it, basically.
Almost, yeah.
Well, do you remember when Polaris was 332 light years away or something like that, and now it's 435 light years away? And they just increased it by 30%, no big deal. But of course, at the time when they were saying it was 323 or whatever they were saying, all the Globers would have defended it, right? And then as soon as it changes, we just had new information, and now it's the new value. Well, they'll never admit that they were wrong about believing the old value.
And they thought the old value was settled science, no debate. Now the new value is settled science, no debate. And like with Polaris too, like I got the one too where they say it was 1 star. Oh, it's 2 stars. It's a binary star system. Oh, it's 3 stars. There's another one behind it. That's why it looks so bright. Then it became 4 stars. Now it's an unspecified amount of stars. It's just they don't know. It could be 100. It could be 1 star. It could be 20 stars. It's just something out there that they call it Polaris and they call it a star, but It's unknown distance away. Don't even know what it is. But at the same time, it's all their proof for why the Earth is a globe. And I'm like, wow. So you got something in the sky. You don't know what it is. You can't tell me what it is. You have no idea how to verify it. But you know, since Polaris doesn't drop before an imaginary line that you drew, that means the Earth is a globe. They're like, yeah. Okay, boo.
So basically, the whole deal about the guy who said wash your hands, the doctors had such an incredible bias. They didn't want to, accept the fact that they were the ones killing the women and children in the hospital. But what he did was is he produced the evidence, like, hey, look at these wet nurses, right? They're like, delivering the babies, and they have a really high success rate. So he had like actual numbers that he gave to the most educated men in the world at the time, and they were like, "You're crazy." Put him in an insane asylum, and he died from an infection that he could have cured with some distilled wine had he been let out of the insane asylum. So, like, this is, what you call like science, like medicine, right? This is, biology, basically, right? Like, these are the educated ones, and they locked this guy up for simply saying, hey, wash your hands after you're digging in the cadavers and going straight up to deliver the babies, because no one knew about flesh-eating bacteria at the time. Thanks.
Yeah, that's crazy. He ended up dying because he was beat by the guards and a wound became infected. Wow. I mean, this is what's interesting too, because in the Bible it says to wash your hands and like do cleansing rituals and whatnot.
So, I mean, once we get to the point to where we think we got everything figured out, we start getting a little bit more Dunning-Kruger as time goes on. Like, we got it all figured out. Like, we know everything. Like, especially about the cosmos. Like, if you think you got the cosmos figured out, like, I'm sorry, you don't have any knowledge of what's going on up there other than what you can see, and things aren't always as they seem.
I'd like to think that if I ever reach the age of 100, I'll be just as open to new ideas as I was when I was 10.
Absolutely, bro.
And I'll be like, I'm a success, baby. Yo, there's a whole Wikipedia article about this guy.
Yeah, here, this is why
Really
when
didn't believe
they
him.
say, yo, where's the scientist who's going against the narrative? He would be famous. He or she would be famous if they disprove the globe, if they disprove relativity. No, they would die in an insane asylum from a basic infection after getting beaten by the guards, okay? Yeah, they basically diagnosed all these women who are dying after childbirth. It was called bed fever. They just invented an illness. Here you go. You're sick because you had a baby. That's how you get sick. Yeah, thanks for bringing this up, Hank. That was I kind of colloquially knew the story, but I didn't know like all these details about it.
Yeah, they were presented with evidence that could have easily formed a hypothesis. Like, okay, you want us to wash our hands? Like, hey, go get your brandy out of your locker. Let's wash our hands before we go, deliver these children after we get through digging in a cadaver. How easy would that test have been? Just he had one cause, it was the cadavers, and he wanted to see if that was what was causing the effect, right? The naturally observed phenomenon. So how easy would that test have been? Like, okay, you two doctors wash your hands this week, and you two doctors don't, right? Independent, dependent control variables. Boom. How easy would that have been? And these were learned men. right? These weren't bakers and candlestick makers. Like, these were physicians.
Yeah, so that they can't say, "Oh, there was a lack of education." Yet afterwards, later on, they used some of his practices, and they had two different wards. Where one ward they scrubbed and chlorinated lime solution before moving from autopsy room to delivery rooms, and the immediate and dramatic impact on the mortality rate.
I mean, it's arguable that sanitation is the greatest invention benefiting man at this time. Like cleaning water, like sanitizing, keeping everything separate, like the sewage system, and, clean food, clean medicine. You know what I mean? Like, that's huge what he was saying. And of course, it was written in the ancient scriptures, probably all over the world. Yeah, not just in the Bible.
Yeah, way ahead. All this stuff was in the Bible, way ahead of its time. You have people think, "Oh, the Bible's not a science book." Say what?
Yeah, the problem with science is the scientist, right? Because we can all, utilize the scientific method and other forms of deduction. Like, the number one conspiracy theorist in any town is going to be sitting downtown at the sheriff's office. He's called a detective. And he's got a whole desk full of, like, fraud, and another desk full of conspiracies, and another desk, where he thinks these guys are getting together and conspiring to commit crimes, right?
Actually, I don't think there are detectives at the sheriff's office, but I believe I understand what you meant.
Yeah, there's a sheriff detective. It depends on the jurisdiction.
I don't know.
Yeah, where I live, there isn't a police department. It's only a sheriff's office.
Oh, the police department.
No, there's no police department where I live. It's only
So
sheriff.
there's no detectives then. There's deputies.
Yeah, and it's a sheriff detective.
And are they round?
What? Yeah, this guy spurred.
Yeah, okay.
He spurred that quick. Suddenly he realizes not every jurisdiction has a police department. Generally, only very large cities have
No
their
fucking
own.
shit. It's a joke.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead. Continue.
It's one of the reasons why I moved here. I didn't want to be in a place that had a police department.
Hey, I got a joke for you. Earth's a globe.
My IQ. Oh.
Good one.
Earth is flat. Space is fake.
My IQ and BMI are the same.
All right.
80.
Are you underweight in both? Are you underweight in both?
Exactly. That's like the.
Here's Chris Hadfield talk about what Earth looks like from space. He said Earth from space looks flat and gorgeous, or beautiful. Yeah, was it beautiful or gorgeous? I can't remember.
Flat and gorgeous.
Yeah. Hey, astronaut, can you describe the Earth from space? Certainly, Toby. It's flat and beautiful. Yay!
Stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
Well, here's what you got to understand. That this isn't him saying that it is totally. He's just telling you what the observation is. But, of course, they'll deny it.
Yeah, they got it. See, in their worldview, the astronaut cannot lie to them. The astronaut said the Earth can be described as flat. Oh, flat Earth, you're lying.
Government lie to us. They're our government. They're on our side.
Exactly.
Well,
they would never lie about anything ever.
What we need then is just a globe whisperer in this room to tell us what he really meant.
Oh yeah, exactly. Central. Can we get a translator,
Globe
please?
whisperer.
Yeah, I think that's another CB original, but we need someone to translate it from English into English for us, please.
Yeah, I was arguing one night with a bunch of guys, and they were talking about stellar parallax, and I was like, "You mean the constellations?" They were like, "No, when the Earth is on one side of the sun in January and another side in July." And I looked it up, and it was like NASA.gov, and it said, second sentence, like, the only assumption that we make is that the Earth is going around the sun. And they were like, "You don't understand what you're reading." Like, oh, really? I don't know what an assumption is. Well, the government does tell the truth. You just have to have the eyes to see it and the ears to perceive it.
Can we define what a scientist is?
Someone who utilizes the scientific method to eliminate variables of possible causes.
Beast, that is a very
Somebody
good
who goes
question,
on the
my
internet
friend.
and whines incessantly.
So
That's
anyone
right.
could be a scientist as long as they adhere to the scientific method, right?
It's kind of funny because that guy we were just talking about that wasn't believed by anybody about germs was supposedly vindicated by Louis Pasteur, but even he wasn't believed until the very end of their century, man.
Let's
Science
not make
is
that
really against change most of the time.
Let's not make that a rabbit hole that we're
Pasteur,
gonna jump into.
wasn't even totally legit. Like this whole thing of like pasteurization is kind of BS, especially for milk.
Yeah, I don't want to go into that rabbit hole.
What, mate?
Fluoride.
You don't believe in killing germs with pasteurization?
Yeah, we're just gonna go back to
raw milk.
Give me that
You're
whole
actually
milk.
killing off the beneficial.
Yeah, let's talk to it, Glover. That's what we're here for.
Here, well, let's talk to Vsauce. Well, hey, Vsauce, what do you know about the Earth?
Well, ding 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 ding.
Well,
funny
ding 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 chicka bow. Pretty ding ding it's ching ming ring.
Hello, baby, you fit
Ring a
blonde.
ding, ding,
Ring a
ding,
ding.
What the fuck?
That's
I
funny
don't know
for
where we went
champions.
there, but
I thought we were making weird little rhymes for things, but I guess not. Sorry. My bad.
I was trying to get us back on track. Looks like I fucked it up even worse.
I'm trying to figure out
I don't think
how
that's
I
your
should
fault, Eric.
categorize the server because I have like a bunch of other weird politics servers that I need to I think I'm just gonna leave them. They're pointless. Like here's one that I joined and it says I can't load the messages. Well, guess what? I can't leave the server. Peace. And the content makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, we can barely hear you, dude.
He's drunk. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it's that's me by mic. Oh wait, what's that? Personal attack? Are you at DH0 Nesser or GH0? DH0 actually is what
Are
it's
you in
called.
like a wind tunnel or something, bro?
No, here, it's fine. I'll move it. I'll move it. My remote does that. There you go. Is that better? Here, I'll do it a bit more.
try going to the computer and unplugging the microphone, and then try them.
No, my mic's fine. I'm sure my mic's fine. It's just that there's literally a fan blowing out my face right now, so it's
So
good.
yeah, fuck us then for expecting it.
Just
Not
hit
to
that picture of the phone with the X beside it, and then it should be fine.
Okay, so is there anybody in this room who thinks they live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum of space?
I'm American, so I don't think about much stuff.
I believe that, yes.
That's a belief. Okay.
I believe that the Earth is a sphere. Yeah.
What's that for you,
here. All right, boys, let's go.
Controversial take, is it really? Like you guys aren't used to it being round?
What do you mean, bro? We all used to believe it too. Like, what do you mean? Like, you guys pretend like no one's ever heard of it before. Come on,
Yeah, but
dude.
why would you think it's any other color besides round?
Because you go into the field instead of just watching YouTube.
I just said color though, dude. I didn't say shape. So
yeah, that's why you go into
let's
the
continue
field and test the surface. You can't know the shape anyway; it's unknown, so it's irrelevant. But you don't have to just believe things.
How
like
can you not know the shape?
Hold on. Well, Jupiter. Well, let me ask you this: what shape is the universe?
I think it's infinite, personally.
Gotcha, bitch. So, what shape would that be? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, not everything
it goes
is a known
forever.
shape. What?
It goes forever.
That's
Like
a
what
good
number?
point.
What number?
What
What's the biggest
shape?
number in infinity? What's the
That's
biggest
not what
number
I'm
in
asking.
infinity? What's the
Okay.
biggest
but-
number in infinity?
Zero.
I don't. All right. So to answer your question, I don't think the universe itself has a shape.
All right. Well, now you at least see it how we see it. We don't think. Well, you would say it has form, but not like a shape like
I would
circles
say
or
it's an
triangle.
endless three-dimensional plane.
There you go. So not
It doesn't
something
need
that
a
has
shape.
All right,
I feel
dude,
like
I try to respond, but we heard your answer. So
people always say like, "Oh,
You can see the cosmic
drunk right now?
microwave.
Yeah, man, he's
background
toasted.
Okay,
Are you
that's
still-
fine.
we got your
You
answer.
can-
Let me try to re-
I
let
can
me just
talk
try to
really fast. You guys
respond.
are like, you can see the cosmic microwave background radiation. You can tell,
Dude,
and
we're
people will
talking
say
about-
that the universe is 14 billion years old, but that's just as far as we can see based on the speed of light. If you were to pluck the Earth and you were
don't care, bro. I just asked you what shape it was. We don't care about all that extra details, but thank you. Appreciate it. But I
asked
just
him
want to help you
very
understand.
clearly so that you
he's
can
still going.
understand, or do I need to?
Didn't-
do I need to
didn't they
be
just,
really serious?
Didn't they
Getting
just
turned,
change the
getting
age?
turned up on a Wednesday, dude.
Didn't they
Just-
just change the age of the universe?
See, this is the problem with these people, right? And think about this logically, right? They say that the cosmic microwave background radiation is the oldest light known in the universe, right? This is like a well-known thing, right? CMB, oldest known light. What's the dating method for light, Globers? You just take it on blind faith. You just believe it because somebody told you. Like you've never thought to question that before. But you call yourself skeptics.
It's so funny. We brought up shapes, and zeros was like, well, infinite is a number. Blah 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 blah. Like, none of that has anything to do, guys. Come on, dude. Shapes, or numbers. We're simply talking about the surface description, which is kind of what Jupiter brought up in the first instance. I'm surprised that you went off on such a long.
I think
tangent.
it's a three-dimensional manosphere laid on top of a four-dimensional manosphere.
This guy's off. This guy's off that henny. Yeah.
Well, any sober ball believers to talk to?
He's spinning right now. No wonder.
I believe in the ball.
What for?
That's a trick question.
It seems to fit all the observations I make seem to fit.
Let's start with one observation.
All of them? Because I went to the beach and I didn't see no curved water, so elaborate.
When I observe the behavior of the sun, makes it pretty
boy.
clear.
What about
Makes
the
it pretty
Earth?
clear we're on a sphere.
So what you do is you okay. So let me
right.
just see if I got it. You look in the wrong direction, and then you conclude that the thing that you looked away from is a sphere.
Wait, Adrius or whatever your name is. That's what the kids call reaching, right? If you look up in the sky and you're like, well, now I know what's happening under me. Yeah, that's what the kids call reaching.
So yeah, why are you looking in the wrong direction to figure out what the ground is?
How do you guys explain what we observe?
No, we don't have to
about the
explain.
sun?
You said you observe things,
Oh,
right? So
I'll-
we all observe the. We all observe. No, it's all good. You don't have to explain anything. We all observe the same thing as you, which is the sun moving, not the building that you're currently in, which is what you think is happening. So.
If when the
all your
sun disappears
observations-
over the
Hold
sun
on,
disappears
hold
over
on.
horizon,
Actually, I like this. I like this. Let him get it up.
And so if the sun disappears over horizon and the rest of the earth is not in darkness, how do we explain that?
Well, that wouldn't change if what we're saying is true. But what you're saying is that the sun's going under you, dude.
So what you're supposing then is that the horizon is like a geometric, like curve edge, right? That the sun disappears below, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we just check and see if it is or not?
What do you mean? Check and
We
see
said
if it is.
you had a bunch of observations. Do you observe this geometric horizon?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of events you can look at. There's this one great one, this photography event called the Scripps Henge event in San Diego. I think it happens twice.
But
a
how do you
year,
explain all the
where
photographs of the edge
hundreds
of the Earth, though?
photographers get together
Hold on,
and
hold on.
video and photograph the sun setting and going below the horizon. I mean, this is documented like every year.
We don't
hundreds
actually
and
see it
thousands
go
of times.
below.
Yes,
You're not
you
seeing
do.
through the
Yes, you do.
earth.
Yes, you
Hold
do.
on,
You see
hold
it
on.
go below the horizon, like
Hold on, buddy. You're not actually seeing through the earth. It going below. So you're not seeing that.
I never made that claim that you're saying below the horizon. What I'm saying,
That's exactly what you just said. And when I
said, like,
called
2
you out, you're like,
minutes
yeah, it is. So no, that is exactly what you're saying. So come on, dude.
you see it.
We gotta drop these guys up at the beach because they be flip flopping like crazy. Holy.
Well, I mean, you do seem to be trying to suggest that the sun goes below a curve, right?
It passes the horizon. Yes, absolutely.
And the
absolutely.
horizon is a curve, right?
I mean, we don't even have to deal with that at the moment. We can just talk about.
I mean, that's the crux of the claim. Why wouldn't we deal with that?
You know, we're gonna definitely deal with that.
Well, because on the model, on the typical description of the sun over the Earth that I hear from Flat Earth is that the sun diminishes in size as it moves away.
I've never heard anyone say that.
But you would never on that model, on that particular model, you would never see the sun actually.
Wait.
You know, there's a phenomenon. There's a phenomenon. Like you're sitting at the end of a hallway, and you pass a basketball past the edge of a wall. You see the similar phenomena with the sun.
Okay. Okay, so your proof for the globe then is to tell us what we think.
No, I'm telling I'm telling you what you observe. What is observed.
Well, it seems like you're telling me what I think and what I say.
I'm telling you.
I haven't said any of those things that you say that we say, so I don't know how this equates to globe. But go on.
All of the descriptions I've researched and been told about how the sun.
Mister, I am just talking about the horizon. That you say the sun goes below. I'm just asking you if it's a curve.
If it's a curve, I mean, it's been demonstrated. If you're like on the surface of a gigantic sphere, like we are, you're not going to see a curve. You're not going to see a curve.
So then, how do you know that it's actually a curve blocking the sun? Then,
well, I can surmise that it's a curve. That when the sun passes over the horizon, the entire Earth is in darkness.
It's just abject speculation. So it's just abject. So it's just abject speculation. Then you don't actually have any direct evidence.
Yeah, that's direct evidence that you're not on a flat planet.
No, you just said you're surmising. So can we get a little bit more than that? Maybe something that's verified, perhaps?
Horizon?
About
is the entire Earth in
pictures from
darkness?
the International Space Station?
No, that's not that's not verifying
When the sun goes
horizon.
below when the sun passes the horizon, is the entire Earth in darkness?
Why would it be?
Because that's what would happen if the sun
No,
passed.
see, this is what Essential just told you. You're trying to offer us ideas that we should defend that you came up with. We don't do that here. It wouldn't be different. That's one thing that you guys really got to get. If I could wave a magic wand and have you understand at least one thing, it wouldn't just be like believe what we believe. It would be at least understand that nothing would change. It's not a different Earth in the way it is now. So you're saying, well, if you guys are right, then it would be dark all the time. No, that's just your sloppy idea, but you think we should be defending. Incorrect.
Well, there's no other way
Well,
to.
the strawman argument, by the way.
It's a straw man.
There's no other way. Yes, no, there is no other way than the way it is now, Bird Brain. So please, if you could just not straw man our position.
He's arguing for an imaginary version of reality, and he's looking at that in his mind and saying, "Guys, this is wrong," and putting it on us.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
so you're
we'll
just
agree with
basically
you.
daydreaming there, Andricus. You're looking in the wrong direction. You're looking away from the thing that you're making claims about, and then you're coming to conclusions about what that thing you're looking away from is. It's pretty silly. Maybe we should look directly at it and see if it is what you think it is.
Andy said it well there. What you think is incorrect, we agree. That's wrong.
Well, I've already stated that. I've already stated that we have, the evidence that you're standing on the surface of a giant oblate spheroid. You're not going to see it.
What is that evidence? You just said you surmounted your idea. So what's the evidence?
Surmounted my idea.
You're like, well, I surmise that there is a curve.
So it's just in his head then, basically, is what he's saying. He doesn't go outside and see it. You can't see it. He's offering us an excuse instead of evidence. So this globe is just like, it's just in your head, right?
All the server booting is hilarious. This is a very scared crowd, I understand.
It's not afraid. We just like to have a good conversation back and forth. You're welcome to speak here. It's not like you're getting kicked out of the call or you're just not able to speak whatsoever.
Well, I mean, now he's talking about us. Still haven't heard any evidence, but man, am I scared.
Yeah. I've given evidence. The sun passing out of you over horizon is only
That's the
possible
claim.
if you combine that with the fact that the entire Earth does not go into darkness when this happens.
Why would it?
With a flat Earth.
Sorry, you already said that, and we already addressed it. You're saying, well, no, if it was flat, then it would be dark all the time. That's no one's position here. You're creating an idea in your mind of what you think we should be saying. We're not saying that. That's just your sloppy idea. So we'll agree with you. It's sloppy. It wouldn't happen. You're right.
Well,
So not
if
what our
we have
position.
parts of the if we have parts of the Earth that are in daytime while other parts are in nighttime.
Yeah, that wouldn't change. I wanted to hear. Go ahead, Crypto. That would never change, my friend. Flat or not, it's not a different Earth if it's flat. You wouldn't just start seeing differently tomorrow if you learned it was flat. Nothing would change. Period. Crypto, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a non sequitur, isn't it? He's just asserting that thing A, therefore thing B, but he's not actually validating that. It's just an opinion. So, can you actually validate that, or are you just
Sure.
going to make the claim?
Sure.
Yeah.
Different parts of the Earth are simultaneously in daylight and at nighttime. Sun passes out of view over horizon. That's not possible. The simultaneous parts of the Earth being in daylight and nighttime are not possible with that phenomena that we observe.
Okay,
So
you know what?
So the problem is there.
Let Crypto go. Go for it.
Yeah, the problem is there is that you just restated the claim as justification for the claim that's already in contention. So I was wondering if you could give us a bit more substance as to why you believe that's true, not just restate it.
If the sun passes out of view over horizon, the way that it does, it's indicative of that object passing below a surface, correct? Below some kind of surface. It's not passing out of view to another part of the surface. It's passing out of view of an edge of the surface. So if that is happening, right, then the entire surface should not have any daylight, have any sunlight at all.
You're just restating the claim a third time, dude. Do you even understand what I'm asking you?
Sure, and I just explained it.
No, you didn't. You just you're making a claim, and when I ask you to elaborate, you just make the claim again.
Well, what explains the Earth being not the entire Earth not being in darkness?
Why would it be?
Well, let's put it this way, right? If you're not able to see something, then is it logical that that thing, if it's giving light off, then the portion where you can't see it anymore would be dark?
Yes.
So why would that necessitate a globe?
Because in order for the sun to still give light to another part of the Earth that is flat, if it's flat and the sun had to move to another part to illuminate that part, you would actually have to change how light travels and how light works for the rest of the Earth to still not be able to see that light source, especially with the amount of power that would be required to light such a large portion of land.
This is another claim.
And I already addressed this. I already told you.
across the entire Earth simultaneously.
This claim
But I-
stacking, dude.
Yeah, and Adrius, I already told you that it wouldn't change. Like everything you're describing is what we would say too. Sun, moon.
So,
over the
yeah, you're
horizon.
you're just drawing non sequitur conclusions from the things in the sky, restating the same claim about it over and over again, providing no evidence for it. So can we just go to the Earth and see directly whether or not it is this thing that you're inferring from looking in the wrong direction?
It's just in order for it to work, you would have to have the sun position above.
Okay, can we just look at the
in a
Earth
certain way.
directly? So yeah,
Well,
can you just answer my question? Can we just look at the Earth directly and see if it is this thing that you're inferring it to be?
I don't have ability to go up to a certain altitude.
You don't have to.
Well,
So you don't have the ability to go to 1 foot altitude?
Why would you need to go up to get down? I've never understood that about you guys. Like your heads are in the
That's a
clouds.
good song there.
Can you put your feet on the ground? Can you ground your feet to the ground and investigate the thing that's under your feet instead of, let's go to the bowling alley to see what Walmart is like? Like, no, bro. If you want to see what Walmart is like, you go to Walmart.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't think you have the ability to go to 1 foot altitude either, because that's really all we have to do to test the claim that you're making.
I like the observation of I know you guys don't like it, but the observation of the sun makes flat Earth impossible. And you can mute me up. That's fine now.
That's a really cool conclusion that you drew for absolutely no reason whatsoever. But let's look directly at the Earth and see. You just repeated the claim, like Crypto said.
We can compare. I mean, we can do a comparison.
Yeah, we could do a comparison between what you think the Earth is by looking in the wrong direction, right, and the actual Earth. How about that?
Well, why would I necessarily look down at the ground when I'm comparing?
Why would you look at?
Why
would you look at the ground?
Because you look at how objects relate to each other.
So why? Okay, so why would you look at the ground to compare your thoughts about it? To compare it to your thoughts about it?
Because looking at the ground wouldn't answer the question of why the sun does what it does.
But we're not asking that. We're just asking what the ground is.
What the ground is? Are you talking about the
Yes.
ground?
The Earth. You know, the thing that you think is a ball, right? We're just asking what that is.
Well, it's obviously some kind of a, not a perfectly round sphere, but some kind of a spheroid, right?
Well,
to have an object like the sun.
Yes, but from you, we've gotten already that you find that obvious from looking in the wrong direction, away from this thing that you think is a ball. So let's look straight at it and see if it is one.
If I look straight down at it, I'm not going to have enough observational space to make that conclusion.
So you're not going to be able to look at it and see any ball Earth.
If I look straight down at the ground, no, of course I'm too small to see that.
Okay, so that's just
If you look at it from the, if you look at it from the International Space Station, yeah, you can.
When have you done that? Can you tell me about the last time you did that?
Well, of course not. I'm not an astronaut.
You can download the raw images right now. All the data.
Oh, the raw images.
Showing what camera.
They're going to try without being CGI and stuff.
Would you be able to validate that?
Yeah, I know. I know, but you can't say that because something can be fake, therefore it is. Right? That's
But you can't.
A flat
You can't say though. You can't say
therefore
though.
you're fake.
You can't say the opposite though, which is because something can be real doesn't mean it is. If there's a possibility that it's not or that it is faked in some way, then you haven't verified anything. You've just presented an unverifiable image.
No, I could certainly make a,
So let's do this, Mr. Oogie Boogie. I'll say the same thing to you that I said to the other guy. You have some images that you can't directly verify, right? So why don't we go down to the ground and see if there's a match between what they're showing you in those images and what the actual ground is. That way you could try to verify them or falsify them if that may be the case. None of these guys want to actually look at the thing that they're talking about.
Hey guys, like let's go do some investigating of the uncontacted tribes in like South America. Where should we start? Like I don't know, like the North Pole maybe? Like that's the logic in here over and over and over again. Like let's investigate those tribes in South America. Where should we start? I don't know, Japan? Like I don't know. I can't see how that makes sense to them. Like we want to investigate the Earth. Let's get as far away from Earth as we possibly can to investigate it. I mean, does that make sense to anybody here? Like, is there any ballers that's like, yeah, like
It makes sense to me.
you're making a good
If it
point.
doesn't make sense to anyone else, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, me too.
How?
I think they were agreeing with me. Like my point. Does my point make sense to you? Is what I was asking.
Can you hear me now? Okay, there we go. Something happened to my mic and I wasn't able to respond. No, I think you can make inference by looking outward at every orbital body, like not only the solar system but outside of the solar system, and make fair inference to our orbital body. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing.
Yeah, but speculation and postulation is not a scientific investigation.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say
No, but that's just one possible route.
You're going to look at the things in the sky. You're going to form interpretations of what they are, right? And then from that, you're going to come to a conclusion about what the Earth is. It's just inference based on inference, right? So instead of doing that, because that doesn't sound very reliable, let's go down to the ground and test your inferences about it directly.
We can do that too.
That's the only thing.
But I don't think there's anything illogical inherently about looking up at every orbital body in the universe and seeing that they're all impacted by gravity and circular in nature, spherical in nature, and inferring that, hey, this is probably the same way. And
This
I'm
is
saying
what-
probably, right?
this is
It's
what
not
I'm
saying it
saying.
absolutely is.
Yeah, but this is what I'm
but
saying is that this is all just speculation, and these are all just assumptions. You don't know that they're balls. You don't know that there's a cosmic outer space vacuum that goes on forever and forever. This is all lore. These are your interpretations of the lights that you see in the sky. None of those are verified. Then from those interpretations, you're going to more interpretations about what the Earth is. It's a story. It's lore. So we want to just test it directly by going to the ground and seeing if it's what you interpreted it to be with all these claims that you stacked on one another.
I haven't stacked any claim. I just made one claim that you can make an inference. Right, that's the only claim I made.
Let's test the inference.
What's the inference? I just explained it. Yeah.
No, I said let's test the inference. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, he just explained to you, dude, that like what you're doing is you're taking multiple assumptions and stacking one on top of another one on top of another one, and then making an inference from multiple assumptions, right? So that's the issue. It's not that you've made a single inference; it's that the inference is based on assumptions that you can't prove.
Well, no, those aren't assumptions; they're observation. Right? You can get a telescope and look at the moons of Saturn and see that Saturn and all the moons of Saturn are spherical. You can look at Jupiter and see that it's spherical. You can look at the moon and see that it's spherical. You can look at the sun and see that it's spherical. Right? These are observations. These aren't assumptions.
Bro, see if you were looking at these things in the sky and they were triangles, would the Earth have to be a triangle?
No, but you could infer that.
No, I mean, it's,
Like
or if they were,
would,
like, for instance,
and again,
say
I'm
they
not
were-
saying that
bro,
would mean that
bro.
it is. Again,
But it's
wait, let me just clarify so you don't attack a moot point. I'm not saying that would mean that it is, spherical or it is triangle, whatever. I'm just saying you can make that inference.
It's a formological fallacy called affirming the consequent.
That's not affirming the consequent.
But of course it is. I see round things, I live on a round thing. Like if I went to the forest, would I instantly think, I must live on a tree?
I don't know why we keep ending up back here though, because I've said already like 6 times, yeah, I get that you're inferring it. Let's test the inference, and then he just goes back to telling me what he's inferring.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's because other people keep bringing it back up, and I have to re-explain.
No, it's you doing that. It's you going back to your inference when I'm like, got it. I understand your inference and all the assumptions it's based on. Let's test it. Then you just keep telling us again, inferring it.
Yeah, because people keep saying, yeah, why are you looking outward? And I have to explain it again.
Yeah,
like this isn't only me, dude.
Trying to get you to look. We're trying to get you to look in the other
I agree. I've already agreed. I've already agreed.
Yeah. So you're not going to look at the thing that you're inferring things about?
Okay. I'll say it for a 4th time now. Yes, you can look at the thing, right? We can do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Okay. All right. Who wants to do that with him?
How are we going to do it?
We've got the wind turbines pick in the chat. That one's as good as any. Let's see. So if you live on a ball, the ball that you inferred has a radius of 3,959 miles. There must be a horizon in that picture that Amish battle mech posted at 2.3 miles. Take a look at the picture.
So just quickly, how do you have a battle mech with no electricity?
Yeah, 3.5 foot camera height. So with the sphere with the radius that's been inferred from looking in the wrong direction, that would give you a geometric horizon distance of 2.3 miles. We know that the furthest target in that picture is 11.2 miles. Is the horizon in front of or behind it?
I still love all of you, even though you're flat earthers.
Okay. That hard to answer, eh?
Our Lord and Savior.
What did he say?
He said he loves us.
Okay, love you back, bro.
Yeah, all the love of Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Okay, I just don't know why it was that hard to answer, but all right, thanks. I'm not as used to that wind turbines one. I had to think a little bit more.
Is somebody else talking? Do I got somebody muted or something?
No, we were just waiting for you to tell us if the horizon is in front of or behind that wind turbine.
What wind turbine? I'm driving. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, don't worry about it.
The other night in here, I had a guy telling me that the horizon was in front of the oil rig.
I love that. So the place where the sky meets the sea is in front of the oil rig. How did he figure?
The oil rigs that you can see completely. Then he started saying that the pillars were hundreds of feet tall.
Oh
like
boy.
300 feet in the air.
Why?
I don't know. And then when I asked him to back it up, of course, then he started calling me an idiot. And then someone started muting him. I don't know who, but it wasn't me. Then he started accusing me of muting him. And it was like, what is going on here? That's some weird shit.
I mean, I don't even see what good changing the height of the pillars does anyway.
They just want a bigger pillar, a bigger ball, a bigger black hole, bigger mass without the M, mass, and take the M the M out.
So like, let's say the rig's taller, so the horizon's now in front of it instead. What's the angle there? Like, who really cares how tall it is?
I feel like I must have somebody muted or something. Who's talking?
Me? Check.
Gemsy. You hear Gemsy?
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Check.
Hey, boys.
Yeah, I hear you.
We've got our first female moderator. There's Lulu from 24/7. She was she took on what do you call it, ladies' night and stuff like that. So Lulu's here. Our mic's fucked just now, but she's gonna get another one ASAP, and then she'll be frequenting this one.
Lulu is here. My sister. Lulu. She's amazing. Welcome, Lulu.
Lulu's awesome, man. She's intelligent as fuck. She's really sound. So, yeah. Hopefully, if she wants to, she can take the reins the ladies' night. Hopefully, we can find some other flyer females that want to take the ladies' night to another dimension.
Lulu will keep it fair for everybody.
For all of our disagreements, I feel like we still have some really good conversations in here. At least at night. The guys who are on in the morning when I'm like on my way home from trucking, like they always mute me and just scream at me, and they don't like me very much.
Well,
no, it's not that. It's earlier in the morning there was someone new asking questions, and you wanted to answer for everybody else, and I muted you, so forgive me about that. But if there's a big flow of people, and some people that even haven't had the conversation before, allow them to at least have a back and forth instead of you. I'm trucking, I'm driving, I want to talk now.
No, I mean, well, that was one case, but I had just come back into the room and I had heard a question that I knew an answer to, and I tried to answer it, and I was immediately muted.
Oh, bro, we've only been here for a few days, so maybe some
I know. Yeah, like a week or something.
Trust me, once we've been here a little bit of time and we get some structure, get some ideas flowing, get some some rules and shit sorted out, get it locked down.
Yeah, I know I'm being meta and all. I'm just saying I do like I enjoy you guys' company. You guys have good discussions.
I think these are the most important discussions that we could probably ever come across.
I don't know. I personally, I think that theological discussion, well, not even theology, like first principles of philosophy, but yeah, a little bit more important than whether the Earth is flat or not. I mean, whether or not whether or not a God exists, like that could be the most important question that a person could ask.
Well, that's where flat Earth kind of sort of boils down to that, man. It proves creation.
Well,
once you take away the Big Bang story and evolution and the solar system evolving and blah blah blah, primordial soup. Once you take all that away, what is left apart from this place must be a creation of sorts. I'm not saying there's a religion. I'm not saying one or the other. I'm not saying any of that because I'm not religious in the slightest and never will be. But I accept nowadays. I never used to. I used to think I was atheist. Then I thought I was agnostic. Then I found flat Earth, and that proved to me that I'm obviously a deist.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it kind of only goes to like one or two different religions, right? Because like a Buddhist doesn't have to believe that the Earth is flat.
That's the important for the conversation because we find ourselves in this environment of people lying about the nature of this place. So the conversation naturally is born because some people want to expose the liars. But if there was no people lying about this, there will be not this conversation wouldn't even exist. But there's a bunch of people lying, so we have to, expose the liars.
Can somebody be wrong without being a liar?
Yes.
Yes. Of course.
If they believe it, like a primary school teacher or a kindergarten teacher, like we're not trying to say, oh, these people are lying. They got taught the model. They went through the school system. They've been given the syllabus. They're meant to teach these kids X amount of stuff over the period of the year. So like they're not all in on this big nefarious lie that all teachers are in the skull and bones fucking secret society lie to all the kids. It's like saying everybody that works at NASA's lying because a lot of global earthers say that. They're like, oh, how can every scientist and every meteorological person and every this and every that? No, man. Very few people really need to know.
At least expose the lie, because even if someone is parroting the lie that they believe, it's still a lie, even though they don't know it. But it's still a lie.
The lie is ambiguous, right? You should be saying disinformation or misinformation.
Correct. Yeah, that's it. That's a better term. Thanks for. So if the true information wasn't being hidden and decentivized, right? If that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't even have this conversation because it will be obvious for everybody, and there will be nobody trying to push the opposite of what we experience and can verify. It will just be like what it is, axiomatic, and the actual experience. So now we have people going against these things by making these stories and mathematical equations and promoting it in an incentivized manner because people make money just doing this. Look at the YouTube videos. They can just talk about black holes and get advertisement and make money. So who's gonna stop them from talking about Uranus and black holes? They're getting paid. In a sense, you're talking about space, about the globe, and promoting this stuff. And if you incentivize to do it, yeah, some people are gonna keep doing it. But the other side is not incentivized to do any of this. It's like community service. We're not getting paid for this.
The end game is to turn off your brain and to pretend like the virtual avatar of you is you in their computer simulation. Oh, your friends, look how happy he is. Look at this avatar in this game. That's still our boy. That's the same man you just saw die and his body broken apart.
Well, that has true because, like you see, example Glover after Glover, they come here and they're still talking about this mathematical concept idea of cartoons in space that they never experienced, they never seen with their own eyes, but they say it's true, it's real, it's there, but they only saw it in the TV. in the propaganda machine in the cartoons, and they're talking like they are characters in this universe in their minds or in the depictions of this universe, right? And they're talking from there to you. They're like, yeah, we are in this fantasy place. You must believe it.
Right, that's why I use the Bugs Bunny concept. Like everybody who's like watching TV, they have like this mass formation psychosis that they suffer from the programming from television because the power of suggestion is so immensely powerful. You could pretty much say to someone who's weak-minded, these aren't the droids you're looking for, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, these aren't the droids I'm looking for." Like that's a real thing, right? It's funny because we think about it on Star Wars, and yeah, I'm using a television reference, but hypnosis is a real thing. Mass formation psychosis is a real thing, and I propose that we're all suffering from it.
How about you stop smoking weed and you won't think this anymore?
I don't smoke weed or drink beer. Why don't you stop making assumptions?
Wait, what is it with the people coming in here with the drug war, man? We all know that's disproven.
Just haters. She's been a hater at the moment, but she hasn't considered the fact that some people might not be doing the things she has in her imagination, and she just projected most likely, or maybe not.
And besides, weed doesn't make you susceptible to propaganda. It actually does the opposite. It makes you think and analyze things and have deep thoughts. But unfortunately, it does affect your short-term memory, so you have to write down those deep thoughts when you're smoking weed if you want to benefit from it. Or if you're a musician, always record.
I've done it, but it's not something that I do.
Same here. I could pass a hair follicle test right now.
So, lady, you're saying that people in here are here having this conversation because they smoke weed? Is that your position?
Well, she's assuming
Right.
that I'm irrational, right? Because I'm pointing out how powerful the weapon known as the television is, right? Because imagine, if you could, I go back in time, 500 years? And I have all the technology that I have today, and I can show native people all over the world anything I want them to see and hear at the same time, almost like a visual and audio hallucination. Are their brains going to be able to differentiate between reality and what they see on my magic screen, my magic mirror? Like, they're going to have a hard time, right? Some people are going to fall for it. Well, we haven't changed that much in 500 years, but technology has. So people are very susceptible to the power of suggestion, and the television is, without argument, the most powerful weapon ever created. I used to wonder when I was a child why some people were like, no, we don't have TVs in my house. Like, we don't do that. And it's like, now that I, am older and really thinking about it, like, whoa, those people were like so wise not to have someone else like inputting like suggestions into their brain, and they're getting them to pay for it.
Imagine some of the people that you can watch in the TV. You will never invite these people into your home or near your children. Will you still let them in the TV, right? Into your into your eyes, into your perception, and think about what they're doing, even though they're doing something wrong in the TV. You will never invite these people into your homes, near your children and your families. But hey, let's do it on the TV.
Right.
The television thing is strange, actually, to think about. There are a lot of countries on this planet right now that not only do people not have guns because they can't afford them, but they also don't have guns because they're banned. So when they look at television, they look at movies, with television shows, they see in America, oh my God, everybody's just shooting each other all the time. That must be what America's like. Oh my God, why don't you guys ban those guns already? Jesus Christ. But like, that's not reality at all.
And statistics show that most gun events are deterrences, right? Like you try to rob me, I pull a gun, and I say, "Get the fuck away from me," and the bad guy runs away. That's what most, and those are also the most unreported events.
Yeah,
because the people that get attacked think there's nothing to report.
So
And of the ones that are
what you
reported, if
said
there are
that-
two
that is-
home
what you
invaders,
said
that's
there
already a mass
is-
shooting.
What you said there is not true for the second reason that you gave. The statistics do not show that is the biggest event. They are a big event, but that is not a defensible statement. And one of the reasons why is the second reason that you gave, because the statistics are very much suppressed because they're not reported. But it's not true that brandishing a weapon in defense is like statistically it's well supported as the most common event.
Okay, so let's just stick to the stuff we do know. We do know that mass shootings are anytime there are two or more people shot, correct?
No, it's not two. So if you use the FBI definition, which is the standard coherent definition, but it's not what is generally used when politicians or the media talk about it, or when lay people talk about it, then it's 3 or 4. I believe it's 4, but the 4 can include the shooter himself. So it's the shooter plus 3 others.
Okay.
Why are we talking about that?
We're just wondering because, like, if there's a home invasion, there's usually going to be at least 2 or more criminals, right?
Okay,
so if that's a mass shooting if they all get shot.
so this is just
with the scale of school shootings, just like vaccines and shit like that, man.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is totally irrelevant to the topic. So let's go back to anybody who has proof of living on a spinning water ball in an outer space vacuum.
Yeah, I was talking about television. I do apologize.
Well, we were talking about the root cause of people believing, especially when I was growing up. I saw it on the televisions, and they told me in the television, also in the school system, hey, you live in a ball, bro. It's right there at the corner. You see that ball? You see the globe on the table, on the level horizontal table, right? Motionless table. You see that ball? Go grab it, spin it with your hand, and this is where you live. They told me that, bro. That's what they told me.
Yeah, it was absolutely a reification from the get-go from the teacher. Look, Timmy, you live here. Where? On the ball on your desk? That's where I live? Like, no, I live 5 miles away from here. That's where I live. You're wrong, teacher. But who at 5 years old has the mental capacity to question things like that?
Surprisingly, most kids do question that kind of stuff. It just gets beaten out of them in public education.
Right, after 13 years of sit down, shut up, or I'm going to cause you pain and suffering, right?
No, shut up, or you're gonna have to come. Shut up, or you're gonna have to come do summer school if you don't pass this class. So you better listen to what is being said to you.
Hey, you know what gets beat out of a kid in school? Their perception that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah. Their right brain creativity.
For sure. And inquisitiveness. At least about science. Like, you've got a rigid sort of structure of science you've got to believe. Like, I've said this a few times. I remember asking my chemistry teacher or physics teacher how we know that the Earth's core is molten. And he just a one-word answer: volcanoes. And I went, all right. And I just accepted it. Never asked anything else.
Yeah, I was with my 5-year-old nephew like last month, and we were outside, and he was with me, and the moon was out, and it was daytime, and he's been learning about space, and he told me, he's like, hey, that's like, why is the moon out? And I'm kind of asking you guys, like, it's my nephew, right? Like, how do I approach the subject? I don't want to piss off my sister. She's like, PhD, not yada yada. Like,
No, bro, I know, man. Like, don't point something out so they go, oh, my uncle told me this, or anything like that. Just show them stuff and ask them. Let them ask questions. Like, rather than you say something for them to then say, my uncle said this, and then it's like you've gave a definitive answer. Like I said to my ex-girlfriend's brother, that just keep showing them stuff. Like, make them, like, ask the questions, like, why is that? Why does that do that? Make them, like, just using that same word, make them inquisitive.
Yeah.
I would say, anyway. Because you don't want them to run to school and say, my uncle told me this. off
Right.
to maybe
I'm
they
gonna-
may even think
In 10, I'll get 24
but you don't want them to think, oh shit, fucking the teachers are lying to me. And you don't
Right.
want them to form some kind of complex and get them paranoid or
Yeah.
but I would say just keep showing them the odd thing here or there. Take it gradual, man, not too much information at once. And
It's kind
just
of
like,
what I did. He asked me why, and I kind of maybe stupidly said, I can't tell you. And he kind of just accepted the answer.
Well-
I said I'd tell him when he's older.
The thing is, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, so this shouldn't be a controversial topic. In Texas, you see the moon and the sun outside all the time,
Yeah.
unless it's, past the full moon phase, right? And then as
The
it gets
big-
closer to the new moon phase, you start to see it again in the mornings. So you just say that because they're both above the horizon at the same time, because it's like a clock. We model clocks after the heavenly bodies, right? So it's like seeing the the long and the short hand and the clock at the same time. It's because they're both there.
what was it them who asked you about the moon, or did you ask them the question?
No, he brought it up, which is the funny part.
Alright. That's cool, man. That just shows you that they're already thinking on.
Yep.
What age are they?
He's 5.
Fucking hell,
Yeah,
man.
at that age, he's a flat earther, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, he has no concept of, the Earth and the model because he hasn't melded reality with the model. Like, to him, it's still separate. Like, you show him Earth and you're like, this is Earth. Well, that's a ball with a map on it. That's what Earth is, right? And then after school, they're going to start to, conflate the two as if the model is actually, the map is actually the terrain.
Yeah, hold on, brother.
That's smart.
So that's not Homeboy's opinion. You can go look that up in psychological studies.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
people study childhood psychological development, you can find out that children have a conception of the world as being flat and stationary. And it's not until they're told otherwise that they begin to change it. But they actually have a dual system for a period of time where they actually think that there's two worlds. And that's because they can't quite reconcile, right, what they're being told with their perception. And eventually they abandon the one for the other.
Yeah. The more it's fucking drilled into them incessantly.
Exactly. Yeah, which is the point. It's like we all grow up flat earthers. That's our experience, right? Then we're told the story, and then that changes our perception about reality.
Oh, I'd love to have a kid that I could show this information to, man. But if it was me, if I had a kid and I had at least the resources, the ability, maybe the time due to work constraints and stuff like that, I would pull them out of school, man, and be homeschooling fucking 100% homeschool. That's the only way I'd say to ensure that the kids' minds are not going to be fucking warped by this fucking mental disease. But then obviously you're losing the kids' ability to interact with other kids and I don't know, you find a happy medium.
Well, that's what Taekwondo is for, right?
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be us teaching our children, and then they're supposed to be getting extracurricular activity like Taekwondo, football, soccer, whatever put them in, whatever their desires are, and that's where they collaborate with other children. And it's really important to have more than one child because if they're not socialized properly, then they turn into little psychopaths.
Yeah, so it's meaning with a happy medium, man.
It also depends on some countries are much easier to do it in than the others, especially there's homeschooling communities and shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, I suppose, you'll get homeschool communities. You mean I take it just groups of parents that they're homeschooling, but they like to let their children interact with each other's children, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you
Alright,
network.
cool.
There's networking in America, depending on the area you're in.
That's fucking cool, man.
It's really interesting because the most important years there's 2 and 3. That's when they're supposed to be socialized.
But are these homeschooling communities, are they going to sort of ostracize you if they find out that you've been teaching your kid this? Like, they're going to be like, don't want you anything to do with... And just like what the Globers are like. like the older moms and dads, if they find out that your kids saying, my mum and dad taught me this, my mum and dad taught me this, and your kids bombarding the other kids at school and flat smacking the fucking living daylights out of them, and they're all cognized out of their mind, and they're fucking punch-ups in the school playground and shit. But
Man,
they're in the park.
dude. Look, I was heavily involved with homeschoolers, and I would say, like, I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but I would say the majority of them already are countercultural, and they already are heavily invested in their religious worldview and their moral worldview, which is the reason why they don't want their kids in public school. So they're going to be more open, I would say, to any alternatives.
By and large, but the generations after the moon landing, they're going to be heavily indoctrinated because of what they saw on TV, and they can't differentiate reality from the television.
Yeah.
Is Yakubianite here? Because I want him to
He's
go
muted.
over trigonometry of calculating the radius of the Earth again.
He's muted. It's probably going to run out in the next 5-10 minutes, I would imagine, Mike. But
They rely on the math until you try to apply the reality of the Earth to the math, and then they start claiming refraction.
Well, I was just curious because, as far as I'm aware, the trigonometry question that Yakubianite tried to posit to explain the radius of the Earth was disputed because there was no right angles on the curve of the Earth. Is that correct?
Yeah, you gotta use pi, brother.
Oh, what did you? So, what if instead of using the curve of the Earth as one of the lines, why don't you use the straight line from the light of the horizon?
Well, triangles don't have curved lines for one, and neither does the Earth.
Okay, but like, how does that dispute the trigonometry? Well, Yakubian, you're probably best situated to articulate this. So could you?
Trig would be from a triangle, but where are you getting like curved lines on a triangle? Was the point?
So, if you draw one line, like the method, I posted it in a video. It's an 8-minute long video which explains a method to calculate the radius of the Earth using trigonometry, using the line of sight of the sun as and the line to the radius of the Earth as the right angled line.
Wait a minute, brother. In your model, the horizon is refracted, and so is the sun. So,
Wait, I've not posited a model. I'm just saying, is this correct?
Well, if you're not adhering to the standard model of cosmology, I apologize. But if you're talking about the globe model, the horizon is refracted, and so is the sun, unless it's right over your head.
Well, I'm not talking about refraction here.
I know, but they do.
Sorry, I'm chiming in a second late because I was muted. But a triangle with one curved side is not called a triangle; it's called a sector. But it's an irrelevant distinction. You can still
like the video I posted, but I because we wouldn't be using the curved line as the line, right? It would be irrelevant to this.
Isn't this all just math?
Yeah, what curved line? Yeah, what curved line, brother?
Like you have to like ditch math class to not know this.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm curious about because I mean,
yeah. So there's a question: what curved line?
Well, no, that's irrelevant to calculating the radius of the Earth.
Really?
And how do you know there is one to calculate?
No, yeah, exactly. You have to assume there's a curved line to calculate, brother.
So, but if the assumption was, let's say, demonstrable after, let's say you have the assumption, okay, we have this radius number to work with. Are you suggesting nothing can follow from that?
Root of the poisonous tree doctrine, the well-known thing. If I pull
Dude,
you over, go ahead, bro.
I can get a radius from any 2 points, brother. Any 2 points.
Yeah, but
if I assume there's a curved line, if I assume there's a curved line between them, right? I mean,
But are you then saying nothing could possibly follow from this? Let's say this theoretical number plus observation.
Like what observation?
Are they claiming that like you can't use a triangle to figure out a sphere?
Let's assume that we have this theoretical number as shown in that video, right? And let's assume that we all think, okay, well, these observations seem to be suggesting this, like as a collection. Maybe they could be false, right? It could be proven wrong, but they're just saying this is what we think is the case. And so they get a satellite unmanned, right? They think, well, it's unmanned, so you don't really have to worry about deaths or anything. You can just crash to Earth, and then all you've lost is money. I don't see what the issue would be at that point.
What?
Well, if you're using that hypothetical number plus observation, and you say, oh, look, if this hypothetical number is correct, we can send an unmanned satellite or object into space using this hypothetical number, and it succeeds, right? Isn't it confirmation of the radius? Or that the Earth is a sphere, at least?
No.
Sorry, not sphere, because the Earth isn't a sphere. It's a near spheroid.
No, I mean that if they say they use these supposed metrics to go to outer space and then we go, oh, okay, that means we can test for that here on ground level, and it's not true, chances are that they actually just lied, is the point.
Wait, so the chances, so it's more likely they lied?
It's not more likely, it's most definite that they're lying.
Okay, how do you demonstrate that?
By showing that it's not.
What do you mean by lying in this? Like, what is? How do you define lying? Is there an intention, or would you consider misrepresenting?
We just went over it today, like I don't know, like at least twice, in video. Like, so the people that are like, for instance, on the ISS, they're definitely lying.
How do you demonstrate that? 'Cause that's a claim.
Because the vacuum of space cannot exist as a second law of thermodynamics violation. But further to that, for them to be orbiting, they would definitely need the Earth to be the size that they claim.
So a pressure gradient is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gotcha.
Yeah, if there's no containment for the pressure gradient, that's correct.
So wait, let's
Where
slow
do
down
we
a
argue
second.
that there's no containment for the pressure gradient?
What do you mean? That's what gas requires.
The Earth is an open system.
You can only you can only have a pressure gradient.
It's not even a
and
vacuum.
full system. We already went through that
It's
point
still
too.
lack of nothing.
who's
it's
arguing
a
that-
near vacuum, but difference does it make? It's just
who's-
still a lie. The
who's
whole thing is a lie because it can't be validated. That's the point. Second of all, they can't orbit something that they've never measured. You would have need the horizon. Al-Biruni would have needed the horizon to be not refracted. Second of all, he would have had to use triangulation, not triangulation, a right triangle to first of all get the height of the mountain. So all of these things you couldn't possibly do on a curved Earth.
Could you, or could you not?
Well, if you know what trigonometry is, you know
I
you
know
wouldn't be able to.
trigonometry is. So you're
Okay,
gonna bring
so
up
then you couldn't.
trigonometry? Bingo.
Yeah.
Love it. So what is Polaris?
Oh, you can't do trig on celestial bodies. I thought you knew that.
Oh, you can't? Damn.
Well, if you could, they would do it, but they don't in celestial navigation, do they?
Yeah, they
You want me to
should.
send? You want me to send you a citation?
Yeah, send me a citation.
Oh, okay. Let's look in the
Why
chat real
can't they
quick.
do why can't
Let's
they
look
do
in the
trig?
chat real quick.
Yeah,
Why are you asking?
yeah.
Why are you asking? me
They
to-
can or they
I
don't.
gave you a.
Is there a
I
difference?
gave you a positive. I gave you a
Okay.
positive claim
So-
that they do not.
Sure. Let's
Because
look
it
at why
cannot
not.
be done.
And why not?
You
Yeah, why
can't
can't
do
it be done?
Yeah, why
I
can't
don't know.
it be
You
done?
I
You
don't
don't
know.
know?
You tell me. Why can't I
Because,
fly?
it can't be done because
Why
clearly
can't
there's
I
a
fly?
curve relationship.
I know it can't be done, but I don't know. That's
Yeah,
literally
clearly,
what you just said,
yeah,
bro.
clearly there is a curve relationship, which is why we can't use trig on celestial bodies like Polaris.
No, that's an affirming the consequent on top of begging the question.
No, that's just a mathematical proof.
No, it's an affirming
Yeah.
the consequent.
No, it's a
How is he
mathematical
begging the question?
because
So
he's saying that the reason that they can't do it is because of the fact that it's a sphere.
yeah, because
He
we use
does.
mathematical proofs to understand that it only works on a sphere, or at least a like round object, like a donut. or
That's
something.
funny. You like mathematical proofs, but when it comes
Mhm.
to validating the geometric horizon, it's nowhere to be found.
So validating, such as having a hypothesis and then testing your hypothesis with, I don't know, spotting.
No, geometry has nothing to do with testing a hypothesis. That's a category error.
Mhm.
What's wrong with you?
So when you have a hypothesis about what the radius of the Earth is, and then you
It's
send
a
it to
category
satellite.
error. You wouldn't have a
Okay.
hypothesis.
Okay.
Wait,
When you
the flat
theoretically claim.
earthers, well, the flat earthers claim any kind of dimensions for the Earth.
Oh yeah, he said we can use, or like I guess he made a claim that we can't use trigonometry on celestial bodies because of reasons, right?
Well, the point is that you just can't.
Why not?
You can't.
I can use trigonometry on a fucking tower. I can use trigonometry on a mountain.
Yeah, you can use it on terrestrial things, not the celestial bodies.
No, just not like anything that we use our navigation for, right?
So
It
you
works
know
for
what's crazy?
navigation.
This is a
It
red
works for
herring away from the.
navigation.
So you know what's crazy? This is a red herring away from the point. The point
Elijah,
being,
don't obfuscate. Don't obfuscate.
yeah, it
man.
is. No, he's
obfuscating.
No, it's not.
obfuscating. That's what I just said. He's obfuscating.
Who's changed
No,
anything about what the conversation was about, which is about
Yeah,
trigonometry?
well, we were talking about trig. You can't do trig on a curved surface.
Yeah, I agree.
Not
and
if
you
you're
can't.
not if
Yeah, I agree.
not
And you
if
can't use trig.
not
And
if
you can't use
not
trig with
if
celestial navigation. I agree. Damn, like they're one and the
but
same.
you still use right triangles though.
No,
Which
you
you
don't.
still yes you do.
No, you don't.
How much
On
you want to
neither
bet?
on neither
How
model
much you
do
want
you
to bet?
actually use a
How
perfect
much
right
do you want
triangle.
to? How much do
Dude,
you want to
I
bet?
will bet you my right testicle that you would never use a perfect right triangle.
Oh, don't take that bet. He doesn't have one.
Because even because
don't worry,
alright,
don't
yeah,
worry,
very good.
Bowie
So
believes in. Yo,
because
hold
even
on,
on a
truth.
flat Earth,
Don't move. Stay right there.
so
I
even on
gotta send a
very
citation
good.
in
So
for a
let's go.
numpty real quick. Give me a second.
So very good. So even though,
No,
like even on a
no, brother,
so hold on, because even on a
no.
flat
We're not
Earth,
gonna hold on. You're gonna shut
okay,
up. That's how it's
okay,
gonna go. So
okay,
don't make bets in here, especially retarded bets.
okay.
Don't accept bets for something that would be dismissed and not enforceable in any way, shape, or form, like a testicle. Like if you're gonna
Sure.
bet like something like $5 or something. For goodness
Okay.
sakes.
So because I would posit that even on a flat Earth, you would never have a perfect right triangle. Because in order to point it at the horizon, you would have to inherently point it down ever so slightly, meaning that you're not forming a right triangle.
Hey, fucknut.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you go ahead and look into the chat?
Yeah, I'm reading. And
Okay.
they give a generalization.
And I'm about to hold on. I'm about to post it right now.
Okay, so they're giving a generalization about as close to 90% as we can get, or 90 degrees. I'm sorry. So can you explain
Figure
to me how
two.
on a flat plane?
Figure two.
Okay.
Figure two. The
Mhm.
angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed
Okay.
by you, the celestial body in its
Mhm.
geographical position. Give me your nut.
Yeah. So, and you form a perfect right triangle how?
Give me your nut.
So again, you form a
He wants
perfect
his
right
nut.
triangle how?
I'm gonna feed it to my dog.
Okay. You form a perfect right triangle how?
Well, it's an angle. So see what you do is you create a horizontal and then you have a 90-degree angle to that celestial body. See where that box is? Where they
How do you
put
form
that?
a how do you form a
He keeps
perfect right
asking the
triangle?
same question. He's already
Oh
dead in the
man,
water. It is what it is.
I don't know, brother. It sounds like he got you, bro.
Okay. So how do you form a perfect right
No,
triangle with a
hold on. I'm
celestial
not done.
body?
I'm not done. I'm not done. Here's part two. The other
Mhm.
thing that you were too retarded to take heed of. Hold on. Why? I just found it
It's a
earlier.
damn shame it's illegal to donate your organs in the
Mhm.
United States, or sell them, or bet them
Here we
away.
go.
It's an illegal contract, so it's null and void.
Bro
Hello,
really
guys.
said, "Give me your nut."
I'll give him my nut.
I'm
Don't
I'm a
worry, dude.
Now
I'm a
you go.
globe
Look at this.
earther.
Look
I'm
at
here to
this.
debate with
Now
flat
see
earthers.
in trigonometry,
Oh,
if you have two angles, you can solve for the third, correct?
Sure.
Okay, look at this. A sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above a horizontal line of reference. Altitude in this case is a special motherfucking use of the word describing an angular measure, not a distance in feet above sea level. There you have it.
But you said we can't use trig for celestial
Our
navigation.
overhead point is 90 degrees above the horizon. Therefore, the distance between a star and our overhead point would be 90 degrees minus the star's altitude. Of course, we aren't really measuring a distance in the sky, but an angle.
But you said
So
we
it's a
can't
special
use trig.
case. There you go. Thank
But
you.
you said we can't use trig.
I'm going back to COD.
Damn. But he said he can't use trig. Then he.
I think
quotes
Elijah just
trigonometry.
lost there.
Yeah.
Elijah just
No,
lose.
he said that he can't use trig in order to get an altitude.
No, he said to navigate celestial bodies.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He
Yes,
said to
he
get the
literally
actual
did.
altitude of the star.
No, he didn't.
What?
He said can't use trig in order to like for like celestial body, like in order to use celestial navigation.
Yeah, he
That's
said.
literally the
Yeah, he
words that
said
came out of his mouth.
celestial. Yeah, he said celestial body. Like I remember.
No,
it.
celestial
He dead ass-
navigation is what he
or,
said.
yeah, or yes, he said the word celestial came out of his mouth. I heard that.
Celestial
man, all right,
navigation.
all
Right,
is-
guys,
right,
can
that's
we
it.
can we actually move away from this? Because a guy just came in claiming that he's got a debate for the flat earthers. So
Well,
Fair, fair.
your Cubanite will just run you around in circles all night, literally.
let
Right.
him say his thing first before we go off.
So stick a pin in that, and when you're back speaking with Elijah separately, recontinue and be like, "Hey, I think you made an error here, speaking, or an error in your conclusion," and then he can explain it to you because we can't explain it for him. Okay?
Explain what?
His point. If we don't know we don't exactly know his mind, what he was thinking. So that's all.
Well, I know that I said that you can't do trig on celestial bodies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, look, that's exactly. He did say celestial
navigation.
bodies.
The other guy said.
And that's what he said. Celestial
Well,
bodies.
it's a special case. It's not trigonometry like in the terrestrial sense. That's why. Which I just proved.
So on a flat plane, how do you get a 90-degree angle?
So, like I said, you were wrong on both counts. Suck my nuts.
But hold on, but you're quoting a round Earth. So can you show how we can do celestial navigation on a flat Earth using a 90 degrees? Or are you not going to do that? Damn.
Oh, the silence is deafening.
Fair point.
Yeah,
Well, listen.
yeah.
But we gotta be fair.
dude, he
Let's say it's
posited
fair.
his question towards a flat Earth, not a round Earth, bro.
Yeah, because when I was talking, I was talking about specifically on a flat Earth, you have to be looking at the horizon, which entails you slightly looking down ever so slightly, meaning you're not going to have that right angle. It's going to be ever so slightly off of 90 degrees.
No.
Not if you're in
Flat
a
Earth
plane
is
using a bubble
silence.
sextant. Suck my nuts.
On a plane where you still have to like aim it at the
Using
horizon.
a bubble sextant, so a bubble to get a perfect horizontal. Suck my nuts.
Does a bubble level like get you perfectly horizontal?
Yes, it does. Suck
Are
my
you
nuts.
smoking meth? Are you smoking meth? You're gonna use a bubble level to like level shit out?
It's over
No.
flat, bros.
That's like decently close.
Dude, a 6-inch, a 1 foot, a 2 foot, a 3 foot, a 4 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot, a jam level. You use each one of those levels, draw your lines. Your lines ain't gonna be horizontal to each other because of you. You're not capable of holding the thing steady enough.
Yeah, so this little bubble level right here, you're gonna make it perfectly like 90 degrees. You make it keep it perfectly flat with a bubble level.
Oh, is he talking about that shit I have in my kitchen, nigga?
Yeah, this thing right here. This
Is
thing.
he
literally-
talking about the ruler with like little bubbles and shit?
You know the thing that Jose used to put my cabinet together? That thing still fucking leaky as shit.
The flat earthers.
This nigga said a bubble.
A bubble
I hope
level,
someone's.
dude.
I hope someone's clipped this conversation.
Not a
because this
water
is-
level, a fucking bubble level.
Yeah, and AI was the one who was a flat earther calling out the other flat earther for his error. So, yeah, make sure you clip it.
Hey, no,
because
I
we're
agree
trying
with
to
you. I
find the
like the
truth.
honesty. AI is like a really honest
Yeah,
guy.
actually, yeah, no,
in
yeah,
many cases.
AI is like yeah, dude, he's cool,
he's a
dude.
really chill
Yeah,
guy.
AI's called me out
super honest.
plenty of times when I said some stupid shit before,
Yeah,
and I
but,
appreciate
like,
that.
He's super
But-
honest.
But my point is, I'll show it with my live stream. Let me get my paint pulled up.
Wait a minute. So what you're saying is you're not getting a perfect horizontal with the bubble?
No, you're not getting a perfect horizontal.
I'm
with the
not
bubble
talking
level.
to you. I'm talking to AI.
I need Daddy to confirm it for me first.
This nigga's actually talking about a bubble, nigga.
So lads, can we move on to the guy that's got a debate for flat earth?
Damn, dude.
Yeah, my bad.
That was crazy. This nigga said a bubble.
Come on,
That's
Right,
crazy.
not
You don't
one
know
of
what an aviator sextant is?
Well, hold on. We got a question on the table. So, not one that you're handling. Okay. You're not precise enough to hold the level because, and I could prove this to you. It's very easy to prove to yourself. To go down to the store, buy 3 different lengths of levels, put them on the same wall, and draw a line. And you will find that your lines don't match up because the problem is they have different ballast, right? And your ability to hold them steady with your muscles perfectly level is impossible. Now, it may be the case that the bubble orientation within the capsule is perfectly level, but the metal housing to the bubble and your hands isn't going to be. So if you had that thing at rest, right, it would be perfectly level. But your ability to hold it there, that's questionable. You'd have to be almost superhuman.
God, I wish
Which
I
is
could try.
why on different projects we use different size levels, right? We don't take the 6-inch level and just use that to go around a house. It's not practical. We use the level that's to the size of the task, as small as can fit, right? So if you have a space that's like a foot across, you can only use the 6-inch level. But if you have a space that's 8 feet across, you have to use the biggest level you have that's closest to 8 feet you can use. So in other words, there's going to be a margin of error in there. And so you have to account for that margin of error before you can make claims about precise angles. And that applies to both sides.
I agree.
Which is why even in these navigation tables and all this stuff, and if you look at sailing and all this stuff, there's things like boxing, right, which is going around in a square to try to reorient yourself. Or you have showing up at the wrong time. You have I'm 5 miles off, right? Nobody navigates with extreme precision. Not even in the military where you have 3-meter accuracy on your GPS and grid squares to navigate by. Do you end up exactly where you're supposed to be? You have to do a little bit of wiggle room.
So, boys, you think, can we jump to the person who jumped in and asked, claimed they had a debate for flat earthers? Unless you're not finished, AI.
Oh no, I think we're done.
You're done. You could be. I've never heard you say that in my
I
life.
bet my beard he's talking about the sky and not the surface of the earth.
No doubt. So that guy who popped in and says, I've got a debate for flat earthers, he's still there, bro? Or have you decided not to? I take it that's the latter. Oh well. Could have been. But if
Yeah,
you're
even
still there,
when-
man, if you decide to jump in at any point.
Yeah, fine. Even when we do the laser on site, right? The lasers are self-leveling. They have like a gimbal, which is very crude. It's basically just a plumb gimbal that just hangs down, right? But in order to transpose the laser across the building to get a line, you have to move the laser, and as you move the laser, you're jiggling that gimbal, right? And if you don't have the platform that the laser is on perfectly level, which you have 2 bubble levels like an X and Y, and so you do them until you get them pretty good, right? But they're not perfect. So as you transpose the laser goes up a little bit or down a little bit. So you get like the most closest level line you can get, but it's not perfectly horizontal, right? There's tolerances within buildings, right?
Yeah, my whole posit was when he goes based off of what you're supposed to do, like without all like the bubble levels and shit, by aiming it at the horizon will not yield you a 90-degree angle with the celestial body. Because in order to look at the horizon, you have to look ever so slightly down, meaning you're going to be ever so slightly off of 90 degrees. Like in my little picture here. Unless somebody wants to make the claim that the horizon always rises to your eye level.
Well, you'd have to define what you mean by that.
0
Even
degrees
still,
or 180 degrees
even
to my
still,
visual point.
even still, the possibility of trying to get a horizontal, that's with respect to the earth, right? So in that case, even
My
if
bad,
you
sorry.
don't get a perfect 90, you're still trying to accomplish a horizontal so that you have a 90-degree to the GP of a star on the ground.
I agree. You're trying to get as close to 90 as you can get, but you'll never be perfectly at 90.
That's tough. Can we move on? What wasn't someone like a Glober about to say something?
I think they
Nah, he
earlier.
was, but he gave up, I think. Unless you're still listening and you want to try your luck, please do.
He was probably listening to the discussion that we're having, and he realized you guys are a lot smarter than a lot of people think.
Like, oh shit, I'm not jumping at that fucking shit. They probably expected like really low intelligence conversation, like pure basic. Earth flat, duh. Pure
We're not
grunt.
smarter than
Well,
anyone else. You know what I mean? Like,
Larry, you don't have to be very smart to realize the Earth's flat, stationary, brother.
yeah, you just have to use your senses.
Wait, that's a
Man,
positive claim.
very low IQ for it and realize this.
Wait,
Hey,
what's a positive claim?
The Earth is flat stationary.
Well,
Well,
I've
it's our
never
base
seen curve.
axiom.
I've never seen any curve and then water bodies.
Do you have to see a curve?
Well, water bodies should display it. Surely, the
What makes you
horizon.
say? What makes you think that?
Well, the horizon shouldn't be horizontal. And then 71% of the Earth's surface is said to be water, so water
Isn't that question begging?
should be convex on its surface. As
How
far
would it
as
be
I've-
question begging? Can someone explain?
Well, he's telling us what it should be. So this is what it is.
Well, 70% of the Earth's surface is said to be water. That's almost 3/4 of us.
I'm saying why should it be curved instead of how it is now?
Because 3/4 of the Earth's surface is fucking water. It should conform to the exterior of this moving shape.
I think he's asking you, why would we see curvature if the Earth is a sphere?
And I mean, even if there is curvature, like how do you know you're not looking at it because you're like really small or something? You're stationary. You're flat.
Do you have a skeptic bone in your body? Like,
Who,
think
me?
about it logically. If there's curvature,
Well, no,
would you detect curvature? And if there's not,
I'm being skeptical.
I'm pretty sure you can see curvature if you go on like a body of water.
Well,
like,
hold
you
on.
can see-
Before we get into that, I just want to make it clear that we are skeptical of this positive claim that was made that the Earth is flat stationary.
Yeah, exactly. What do you mean being skeptical?
Well,
I'm being the most skeptical person here.
When I say flat, I don't mean specifically, like literally flat, because obviously there's hills, there's mountains, there's valleys. So
Yeah,
obviously
level,
the Earth is not
plane.
flat.
Yeah, it's a
so
plane.
it's topographical as far as we could say.
Right.
But it doesn't display any convexity. And then you've got the highest like footage that we've ever seen from that did the Red Bull jump and these weather balloons that display no convexity when rectilinear lenses are used.
Without being too anal about this, because I think someone else did want to make a point, but without being too anal, I do. Isn't it the case that you guys try to avoid making positive claims because you know it's causes all sorts of problems?
Depends what kind of positive claim you're talking about. Like, to claim a model or like what else do you think that we should be claiming?
Well, if you say something's flat stationary or flat and
no,
flat in the sense that we both understand it to, like, you're not saying flat as in level, right? But
flat as in no convex.
Yeah, but like and I know that if the slightest bit of penalization happened with that claim, that you would have probably fallen apart, right?
Does that
harder
work
than a
both ways?
global would.
What?
Anyway,
Or do you just get to claim refraction?
I want Destiny did want to ask a question. I don't want him to interrupt him.
I was gonna say as well. You're talking about like concavity with like mountains and hills, right? But water is like more or less like totally flat. And if you ever go on like a body of water, if you go like boating or like fishing, you can see like a bit of concavity on the water on like the horizon.
What is concavity?
Concavity on the horizon.
Like you can see a concavity. Yeah, my bad. You can see
no chance, bro. Bro, you seriously, bro? When have you ever seen a fucking concave or convex horizon?
Well, there is a slight concavity. Concavity.
Can you show us an image of this? Because I've never seen
yeah, for sure.
in my life.
Let's see.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Let's make a joke out of this. Use concavity. Use concavity in a sentence. Where did the prisoner hide his contraband? In his concavity.
Oh, that's below the belt, that joke.
Oh fuck! I just realized I can't post images in chat. Shit, I'll just link them to you.
DM it to me.
Yeah, I'll just DM you directly.
I thought that my joke was funnier than yours, AI. Me saying that was below the belt. I never even got a fucking lol.
Wait,
Fuck
wait. So
you.
wait. So like,
That was funny. That was a good pun.
When I go to the beach, like there's like a mountain in the distance, but I only see like the top of the mountain, right? Like, how do you like? Wouldn't that prove like there's some curvature there, or no?
A
Is that, like, some
mound.
optical illusion, or
What do you mean by a
Correlation.
mound? Well, like a hill.
Who am I DMing this? 1 second. Fake face.
When you say mound, do you mean like a hill? Like a hill of water, like some people claim?
no, like a mountain. Like I'll see like a mountain, but I only see like the top of the mountain.
Oh, mountain. All right, fuck, sorry, man. I will like, but and the closer you get to it, more comes into view.
Yeah, like the highest point of the mountain is showing when I'm from like a large distance away. But when I get closer, it
You
gets
see
bigger.
more of it. That's why your angular resolution, optics, atmosphere, light attenuation. I suppose like AI knows a lot more shit than this about this kind of subject than me.
This is a photo of some tankers on the ocean. I just DM'd you the post.
Why can't you post it in the 24?
Because I don't have text channel access.
What?
Yeah, they took it away from me for 3 days.
By the way, Destiny has ADHD, so if he does overtalk, you just be kind to him. He's disabled.
No, dude. I
It's
have
been
ADHD
found that like
too,
60% of people have some kind of ADHD.
yeah, especially nowadays, dude. Everyone's like brain is like, dude, like nowadays is the ADHD meta, bro. Like, you have to have ADHD. You have to be in some kind of creative art, bro, and you have to hyper focus yourself, like in
True. But I think you like his doctor.
If I
I am his doctor. I am his doctor.
Or he's on-call legal representative.
Yep, I am. Yeah.
No, fellas, if you could have like a British son or a retarded son, what would you rather have?
Probably a British son.
I'd rather have a
Did you
retarded
say
son.
British or retarded? That's a hard choice, dude.
It's a true dichotomy. It's a true dichotomy.
We're talking like
dude, if I have a British
like
son, dude,
downtown London, right?
he's gonna have a really seductive voice.
It's a true dichotomy because British people can't be retarded.
Yeah. If it's somebody from like downtown London, oh man, I don't know. Probably the retarded person.
I would like to address that thing about making claims.
Go ahead.
It was asked a few minutes ago. So you guys say that we don't like to make claims. Yeah, we have no problem making claims, right?
No, positive claims, he said.
Yeah, positive claim. But when we make the positive claim that there's no curvature, you guys want to talk about the sun, the moon, and the stars, right? We're saying go outside, get a large body of water, and make some observations. Like this guy's talking about the mountain, and he can't conceive.
How do I know that an observation is enough to like conclude that the Earth is flat or not round?
How do you tell if an object is the shape that someone says that it is?
By looking at it.
Right. So if they're saying we live on an object, then this object should have certain characteristics, right?
Well, yeah, it should, but I don't. I think just like going outside and looking at it with your eyes, it's like I think it's a lot less than the observation you actually have to.
Would it be better to look at the TV or
what?
Would it be better to look at
the TV is like it's TV sized, right? The Earth is like is reportedly supposed to be like Earth sized.
If you're looking for the truth, you want to go to the source and not just like the TV, right?
Yeah,
So
but the source you're positing is it's not enough. The source would have to be you have to go up in space and like look at it.
Well, that just sounds like an excuse on your part, bro.
Well, it's not an excuse. That's what you need to do to like conclude whether the Earth is flat
So
or
we
round.
can't do that. So you can't confirm the Earth's a globe, but by your own admission.
We could do that. Can we not?
Well, bro, we are it.
Right now, like me and you, like I got to be at work tomorrow. Can we make it back by then? You think?
What? Well,
Yeah,
then
can me and
if
you
neither
go, like,
neither of us contested, why are any of us making claims about it?
Exactly, bro.
How high do you have to be to see the Earth in the totality?
I don't know, dude, pretty high.
Higher than the ISS.
Doesn't sound like you've been there.
Higher than any commercially or at present general militarily available access can get you.
So, Jonathan.
So yeah, so unless you are a specific multi-billionaire, you can't go far enough away from the Earth to see it in its totality. It's just that simple.
Not even Bezos saw it.
I don't think Bezos wanted to see it, bro. And if he wanted to, then he'd probably do it. You know.
Bezos just wants to draw a penis on the moon. Thought everybody knew that.
Right, I just
Dude, if he drew
posted
it big enough, you could see it from Earth in theory.
Who
I
knows
just
the plan? Use a
posted
laser so it's on the whole face, right?
lads. I just posted Jonathan's proof of curvature from a Reddit post, but I take it you don't know how far away that is and the elevation and all that kind of stuff. I take it that's just a random Reddit post. Jonathan, are you there, bro? Yeah, he just actually DM'd me and asked me if did I mute him. Somebody muted Jonathan.
It says. I mean, you do know the distance because it says it right here. It says it literally says in the picture. Overseas Yellowstone, 7.7 nautical miles.
What elevation?
His name is Destiny or Destiny
Fake.
Appreciator, the guy that wants to debate.
Oh, it's Destiny with the blue hair.
Hey, what's up, man?
That's not Destiny with the blue hair.
No, I'm not Destiny, sadly.
No,
But,
I was gonna say. No, I was gonna say, bro. Fuck's sake, we're not that fucking famous. Yeah, but was you the guy that came in and says I've got a debate for flat earthers?
Pardon?
Was it you that came in and said you had a debate for flat earthers? No.
I don't think you did, bro.
No, someone came in like about 10, 15 minutes ago. So welcome to the room, bro. If you've not already said hello, if you've got some kind of evidence you want to post or like bring out to the crowd, you've got the floor, man.
Yeah, I would say the evidence I posted is pretty conclusive.
Well, no, it isn't because he said you need the elevation too.
Oh, the elevation as well.
Yeah, apparently you need it to rule out any other possibility of it.
What was it, real quick?
It's in side chat.
Yeah, it's in the chat, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, so I don't know what I'm looking for here.
It's the Reddit post by that Spank face posted. Spank.
Oh, okay. So
face, yeah.
Right, so I can't see the bottom of something, therefore Earth curvature. That's the argument.
Yeah, must be.
That's cool.
So that's
Okay,
the
so
thing.
formulate that into a logic string that carries a necessary conclusion for me.
Wait, so are all Muslim women proof of the curve of the Earth? Because you can't see their bottoms.
Exactly, brother. Exactly.
Wait, are you saying Muslim women have no ass, or they do have ass?
No, it's hidden, bro. Because if you look at their body, you're a man that can't control himself. You're gonna rape her, right? So she's gotta be covered up.
Bro, mute this person.
What? That's the logic, bro. Hey, I'm not making it up.
I'm sure that's what it says in the Quran. Cover up your women or they will be raped. That's like intelligent.
Oh, brother. So I can't see the bottom of something. So why does not seeing the bottom of something prove definitively of a category of necessity?
Ultimately, I don't think the angle of the shot would really matter that much.
No, the elevation does, obviously.
The elevation, sorry. I don't think the elevation would matter that much, really.
Of course it does, man.
Yeah, what does not ruling out the elevation do? Like, why isn't elevation so important that it makes it so this picture is not proof that the Earth is like any?
Well,
like,
if it was taken from a higher angle, like it would actually be more evident, actually.
What? Well, the whole argument is that your angle of incident to the horizon creates an occlusion after the Sagittal point, where the Earth curves away, but your angle of view continues, and so there's essentially a triangle with a, continuing out from that point that keeps occluding more and more stuff. So changing your angle would change that offset, right? And so what happens is there's a claim of what the globe would be geometrically if it is true that geometry is hiding these things. Yet we have thousands upon thousands of supersedery observations that are beyond this alleged geometry. So the angle is important to know whether or not this actually supersedes the globe geometry and the globe claim, which would then require an excuse after the fact, right? So, for example, I should not be able to see this if the Earth was a globe because the big hump of Earth curve you claim exists should be blocking it. I can clearly see it. So what now? Now what? Well, the standard answer is, oh, well, don't worry about that. Light just curves in the exact amount needed. Right? Sounds very ad hoc to me.
Or light just curves at just how it so happened to do on that particular day that you caught it. And then when you go back there on a different day and it doesn't do that, damn, what's that about?
Just posted the curve calculator from Metabunk. He's a hardcore anti-flat earther, Mick West, so I'm sure that'll be a fine curve calculator for you to use.
Yo, why does the ideological disposition of the poster really matter? I think the post itself should be what matters, not so much what their position is on the issue.
Well, if you're a big believer in centralized government, it might affect your position.
He's saying this the source comes from an authoritative person or something. And an authoritative figure. He's saying this calculator was made by like someone you agree with. So like it would like I don't know.
Yeah, but what does it matter, dude? We have thousands upon thousands of personal experience and videos that supersede the globe geometry by tens, 20s, hundreds of miles, right? And the only rebuttal is, well, light, it's a light phenomenon. Why can't it all just be a light phenomenon in the first instance? So in order for this to be proven to be physical obstruction, that would have to be proven. So where's the logic string that carries of a necessary conclusion that it must be Earth curvature? Do you have
physical obstruction as opposed to what? Spiritual obstruction? What do you mean?
Dude, what are you talking about? It doesn't matter as opposed to what.
Well, what else would it be?
I don't need to provide an alternative. I asked you for the necessary string of logic where the premises are proven in the first instance, and they carry a necessary conclusion that validates of a necessity this must and only can be physical obstruction. Do you have that?
Yeah, I think that any obstruction.
I mean, it's not refraction, right? If we're talking about like over land, then it can't be land refracting the light, right?
I'm lost.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking to put it into an argument.
Well, okay, I'm just saying that like under a framework of like, because I like this calculator. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with the math that they're using, but like you can't just say, like it's not how it works to say, hey, this is what this is doing, and this is the only thing it can be doing because we checked all other options. That's pretty rare, right? But to stipulate that you have to prove that it works, and also you have to prove that it can only be this way. That second half, you're like loading an undue burden of proof when you haven't proven that like it would work in a flat Earth anyways. I mean, why can't I pull Los Angeles into focus from Washington, D.C. if I have a powerful enough telescope?
What, Los Angeles from Washington, D.C.?
Articles.
Yeah, sure.
Why in the world would you expect to do that?
Well, because I can pull Saturn into focus with a telescope. So why can't I pull Los Angeles?
Right.
Is there altitude difference?
Actually, that's a good question. Let's see. But the point is, if I wanted to find two disparate places with an altitude difference, it should be no problem on a flat Earth
model. Maybe
it's a false equivalency, bro. Because
it really
Los
isn't.
Angeles is different than Saturn because everybody in the world can see Saturn. Not everybody in the world can see Los Angeles. So what you're doing there is
that's his point.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. What you're doing there is a squatting dog fallacy, right? if you can't do this, then everything I say after that is true.
No, because first of all,
Okay.
not everyone can see Saturn, right? If you're on the other side of the Earth and Saturn can't be seen from your side of the Earth, you can't see Saturn. You know,
Well, if you're on the other side of the Earth, you're not going to see through thousands of miles of atmosphere, are you?
thousands of miles of atmosphere.
So
You
just say,
realize?
so
You
just
realize
say it's like say
to
it's
get to
2,000
space.
miles, bro. But we don't know how far these things in the sky are. If
Look,
you're going to
it's-
make a claim that
brother,
these
brother,
things
that's-
are
that's not-
tens
that's not
of
true at all.
thousands, millions of light years away, like there's no
Oh,
evidence
listen,
that these things are.
He's
don't have
talking
to go
about
through-
seeing over thousands of miles worth of elevation changes in topography. It's just lunacy on its face.
Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Go right now and check the visibility for anywhere, or the maximum visibility for anywhere horizontally, and you'll find that it's less than 300 miles. I mean, 240. So nobody's on the ground seeing anything thousands of miles away. It ain't happening.
Why can't it happen on a flat Earth?
Dude, did you not hear what I just told you?
You said it. You said it can't happen, but I'm like, why? I'm asking why.
Well, dude, I literally said something before I said that. What was that I said?
You said that when people look, they aren't seeing more than like 300 miles, and I agree with
why?
that. But
But
why?
why? Why did I say so?
You just said it can't happen. I'm asking why.
Dude, go right now.
Can anyone else explain what he said to give a reason why?
Yeah, it's very simple. It's very simple. Anybody go right now and search up maximum visibility distance, atmospheric visibility distance, right? The occlusion factor of the atmosphere itself will preclude you from being able to see greater than 300 miles.
I'm asking why. Like, what are you doing to base that off of?
Holy crap, dude. Dude, this is so painful, dude. You do realize that the atmosphere is full of gases and particulates and vapors, right?
Yes, but I also realize that we can see Saturn.
Okay, friend, let's try this one more time. The horizontal striations in the atmosphere, right, are more dense at the bottom, correct?
Sure.
Right. So looking across 3,000 miles of the thickest part of the atmosphere is not going to be equivalent to looking straight up. For goodness sakes, dude.
Sure. Why can't I see at least 300 miles in any given direction? Why does it
think,
only
he's
seem
gonna
to be
argue
a
you
few
could.
miles?
Dude, I just told you the occlusion of the atmosphere itself, the gases, particulates, and vapors.
Wait. You just said that was the limit for 300 miles, right? And okay,
Yeah, I think
we can
you
give
said
you
the
that.
limit for that was 300 miles.
Yeah,
But then,
so
but then
okay, so
Neon's saying, why
299
can't I-
miles. Why can't I see anything at 299 miles?
Well,
Why when it's
Okay,
foggy
where?
can I not see a meter in front of me?
Well, I'm not
know.
talking about everywhere where it's foggy. I'm talking about clear,
Well, this is the
normal
conditions that we're
atmosphere.
dealing with over. This is the conditions we're dealing with over long distance. There's many different things occurring, and
Sure. What is the
we've got-
density of fog?
well, what's that got to do with anything? The fact
Because
is that we have.
the amount of particulates in the air is going to affect your resolution because those are acting as a colloid, which
right,
scatter the
right.
light and limit your exposure.
Right.
So what is the mitigating factor that would lower the resolution in the atmosphere?
Holy
Over
crap.
over
You're
how
telling
much
me-
distance?
hold on,
Over how
friend,
much
friend.
distance will your resolution
Friend,
decrease?
Friend,
Like, do you have any
you're
way to
telling
model
me-
that?
You're telling me that you understand all the scattering in the ambient atmosphere, but then you simultaneously posit the idea that we should see 3,000 miles horizontally.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. How far can we see, given that the atmosphere is clear and that the Earth is flat? What is the max distance? And someone over here said that it was 300 miles. I'm like, okay. Then can you give me an example of seeing 300 miles away of some kind of landmark?
The longest
depends on the day.
250 miles, Mount Conahoe. It's a Guinness World Book
Okay,
record.
250 miles. Can we see anything below 249 miles, for example?
I just want to say you guys are doing the Lord's work. Thank you very much. I love everybody in this channel right now. Continue.
Well, if we saw something at 250, then surely it's not that like fucking.
Surely it would be
much.
flat if you could see at 250 miles,
bro,
right?
you just
No, but
asked,
surely
can we
it's not
see
much of a
249?
push for
We've already
249.
established we can see 250. So
Well,
I
if
don't
you
know
get
what you're
250,
talking
why
about.
are you worried
I don't
about
think we have
2.9?
established that we can see 250 feet. Y'all are
That's the
saying that,
Guinness
but I
Book
don't
of
think
World
y'all
Records.
Guinness Book of World
It's
Records.
the fucking Guinness, but it's not a flat Earth photograph,
I
man.
have a question for all the flat earthers in the room.
Oh, bro, if somebody
You're
was
in a
fucking
row.
and replying, bro, you just hang tight and wait your turn. If somebody's speaking, try and be a bit polite about it. Just like speaking over everybody, demanding to get your question heard. It's a bit. Well, no one's speaking now, so you might as fucking well.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I have heard from some flat earthers, not
Oh shit.
saying that it's from any of you, but from
Oh
the
shit.
internet in general, that claim that the southern part of my country is a psyop of NASA, like all of the people who say that are from there are NASA agents and actors,
Bro, where
and
you
that the
from,
southern
bro?
part of Chile, I'm from
Right.
Chile, so
That'll be,
I have
Bro,
been
why
to the
would we
southern
say that?
tip of Chile.
bro.
I
It's
have
obviously
seen.
controlled
See,
opposition. Yeah.
I can
Like,
explain. I
we're
can
not in
explain to
Spain.
you. Wait, I can explain to you why some flat earthers think that because they.
Well, first of
they
all,
don't-
before you
they
go
don't
ahead and
think-
do that, wait,
Mhm.
before you go ahead and do that, can you just show us the ones who do think that so that we know that we're actually talking about something that actually happened?
They don't
was,
like making
it
claims,
was
so
an actual thing. It was an actual thing that happened that became so relevant, in fact, in Chile that it appeared on local news and became a meme. And all of the northern
Oh, you trust
Chileans
the mainstream
started
media.
making funny of the southern Chileans, saying that
dude,
they
can
were
you
all
get to the
NASA
point,
actors
though?
and didn't exist. So it literally created a whole entire meme here.
So
I'm
what's
going to
the
say
point?
that no flat earther ever has made that statement that that part of Chile doesn't exist.
Yeah,
That
you
is
heard that
just
on
a whole
TV,
load
bro.
of shit.
Which backs up my argument
No,
from
I think it makes
earlier.
sense.
No,
So
who
what's
would
the
say
point?
that a
What's
country
the
doesn't
claim,
exist?
dude?
What?
Dude,
Just like what? Are you kidding me?
who cares,
Does
brother?
Istanbul exist?
Dude, there's
Yeah,
obviously
exactly.
a reason. Listen, friends, there's obviously a reason why they would say that, if anything at all, that he hasn't yet told us. So can you please get to the point?
Even old New York was once New Amsterdam.
Even old New York.
I just have a
was
question, if
once
that's
New
okay.
Amsterdam.
Okay, so
Why
that,
they change it, I can't say.
yeah, fine.
Because
We gotta
I'm
wrap up. We gotta wrap up that point.
Wait, just to clarify. So that means none of you think that, right? So,
My goodness.
so if none of you think that, that means that you can go to a place on Earth in which you can see Antarctica from beginning to end. You can see that it's not an ice wall. You can see it.
What? Beginning to end.
Dude,
Beginning
if
to
they're-
end.
If they're not talking
Whoa.
about the sun, moon, and stars, they're talking about
Beginning to
Antarctica. What does
end.
this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
So from a specific
does have to do with
point,
it.
yeah, but it sounds like you're saying from a specific point at the tip of a land mass, you can see the entirety of Antarctica.
No, not the entirety, but you can see that it's not an ice wall because you can see other parts that aren't covered from it. You can see the
Okay.
curvature in Antarctica.
it's refraction, dude. It's refraction. It's making it look like the ocean is there and hiding the wall.
Yeah, no, like again, my dad, my uncle, my grandpa, all of them Navy officers, all of them went to Antarctica, were there, encircled it. So I am pretty sure I have pictures in my house of my dad in Antarctica in different
believe you.
bases, going from base to base.
That'd
Like,
actually be
you.
hilarious if you showed those pictures.
Right.
But what?
Oh, I'd have
that-
to look.
Okay,
to
but
so many pictures,
just
but I
proves
could
it's a-
someday find it.
Okay, but that just proves it's a wall.
No, that proves it's not a
No.
wall.
No,
It's the
it
exact
does.
opposite.
No. You're literally admitting that it's a wall.
I just have a
If it is-
question for the flat
if it
earthers.
is- If it is a
I-
beginning to end,
Oh.
excuse me, if you can encircle it, yes.
What?
How long did it take?
So
for
I
you
just
to
have a quick
encircle it?
question, if that's okay.
hell?
How long?
just
If,
hang tight.
if it is
How
an
long?
encircle, that means it is enclosed. That means
Charmel.
we are enclosed. If you can encircle it, that means we are enclosed.
That doesn't make any sense.
Charmel's firing on all
doesn't.
cylinder tonight, man.
Absolutely. It
Charmel,
does.
I'm astounded.
Mathematically,
by your
how
intellect.
doesn't it make sense?
Mathematically, dude.
Exactly. No, you
That doesn't
can't.
make any
Oh,
sense.
God damn
I'll
it.
wait. I'll wait.
So in order for you to do that, you take a lot of time, actually. But
Yeah, I bet.
I said
much
they went
time?
around it, but
How much
they
time?
also went. They also went from base to base, as
How
I
much?
said, which how much times? I'm
Okay.
not a fucking Navy officer myself.
What, is your dad still alive?
I figure according to what my dad said is
Well, ask
it's
your dad.
quite a long time, like over 100 days.
100 days to circle.
3 months? Hold on. It took them 3 months.
More probably.
That is
Wow.
insane. That okay, if you know anything about travel and how fast boats go, that is an absurd amount of time.
How fast do boats go?
That's
Charles?
huge.
How
Might
fast
as
do
well
they
go.
go?
Well, how fast do you think that they
Well,
go
3
around the
months is how
equator?
long it took
Give,
I don't know.
answer me this:
According,
how long does
according
it take
to
to go around
according
across
to
the
Google,
equator? Huh?
according to Google, it
Grand
takes
Line.
196 days in 2019. So it's not. It's you.
Yeah,
You don't know
that's how long
you
it
don't
took
know
to get the
distance
slaves from
traveling in
Africa.
the sea. If you think that's a lot of time for sailing, you probably don't understand the concept of sailing itself. Did you know that from Athens to Crete it takes over 2 to 3 days?
Even
But in the
if
maps, it's such a
okay, but
tiny
that's
space.
not okay. Okay, so I agree with you, right? All of you're saying though is that we are in a very large enclosed space, and it's very suspicious to me personally that it would take nearly as long to go around Antarctica as it does to cross the equator or the Grand Line. That's
That's
incredible. No, and I
way
bet if you I
longer.
don't have I'm not that interested in it because I just like to play video games. I'm just a gamer. But if I were, what I would want to do is I would want to match up the times, the lengths that it takes to cross both the Grand Line and to encircle Antarctica, right, or the ice wall, right? And I bet you could quite easily entrap the entire Earth. And also before people go,
In
oh, well,
190
then when do I?
days.
Why isn't it that I look up? I see like the rest of Earth, right? No, because it's flat.
So
because we're in
let's
enclosed
ask
space. That's how
Google
light
how long it takes to circumnavigate the world in through water.
Ask Google. He said, "Ask Google." Unironically. How about
Actually,
go ask Bing. Bing will tell you. It's right there.
Armel,
Go
are you going to
ask
be
your
the dumbest person
ask your,
ever?
ask
to
your
be a
history
flat
teacher.
earther
argument.
Just ask your history teacher, guys.
That people
You know,
can
you had a
navigate
teacher in
across the
school.
waters.
I am actually a
No,
Just
history
ask your
teacher
teacher.
myself.
Your teacher will tell you.
I'm a
Like,
teacher.
no one is denying that you can get on a boat and navigate the Antarctic region, and also there's bases, military bases. A lot of people do that. You can even pay I think it's like $40,000 and get in a cruise, and they'll take you to the Antarctic area. What's the big deal?
I heard there's also a floating
you
prison
don't
that goes
even
around
need
it
to do
too.
that.
You could
Like
just do something really bad.
You know,
and
it's
get
really
locked in that floating prison.
in my case, I just had contacts in the Navy. My dad, my uncle, and they took me there, and I went there with them. And it's it's a very cold,
perfect.
very interesting, and amazing place to
Why?
be in.
Why?
What does this have to
Explain
do with
it.
the shape of the Earth?
You were actually there. Explain it then. Why was it interesting?
Why is it interesting? Because it's something that you can't how do I say this in English? You can't picture it in your mind until you're there. Like
How quiet
once
is
you
it?
are there and you feel
I
the
can. What
space,
you just got to
the
acknowledge, you're
amazing.
not allowed to go to Antarctica because the mole people will
Were you
eat
able to go
Like,
to
you
the
can't.
hey?
What
Were
the
you able
fuck?
to go to the tropical oasis that is reported to be there? To the warm water, not the frozen one. Did you went to the tropical oasis?
A
You went there or no?
tropical oasis
No,
in
it sounds like he went to the shitty base, the one that's
the
like
the shore, the shore of
-30.
Antarctica.
Did you know in
wait, I'm sorry,
the
Jimsy, did
basin.
you?
Well,
The
so in
basin.
Fahrenheit and Celsius, -32 is the same, actually. So when you went to Antarctica, was it -32?
Yeah,
I don't-
it's very cold, like I told you.
Yeah,
you-
but
do you,
explain
But
it.
you only
It-
saw
it-
the,
should-
the
did your-
ice area.
did
You
your
only saw the
snot
frozen area.
freeze?
You didn't see anything else
When you
besides
sneezed,
the
did your
frozen
snot
and the
your
penguins.
snot
Salvador,
froze, right? I
do
bet
you-
it was
do you
really
know-
cold.
I didn't sneeze. You know that in order for you to go there, you need to go through heavy testing for any disease. Like
Wait,
you can't go there if
you're
if
saying you
if
got
you have a
tested?
fucking cold.
Yeah,
Wait,
they
so
don't want
you got?
any
What do you mean you
STDs on
got
the VIP
tested to go to
sections. Forget it.
Antarctica? Wait, hold
Like
on.
like a COVID
Salvador.
test.
So Salvador, when you were sailing to Antarctica, do you
Yes.
remember how far you were from Antarctica before you realized that you could see both sides of the continent?
Yes, because you can literally see parts of Antarctica from the continent in the southern tip of Chile.
You know,
So
it's weird.
from where we sailed, I could already see the glaciers of
That's
the
pretty
like
cool.
the
Wait, is Bo
very
proving
board
the Earth is
of
flat
the thing.
by accident?
What? No.
No.
Wait, you're
He's
saying you
pro-
could see Antarctica from
on.
South
You
America?
you know how close
From the
Chile
tip of
is
South
to
America?
Antarctica, right?
Yeah, it's
That's
not
a
that
pretty good
close, man.
How many
uh,
miles?
Close.
Easter
Go
egg
into the
right there.
emotes right now. There's no
Maps.
emote of Antarctica. I'm kind of getting convinced that it's actually not even real. It really is a wall.
Yeah, it is a
How
nice wall.
far
Yeah.
is Chile from Antarctica?
No,
hold on, let
wait.
me wrong.
Wait, hold on. No, the glaciers I could see were not from Antarctica. Were separate glaciers.
Ah,
Yeah, no,
Look
no.
at this.
accidentally
I'm
proved
looking
the
at
Earth
the
is flat, and then you realize that you can't do that.
Wait, so
no.
how hard was it
Backtracking.
to get a
Look at
permit
this.
to go?
There's no, bruh.
So
Why is there no
in order
Antarctica?
for me to go, it wasn't that difficult because when you're the family member of a like personnel that goes there, they can like ask for you to be there with them for the time that they go there. My dad had to go for 2 weeks, so I went there for 2 weeks. And if you're family member of them and they're like an officer like my dad and not like a regular soldier, then you can get there very easily.
You know what they say?
If you're the regular civilian, though, it's pretty much impossible to go there.
Hey, I got a question. Is your dad in
Well,
the
the Globers say
military?
that you can just go to Antarctica
Yeah,
at
my
any
dad,
time,
my
bro.
dad and my uncle, yes, both of them.
Oh,
Like, you know what they
wow.
said? That flat earthers could just come back at you and say, "Look, there's a corner of Antarctica they'll let you visit, right, to make you feel like you can go there." And that happens to be the
Bro,
corner
none of us
closest to
in
South
here are
America.
claiming anything about Antarctica.
Well, I just well usually flat earthers claim that it's like the ice wall, right? That Antarctica is not real
Why
because
are
of
you
the-
Hold
making
on.
claims on our
Yeah, but
behalf?
No,
there's,
hold on.
you know,
I was
there's
gonna
an
say,
actual.
hold on.
Why do we have Globers that come all in here to
Gentlemen,
make claims
gentlemen,
for
may I
us?
get
There's
involved?
enough of us here. We don't need a Glober to do that.
My claim was based on
Gentlemen,
what someone
gentlemen, may
posted
I
in chat.
please?
Hold up.
Sure.
Let me just say, there's an actual civilian city in Antarctica from Chile, Villa Las Estrellas. It has
En
a
Chile hay
permanent
una ciudad
population.
de civiles, dices.
Yes, sí, sí.
Interesante. Very good. All right, that's pretty cool. That's a cool fact.
So if you
So you
speak
go to look at the
Spanish,
wall.
I'm going to send you the Wikipedia of the city.
Yeah,
Like
thank you. It's
the-
Jamesy. El Salvador, thanks for sending me that
There you
whenever
have it.
you can. Your leisure.
Explain
I'll send you a DM.
in just
Oh,
like
perfect.
30 seconds or less. Explain your trip to Antarctica in Spanish. Go.
Bueno, entonces lo que pasa es que yo fui con mi papá en un barco de la Armada y aterrizamos en Villa Las Estrellas, que está en una de las islas más cercanas al continente antártico en sí mismo, pero que es parte de la
English only, or you're getting banned.
No, I
He
asked
said in
him. Excuse me,
Spanish.
I asked him, shithead. All right.
You
Okay.
asked
Good
him to
troll.
break the
Good troll
rules.
mod. Good mod
I'm
troll.
gonna
Good
DM
mod
mod
troll.
Meriden.
Also, he's full of
Wait, I
shit. He's
thought-
full of bullshit. I don't care that you're puppy in military. All right. Nobody gives a shit. Fucking gigante Antarctica. Man, fuck off.
Yeah, just
bro.
because
You're a troll. You
just
don't know
because you don't
shit.
like his story doesn't mean it's not
I
true.
don't like his story. I don't like you.
All right, whatever.
I don't like
It's
his story
okay.
because I
It's
don't
true.
like globetards. I don't
If
like
you guys
globetards.
break rule 11, I will say the N word as long as I can.
So
you can choose not to believe me.
It makes you by proxy.
don't worry about that, Salvador. Don't worry about that. Even if
It doesn't matter.
You're able to say whatever your experience was, and if people don't believe you, it's whatever. I like to hear the story as
Oh,
well.
don't worry. Yeah. Well, basically, we went for a checkup of the communication system of Villa Las Estrellas, because my dad he's an officer who's a telecommunications engineer. That's the word. Fucking translation, man. It's very hard. Anyways, telecommunications engineer. So we went there to check the telecommunications. Well, my dad went there for that. I just went there for the trip. I stayed with my dad in the military base that is in the same place. This was in the summer because in the winter only like about 80 people live there, which are purely essential personnel and scientists as well.
Is it near the coast, the city, the estate of civilians that is there, 8 people?
Yeah.
Is it near the coast or inland?
Villa Las Yes, is a city in one of the biggest islands off of the coast of Antarctica, which is considered part of Antarctica due to the closeness that it has from it. But it's
Okay, so
not continental Antarctica, which
okay.
only has military bases.
That's interesting. Yeah.
What the
And actually, most of the bases in Antarctica aren't in Antarctica, but rather in islands close to Antarctica, because Antarctica itself can get very crazy, very fucking
What
crazy.
the fuck?
Why is this guy yelling? What the fuck? Just
Yes,
me?
yes. What the fuck indeed.
Sorry, I'm not screaming at you guys. I thought I was muted.
Gonna put
Fucking
my
shit's not
input
gonna work
up.
with
It's
you.
okay, don't worry.
Wait, Salvador, can you prove that the Earth is round, spherical, spheroid, or near spheroid? Where's the curvature?
I don't know where the curvature is. I know that from the ground it's very hard to tell, but if you go up, you can tell easier. Especially if you go on a high altitude plane.
And how do you
that
know?
way
That's
you
the
can
claim.
actually see the curvature.
How high?
A high altitude plane? Fuck, I'm
Yeah,
not
how high?
a aviation expert. I need to check the actual number, but
so you don't know.
I don't know the actual number. That doesn't mean that what I'm saying isn't true.
So the only reason you
Because I
say
know that
it
exists.
The
Have
only
you
reason
done
you
this?
say it is because. Okay, go on.
Damn, dude, why are you guys like pressuring him so hard, bro? Like,
Well, have you done this? I'm just trying to find out what we can do here to
No,
establish.
I haven't been in a
this can work.
40,000 feet high plane ride. No, I
Why
have
would
seen
we see curvature
videos from it.
40,000?
You can see videos from it.
Is that
You have
ethicist?
evidence of it.
Is
No, I
that
can't.
ethicist?
Right. One sec. Can you tell me where this what island this city's on?
Hold on. What's the name of the island? I need to. King George Island.
It's on King George Island, is it?
Yes, King George Island.
Dude, why,
Also
why,
known-
why are you
also-
guys
also
questioning
known
this
as
guy
the-
so hard? He seems like the most honest person in here.
No, I'm just.
He is. He's not being too pressured. He's just being asked questions, which is allowed, and he's engaging in the conversation. So it's not
I'm
a
just
big.
having a look. I'm having a look at the map. And I'm
just-
Dude,
just
I'm
trying
just,
to-
I'm just so bored of like listening to this. Can you talk about something
King
else?
George Island, 25th de Mayo Island for Argentina, and Waterloo Island for Russia, is the biggest of the southern Shetland Islands in the Antarctic region.
Just trying to look for the city and I can't find it.
So I'm seeing the
hold on.
closest
I'll
point
send you
at
the
about
link.
600 miles, and you're saying you could see from the land
No,
in Chile
I was
to Antarctica.
wrong. I was wrong. I meant from the island. Well, the island is also Chile. Like,
Well, technically,
it's
parts of
nowhere near it.
Antarctica are also Chile. So what
It's
exactly are you
nowhere near
saying?
Chile.
no, like you can see Antarctica, and it's not a fucking ice wall. That's what I mean.
You can see Antarctica from the island just off the coast of Antarctica.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify because it's over
from
500
Chile,
miles
what
to
you
Chile
what you-
mainland.
What you
Yeah,
can
I'm-
see from Chile is a lot of fucking icebergs floating around.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but
Can
yeah,
make a
but
confusion.
King George Island is off that peninsula which sticks up from Antarctica. So like you're not going to see anything from there anyway. Like, what are you going to see from there? How are you going to say, like, how are you going to confirm anything from where that King George Island is?
No, but that's not. I'm not saying it as a thing that proves that the
But
ice wall.
you just
isn't
said
an
there's
ice
no
Hey,
ice
El Salvador.
wall.
El Salvador, it's not necessarily because it's not necessarily the people in here are claiming an ice wall. Some Glovers are wanna strawman people.
I know.
All flat earthers claim that there is an ice wall, whatever.
Yeah, this is why when I
I don't
joined.
need to make that claim myself. I never been there. You've been there. You're saying that you went through an area, you didn't see an ice wall. You through islands. There is a civilian island.
Yeah, you can see
and it's
it
totally
does
fine.
look like
I
a
don't see an
big
issue with
island continent. Now what I was saying that differentiates me from all the people that you were mentioning right there is that when I joined, I said some flat earthers that I have spoken with have claimed that the southern part of Chile is not a real place, but not in the way as in like South America ends at the point where Santiago is, like not that, but like rather that it's not populated because it's closer to the ice wall and they need to keep surveillance on people not finding out that it's an ice wall and shit like that. Like it depends. Some flat earthers think that. Some others think that the shape of South America is fake. That the actual South American shape is different. But I just joined here to see if any of the flat earthers on the server specifically are part of the group that thinks that either the southern part of South America
No,
is
it's not that.
A,
I
fake
think
or B, like full of NASA agents.
no. What all that we ask for, right? Is we don't make claims. We just say, can you
by we,
show
do you
us?
mean you and me?
Yeah. We as in we flat earthers.
As you
all we
and I?
ask for is for you to demonstrate measure drop over distance.
Okay,
Can
but
you
that's
do
not
that?
that's again. I'm a history teacher. I'm not a fucking mathematician of
Why do you
physicist.
believe the Earth is spherical? I don't understand.
Because I trust in science, just like history is a science.
Blind
And
believe it. You believe it because someone told you.
It has a rigorous.
Well, no, he's
method-
believing that's someone that's qualified to tell him something. That's the difference.
No, I believe
Can
in
qualified people be
rigorous.
wrong?
No,
Okay, so
I
are you
Could
believe
be wrong.
yes.
But non-qualified people could especially
can
be
I
wrong.
talk? So can
More
I
wrong than a
respond to the
qualified
question
individual.
Can I respond to the question that was posted at me and not at any of you two? I believe in rigorous methodological science. I don't believe in science because they have a degree. I believe in science because it has a methodology and a scientific method, which has been
So what's the
proven most of the
science for
time to
drop
be
over
true.
distance?
And what again?
Tell
I'm
us
telling
about
you,
the method.
I am not a physicist. I don't
Okay.
know
Believe in
physics
the
that
method.
well.
But what's the
I
method for
believe
drop
in
over distance?
the scientific method.
Yeah, okay. Now tell me
Hey,
how we get the
Salvador.
number.
Tell us about the
But I'm sorry,
scientific
Salvador.
method.
The
Yes.
scientific method is a method that is used to establish cause and effect relationships. So we do an observable phenomena of a natural phenomena, and then we establish a hypothesis, a valid hypothesis, right? And then we can do experiment to find out what is the cause and effect that we observe, right?
Right. You
So-
have it
so
in
that
synthesis as
when
well and
people-
all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fine. I know people kind of like try to press you to prove the globe. That's not your job. You don't have to prove the globe. Obviously, I can hear that. But the question is, based on the geometry of that is claim about the globe, it's not a scientific question. That's a category error because there is geometria, right?
Yes.
It's really science. So the globe is a geometry question. It's a what is question, not a how is question.
Right.
So when we put the question on the table and we see the claim of the geometry of the globe, which is a specific numbers, maybe in Spanish you think in kilometros or millas, miles or kilometers, one or the two. Which one you think
Kilometers.
about? Kilometers. So yeah,
Yes. I
the
don't use
claim of
miles.
so people are gonna point out to you that in here, at least the people that don't believe in the globe, right? They're gonna point out to you that the globe has a certain geometry, and when we go out there and test that in the realist level, en el mundo real, we go test, try to find that geometry in the real world, and it's nowhere to be found. And there's more to that. It's not just me saying that.
What do you mean it's nowhere to be found? What if you're not looking in the right places and a qualified individual would know where to look? What about then?
That's a fair point, I guess.
You mean like looking in the stars?
Well, you can always show
Like
us.
a qualified individual is gonna
Damn,
know more
I'm
than a
talking
random
to El
person on
Salvador,
Discord.
and everyone want to jump in. So I'm waiting for him to reply. He says it's a fair position, and it's totally. That's cool that he's saying that it's a fair position. I'm not. Go ahead, Salvador. What do you think? Because it's okay for people to question certain claims about the cosmology and the geometry of the claim at the moment, and testing that. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Testing
Yeah,
the.
I believe that it's all good with flat earthers. I don't think that the existence of flat earthers is a a danger or a thing that will lead to conspiracy theories that are harmful to society or anything. I think that it's a valid position to have, regardless of me disagreeing with it. And I think that the good thing that comes from it is that you people, uh, the flat earthers, uh, have a very critical view of everything, basically, not just flat Earth. So that eventually leads me to believe that basically flat Earth, the flat earther, uh, as a debater, is a person who's going to test your skill. So it's very good to have you guys, regardless of me thinking that this is
Well,
whatever. Uh, I can think whatever I can think, but in the end, I like to have a civil discussion, and I can see that at least that is possible here.
I like
Right,
that you're
right.
cordial. Really, what we're going to do, though, when somebody tells us that they're a glober, is just ask them if they've ever seen or heard of a measurement of a curved body of water.
Right. No, water fills the space, but water is curved by the waves, right? So that's
Of course, we're
curvature.
not talking
It's
about
not
that, though,
typical
right?
of water. Yeah, no, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Like I can get it. The
Yeah, what would make you think that water can't curve? Like every drop of water is curved.
It would be every body of water having a flat horizontal surface at rest. Except for, I mean, I guess if you put it in like a graduated cylinder and it has surface tension and it forms a meniscus, but
Wait,
that would be the wrong kind of curvature. That would be concavity, not the convexity that we're looking for. And you don't see that in bigger containers.
Just
so-
let me try and put
Meniscus
it this way.
exists
So
everywhere there is water, by the way.
Oh, really?
If we like just hypothetically, just imagining that. I mean, because I know some flat earthers don't believe in space and stuff. So, but just imagine hypothetically, you've got a drop of water in the vacuum of space just floating around, right? It's going to be a circle. If you
You can have a
zoom in
drop of water in a
close enough,
vacuum.
if you zoom in close enough on that water droplet, it's going to look flat.
You can't have a drop of water in a vacuum.
I know. I was giving a hypothetical situation. I already acknowledged.
Okay, so now I got you. So
this
now
is a
we're-
hypothetical.
I got you.
Just to help you imagine it.
I got you. So now we're back to the curved surface looks flat. Yeah, that's our point.
Yeah.
So how do you know it's curved?
Oh well, that one's easy. I mean, Aristotle figured this out. You can see the
Salvador, Mr. OGG always wants to jump in when we have like new people trying to have the conversation. I don't know. You guys talk to him, but
Yeah, no, I don't want to talk to him
with
again
Salvador.
about-
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Go ahead and talk to Maggie. Go ahead and talk to Maggie, and later on, if I can, before Salvador leaves, I'll talk to him about a few things. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to talk to him about Aristotle and all that again. Like if he's just a derailer that's doing this over and over. You go ahead.
Salvador, we have axiomatic definitions of reality, right? There's things out there that it's not gonna matter your opinion or your opinion. Things are gonna be the way they are, right?
Yeah, we have fundamental disagreements.
Not disagreements. I mean, in the realist level, there is laws of nature that are not gonna change based on my opinion or your opinion.
All right. Yeah, I see what you mean with that. Yes.
Yeah. So
it doesn't matter what we believe. The reality is the reality.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Yeah. So, I'm thinking in Spanish and English at the same time.
I can already think in English.
Yeah.
Took
Yeah,
me years
I do
though.
the same thing. So, when we reality, let's say, based on our immediate experience, And the only way we have our sensory system, right? That's how we experience. We open our eyes, we wake up, we walk. I mean, we observe. We are inside of this medium, and on the basic level, right? The immediate level, the realist level, we observe a horizontal plane. The way we build is based on a level. It's horizontal, right? You see the horizontal in your building, in your structure, right? It's a horizontal about everything, the level, the way you build the. I know in Espanol you say level. It's like a different meaning somewhat, but when you build that structure, you make sure it's at a certain level, so everything is horizontal, right? In a straight line. So when you hang up the TV in that building, it's not tilted or anything, right?
Yeah, so that the pictures also don't bend and all that shit.
I have a
Exactly.
question for the flat earthers of the room.
Wait, we're having a conversation at the moment.
Oh, sorry,
Save your
it was
question.
quiet. I wasn't sure. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. So El Salvador, you heard what I said, right? So we have this horizontal baseline, and we establish a level to be able to build structures, right? And even the vestibular system inside of your ears, right? The liquid in your ears, the inner canal, it also works in a level. And if you tilt your head, you're gonna know that you're tilting, right? If you start spinning, you know you're spinning, right? That's basically your sensory system, part of your sensory system.
Yes, you would notice, but that's depending on multiple factors also.
Yeah. In the basic level, we can extend later on to something else. But based on your levels, on your sensory type, you don't see any curvature. You don't feel any movement of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Well, I'm Chilean, so I do kind of feel a movement here and there, if you know what I mean. It's
I
the
have no idea what you're
earthquakes.
talking about.
Actually, that
Oh,
that
that's
is
not the
one
same
thing
thing.
that is interesting to talk to with flat earthers. What do you all think about the tectonic plates?
And earthquakes.
Wait, can I ask my question? Because it was.
Guys, this is a lot of red herrings in a row.
Can I ask my question, please?
Go
No.
I just want to know. I want to. It's more of a clarification followed by a question.
Bro, you've
but
been
do you
talking
guys?
all day long, and you want to wait for.
Bro, I'm just asking one
You've been
question.
talking all day long since this morning. You've been talking in here, bro.
Okay, just answer my question, right? Do you guys first of all believe that satellites orbit the Earth or no?
When you say you guys, you mean you and me, or
Oh, you're just generally open question.
Like the flat earthers in the room.
So if you got a telescope and you saw one with your own eye, would that
It's
be
an illusion.
problematic? It's an illusion with your eye.
No. Nah, if I
But
saw that,
Brittany,
I believe it.
we seen satellite on the balloon.
Brittany, if you can't prove these things yourself, then you're really asking us to do your homework for you. Why is that?
No, I'm asking. Well, if I could tell you, for instance, when the next trends of a satellite will be over your head, and I told you to get a telescope out and look at it, because you won't believe a video of it, obviously. So,
Why
would you do
a
it?
satellite being above
The
my
flat
head?
earther, can I maybe answer?
Well, if you're saying satellites don't exist,
I never said that. You said that.
Well, then okay. Who am I talking to? Who said the satellites aren't real? Then, because someone said they aren't, and now you're saying that they are, right? So who is it?
So if somebody pretends to be dumb and pretends to be of another group, comes in and does dumb things, says dumb things, you just assume the whole group is dumb now, no matter what they say.
What? Sorry, you're speaking for some. You interject, right? As I'm speaking to someone else, and you're like,
nobody was saying what you're saying.
I just want to say, from my opinion, I think that satellites are fake. They're all projections. I also think that the sun.
Shut the fuck up, dude. He's LARPing. This fucking LARP is annoying as fuck.
The funniest part is that you don't really.
You heard what he said? He wants to open his mind and say, "Yeah, I believe that satellites are just projections."
Some
Who's gonna take this guy serious?
Some motherfuckers do actually believe that's happening.
Well, that's not here nor there.
That's true.
Yeah, give it.
But
Give
yeah,
it
anyways.
some flat Earth, and I
Uh,
think satellites are projections.
yo, Jamsey,
Yes, sir.
hermano.
Sí.
It's good to have a fellow Latino prominent member of the server now, other than those that were already here that actually speak Spanish. I'll be happy to meet you when I finally get this goddamn server to give me my Latino room. When that happens, you're free to join us anytime.
Definitely, bro. Yeah, whenever we set up a room, we can speak Spanish all day long. Whenever you want, we'll have a conversation about whatever.
Yeah.
To know.
And we'll talk it in Spanish because that's the purpose of the room. Anyways,
Let's
that's my
make
time. I
one.
gotta
I'll
go.
be there. Yeah, take care, brother. And good to meet you. Take care.
Good to meet you too.
Know what flat earthers think about other planets like Neptune being spherical. Roughly, they're not perfectly.
Observable phenomena. Observable phenomena. You and I can be next to each other. We can look at the phenomena in the sky, and that's not gonna determine the thing that you're standing. The thing that's under your feet is not gonna determine the shape of that.
So you're an
everything-
idealist.
Wait, hold on.
Foundationally.
So wait, hold on. So you would you believe that a planet like Neptune is spherical, right?
A planet like Neptune, a light in the sky. Go ahead, Indio.
What?
Oh, you want me to say something?
No, you unmute
How
it.
do you
I
know
think you're gonna say
Neptune is
something.
spherical? I'm just curious. How do you know that?
That it's spherical.
question.
We can
That it's
observe it with our
spherical, yes.
because we have tools to observe things like satellites. We have things like telescopes,
satellites
even more primitive, such as telescopes, to view these objects.
Yeah, and what do they see?
They see a spherical object.
No, they don't. They see a circle.
They see. So, do you think those planets are flat?
Listen, a telescope is a monocular, right?
Wait,
Is a
hold on.
telescope-
I'm
is a
gonna ask.
telescope
Do
a
you believe
monocular,
those?
yes or
Do you
no?
believe those planets are flat? That's what I'm trying to establish.
No,
I don't think.
answer the question.
I don't think the planets and Earth have anything to do with each other. You're making a connection where there's no connection.
Well, I'm trying to get a baseline. I don't know why you're stopping the
To us,
question.
there's no
It's like a
logical
simple yes or no.
connection. Well, to us, there's no logical connection between that and the Earth.
Well, I mean, this is quite. It's just odd that if you were to admit that everything else, all the other planets, everything that we can observe,
Other than
is
what?
spherical.
You say other planets. Other than what?
Other than Earth, are
Earth isn't a
spherical,
planet.
but somehow. Okay. My God.
Do you know what the definition of planet is? It means wandering star.
That. Yes, because planets.
Because there's the wandering star.
Because planets look like stars in the sky.
Isn't that from the
No,
etymology
because
of the
planets
Greek?
wander, man. Planets wander. They
So you're making a category here.
Planets are stars in the sky. That's the difference.
A planet
No.
is a satellite that orbits the sun, dependent on its size. Obviously, there's classifications. Planets generally are large satellites that orbit a star. Planets themselves are not stars. Why would you go down
bro,
that line of
they were
logic?
called wandering stars, bro.
The bright lights
Yeah,
in the
go
sky
for it,
that
bro.
Just a
move around.
clarification.
Indio, you're using a deprecated definition of planet.
Yeah, just as a clarification,
Etymology.
isn't a planet
Why you go,
defined
Indio?
that way
Finish your
because
point, Indio.
etymologically, it's people would discern that a planet looked like a star in the sky and it seemed to wander. Ergo, they would
is.
description.
Retrograde.
Okay,
That's what we can observe.
represent the phenomena.
Indio, say your point, bro.
You guys ever gonna let me finish? So
Indio, only go.
when human beings determine things are the same, right? Where they're in some category, we have to observe things that fit them in that category. There's nothing you observe on Earth that even remotely resembles what you see of a planet through a telescope or otherwise.
That's not true at all.
Okay, what do you see on Earth that is the same or
We
similar?
are a large spherical object.
Okay,
that
so
orbits
what's
the
your evidence
sun.
for that?
Well, we can observe that if not with the naked eye, we can observe the other planets, all other planets, and generally other objects like stars.
So
are spherical.
I want the evidence that the
orbit
Earth is
something.
one of those. The Earth
Okay.
is like
Well,
those.
we have.
What's
Okay.
that
Well, we
evidence?
have. Sure. We have literal pictures of the Earth being spherical.
Can I just got something to add here, bro? Like the planets were seen. Bro, the planets were seen to
Human
wander
race.
back and forth. It was called, and nowadays it's called retrograde motion. They saw the constellations revolve in circles like they always have done, but the planets, they were named wanderers because of the different motion they were making.
Okay, so back to the human race thing. Some strangers told you, hey, we have a picture of the Earth, right?
Okay.
You have no way to even evaluate if that's an accurate image, do you?
We can.
What
How
would be the
can you?
impetus for it not
So
being
let's
accurate?
take the 19. You have no way to evaluate it.
Okay, well then
You've
I'm
never
gonna
seen
hold on,
the
I'm gonna
Earth from
test
that
you.
point of view.
I'm gonna test you. I'm gonna test you on this. Do you trust strangers to make sure that your car doesn't blow up?
No,
You don't trust. So when you go to the
I don't have a
dealership
car.
and you buy a car, okay. Do you have a microwave?
Yes.
Okay. Do you trust strangers to make the microwave to make sure it doesn't blow up?
Why would a microwave blow up?
There are
By
plenty of
dodging it,
ways to
dodging
make
it.
an electronic blow up if it's not safely made. Please don't dodge the question, and you know
It
that.
doesn't blow up, and yeah, I trust them, but that's you're using what's called a false
Okay. Do you
equivalence.
trust? Do you trust? Do you trust?
You're
So
using
you
a
trust
false
strangers?
equivalence, dude.
It's not a
It's a
false
consumer
equivalence. You're
product.
asking
No,
me.
it's a consumer product, and I know what a consumer
It's a
product
consumer
is.
product.
Right?
Yes.
It's a gift
And
gallop.
yes. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Okay. So you trust strangers
50.
to
Let
make.
India
I'm
respond
trying
to
to
you.
establish what the false equivalence is, and you won't let me. It's a false equivalence. These are just images presented to you and just said, here, this is a picture of the Earth. It's no different than I said, here's a picture of Bigfoot. You can either just trust the person that gave you the image and trust that the image accurately represents reality, or not. That's
So
all
you
you
know
can
that we.
do.
Can I ask a
There's
clarifying
no way.
question?
There's no way to evaluate the authenticity of the image because you've never seen
Red
the
herring,
Earth from
red
that
herring.
point of view.
There is a
So
way
if
to
you saw a
test the
picture of a
authenticity.
horse, you can evaluate that because you've seen a horse. If you saw a picture of a car, you can evaluate that because you've seen a car. But you have no way to even tell if that image accurately represents the Earth
There is
at
a
all.
way. There are ways to determine, for example, the metadata. There. I'm not
Metadata
specifically
can be
into.
spoofed,
I'm
dude.
not specifically. I'm not specifically into editing photos, but there are many
You
techniques.
completely ignored what India just said. You
course he does.
completely
No,
ignored it.
India went off red herrings.
Did you
Can
know
I ask a
there are
clarifying
many,
question?
many
This
techniques
is
that we
actually
can
relevant.
use to determine whether or not a photo is fake? People didn't look at the Bigfoot photo and say, well, that's just fake because it looks fake. Some people believed in it. So we have people who edit
That's the
photos,
images look
go
fake.
through it to determine whether or not the photo is fake or real. And clearly it's fake.
That's the images clearly look fake.
Can I ask a clarifying
not.
question?
I'll
India?
tell you how they clearly look fake. So let's take the 1972 blue marble. You should be able to see Africa and South
The one
America,
with
but you
asses.
can't
Why would you be able to see that from one side of the hold on,
because of the point of view that they took the image from. If you
Hold on,
take
let
a
me- let
Google
me ask.
Earth, right, and you
Indio.
put it in the exact same position as the 1972 blue marble, you can see both the other continents, but you can't see it in
hold
the
on, the
so-called
big blue
photograph.
marble photo proudly and prominently shows Africa. It is you can see Africa. It is the
Not
entire
Africa.
picture.
The other side, Australia and South America.
You can
should be
you can
visible
clearly you
in
can
that
clearly
image.
see from my eye. You can see.
This is semantics. I'm genuinely
You
curious.
can see Australia. It's not easy to see because it's covered in what? It's covered in.
I'm
clouds.
genuinely curious, Indio. What is the reasoning for people hiding the existence of a flat Earth? Like, I'm
Not
actually
hidden.
genuinely curious.
It's
What
not
is?
hidden. It's not hidden. Go outside.
Wait, why would Australia be
I can see
covered
it.
in clouds?
No, but
Well,
why? Why
it's
would
ground cover
people?
on the
Why would
planet.
people care to hide this fact? Like, why would
It's
NASA
not
go
I want
to?
to know.
hidden.
No,
Are you deaf?
The guy just claimed. The guy just
You,
claimed that
clearly it
Australia's
is
covered
because
in.
we
Shut
disagree,
up.
right?
No.
That guy just claimed that Australia's covered in cloud. When is
Yes.
Australia ever covered in cloud?
What are you talking
Please
about?
tell
Do
me
you know there's
that.
a giant- So you know there's an
He's from
ocean
Australia.
directly. So you know there's an ocean directly next to Australia that often has
You know how
cyclones
big the
into them,
fucking
right?
place is? There's
Oh my
there's
god, you can
oceans
divide and
around
conquer
the
these
outside.
guys.
This is so silly.
All right. There
I
is
think he's
never.
just talking about the blue marble.
When there
There is
when
never
are there
cloud.
1972
clouds
blue
on the
marble
planet?
image.
There are
There is
clouds
never
literally.
cloud in the
there are
center of Australia.
So I want to clarify
Right?
that you never
So-
answered my
Really don't-
clarifying question.
you've never seen the picture of the big
And
blue
a false
marble
premise.
because Australia is way off
Not
on
a
the
false
right-hand side of the
premise.
photo. and
You
it's the
just said it
very
was
edge of
covered
the
in
India.
cloud.
Yes, the edge of the picture is covered in clouds. It's not
On what
easy to
side?
see.
On the west?
It's not
Is
easy
that on
to
the
see
west
for
coast?
one, and two.
It's another red
Is
herring.
that on the west
Why is
coast?
this animating you
it is
so
a
much?
poor,
Who
it is a
cares?
poor image quality.
Because it's bullshit. He's talking shit.
It's
Who
not
cares
talking
about
shit,
this
it's a
issue?
good image.
It's irrelevant.
Australia's not a real
Brown-
place. Calm
brown
down.
or
We're gonna
flat.
we're gonna
These are irrelevant to us because it's
we're
silly,
gonna
but
roll
they're
this
flat
back
earthers, so of course it
to
matters.
the evidence that the Earth's a planet. We're gonna get back to
Okay,
that
wait,
point.
wait. Can I,
Okay,
Wait, can
India?
your
Can I
evidence
say
is-
something?
hold on. No, I want to stay on point, dude. This gish galloping around shit, it makes it crazy.
Not even
gish
you're the one
Let's
who's
get back
gish
to point.
galloping.
No, it's all over the place. We're
It's
gonna stay
basically
on
adding
one
an
subject
argument
and
before
bring
the
it to a
first one is
conclusion
answered.
for at least
Alright.
one subject,
What it means.
right?
All right, anybody interrupting Indio and the other guy is gonna get muted. Easy.
Yeah, thanks, Jemsy. So let's just bring one point to its logical conclusion. So your evidence that Earth is a planet are photographs that strangers told you this is an Earth that shows it's a planet, like a wandering star in the sky. That's your evidence.
It's one piece of evidence.
Okay, so give me the actual
easiest.
evidence then.
The actual evidence, the strongest piece of evidence we have is that
Because you started off with
we have you. Are you okay?
Hold on a second.
You
You
need to-
started off
you need
with
to-
my
so,
evidence
are you
Earth
one of
is
the-
a globe is why would it be other than these other planets? Well, you have to demonstrate that the Earth is one of those planets. Oh, there's pictures. We have pictures of the Earth that are like those planets.
Are you one of those people that talks and then as soon as they start to answer, you interrupt?
No, I want this to
instantly?
be an actual logical conversation.
Awesome. So
What about observing
gonna-
parallax
I'm
in
gonna-
stars when we're orbiting?
There
I
is
need
no
to-
parallax, dude.
Okay, so I need to ask.
Go
if I answer
Google
your
stellar
question, are you
aberration.
going to interrupt me in the middle of my answer?
Dude, go.
You have to reply to what India said.
Awesome.
You have to reply, or you just gonna
We have
complain?
sent people into space to take pictures of the Earth.
We
know it is
You just
spherical.
scoop right. That's the same evidence, dude.
Yes, that is the strongest evidence.
So, how is that strong evidence?
Because
Has a single okay? How does an image get in court as evidence?
have you?
Someone has
what
to
do you-
swear under oath that they took that picture. Has any astronaut ever done that?
Why would? What?
They've testified before Congress, right?
Why would you? In what circumstance would you ever take somebody to Earth over the authentic? Take somebody to court over the authenticity of?
They testify.
space
They should
photographs?
testify before Congress, right? I went to space. I went to the moon. I took this picture of the Earth.
You know.
No, they didn't testify for
astronauts
that.
in Congress. You know
They
that,
didn't
right?
testify for anything.
Why would they?
Okay.
Yeah, why would
because
they?
there's who cares why they would, right?
Well, I'm asking you. You brought it
You're
up.
trusting these people, right? There's some strangers that you never met that made a fantastic claim, and you're saying these images are real because I trust them. Why should I trust them?
Sure. How do
Why
you
should
trust?
Not a
How do you know-
fantastic
How
claim.
do you know? Okay, can I?
It
do you
is
see
a
the photo? Wait,
fantastic
hold on, hold on. It's not a fantastic claim. Do you
It
see
is.
the photo?
I'll tell you why it's a
No,
fantastic
it's not. No,
claim.
it's not a
super
fantastic. Wait,
simple.
hold on.
It's super simple to demonstrate why it's a fantastic claim. They're claiming they go to a place where when you drop something, it doesn't fall.
Do you see the photograph? Do you see my?
Right?
Do you see the photograph in my profile picture?
Yes, Donald Trump. Who cares?
Okay, so that is him getting a mugshot. Do you trust strangers to tell you that that's an actual mugshot?
I
What
can
if it's
actually go
fake?
get that mugshot.
You can go, but what if it's doctored? How do you know it's real? Were you there?
I don't.
You don't know. How do you know any photographs are real?
That's
not his
my
claim.
point, dude.
That
But
is.
that's my point.
You know, then your point is retarded.
There's no scientific. Listen. You know pseudoscience is by definition? Claims or theories that can't be falsified by experiment.
Wait, you don't think that any picture is real?
Oh my god. I didn't say
Do
that.
you know the definition of
straw man.
picture? I'm gonna post it for them. Indio, they don't even know the definition for picture. I'm gonna post it for them.
So your evidence was photographs, and now you're admitting that you can't tell any particular photograph
No,
is
I'm
real.
calling your claim. I'm calling your claim bullshit because you're saying that I don't
Hey,
trust these
Indio.
particular strangers, but I trust other particular strangers.
Hey, Indio,
I can
your
just give a
audio
straightforward answer if you guys want. The straight.
Indio, your audio just went quiet and then
I
loud
would
again.
like to ask a question.
I didn't say that
Can
at
I
all.
just give a straightforward answer to how you know?
I didn't say you can't trust any image. I said there's no way to test it. So,
Indio, can I give you a straightforward answer to how you tell if a photo is reliable or not?
Oh fuck!
yeah,
Flat
you tell me.
earthers are so dead.
You tell me, dogs are gods.
Hey, Indio, your audio is coming in loud and quiet, bro.
That's
good
loud,
for me.
loud or quiet, or
Because
back.
That's it.
Indio and
That's
other
it. Went
people
loud
on
again
Earth
there.
should
That's
be
that better,
quieter
bro.
and
Yeah.
stop talking because all the brain juices in their brain are melting everyone
Yeah,
else's.
you
They're
just
fucking
lost.
All
dumb
right,
You just
you're
lost.
muted. Anybody
Anaheim.
else?
Yeah.
No,
Wait, so
unmute him for a second,
you
Jamesy.
don't trust any photographs?
I
He's
didn't say
unmuted.
that. Don't straw man me. I'll mute you myself. You straw man me
No,
again.
I have a question though. Amongst all the people who have
You did
taken
say that.
pictures, amongst all
Stop the gish galloping. Go ahead.
I want to ask this guy a question. Why should we believe the photos? Give me one good reason. One good reason, just a single one.
Because your government loves you.
Because
Yeah,
we
that's it.
can trace every photo.
I don't even know who you're talking. Like, there's no point.
You,
in
I'm
going,
talking to
your
you.
brain is so
No,
melted. From the
I'm
flat
talking
Earth
to you. Give me
nonsense
one
that
good reason
I
to
just have no
believe the
need to
claims
talk
of the
again.
strangers that say they took those photos. One good reason.
I'm just, you know what? I feel like
One
it's
good
just-
reason, dude. Just one. You must have a good reason, right?
you must have a good reason to have a melted brain from being.
Okay,
Oh,
so
you're
the
so
other guy,
emotional, man.
Indio, the other guy, wanted to reply to your question. He mentioned pictures. Athens.
I don't understand.
Yeah, can I
Any time talking to
Yeah,
dead
anytime you
fucking
want and give me that
reclining flat
good
earthers.
reason to
Oh
believe
my
in Bigfoot
God.
photos, go ahead.
Can I ask my question, please?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, thank you. So amongst, I think Indio is kind of onto something, and I kind of want to elaborate a little bit. So, if you consider all of the people who have supposedly pushed forward these potentially fake, doctored photos of satellite images of Earth, what is the that amongst that sample? What is the population that sample represents? Is it like rich people? Is it like the Illuminati? Like, is it the government? What is the population that is controlling this narrative?
Well, I mean, let's imagine that every person that ever been to space got far enough away from the Earth to take a picture and you could see a whole ball. Let's just imagine that all 600 people over a period of 80, 70 years. So 600 people spread out over a period of 70 years compared to the population of all the people that lived and died during this same time frame.
Right, but what group?
It is a vanishing small, minute population that is dictating to us our existential reality and what it is.
But
smaller than the priesthood in Rome.
What group of people is lying to us? If we are to believe that these photos could be faked, right? What group of people would have faked them?
Well, I mean, NASA has artists on staff. It's not like what are you talking about?
Is it the U.S. government or NASA or like because like the thing about flat Earth is like there are tons of videos of like the moon landings and everything, right? Like from multiple countries. So I'm just wondering like what the population of the sample of or at least what the sample of people like what would you label that group?
What do you mean? I don't understand what you're asking.
What is the narrative being pushed and for what purpose?
And from whom is pushing this narrative?
Why do liars lie? Can
Okay,
anyone
well,
answer me?
To benefit their wealth and riches.
Look, these are silly questions because they're sociological. Okay. Now imagine this. Just hear me out. Imagine this. Everybody in the United States government and everybody down to the dog catcher all said, we've been lying about the shape of the Earth. It's actually flat. Would that prove the Earth is flat?
I'm not trying to prove the Earth is not flat.
I'm just saying, would that prove the Earth is flat?
No,
They
like
all said it.
a bunch of rich people, all coming out and saying the Earth is flat. No, that wouldn't prove anything. But I'm just wondering, like, if you're saying that there's a concerted group of people pushing propaganda that the Earth is round, who does that benefit exactly?
Well, I mean, we can speculate, and it would just be speculation.
Who do you think? Who do you think directly benefits from pushing that narrative?
It benefits.
If you don't mind, if you don't mind,
generally.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Chester.
I was just gonna say, like, I think that like the question is like, well, I'm sorry, I'll let you answer. I'm sorry, I don't remember my thing I was going to specify.
Okay, so who does it benefit? I'm going to speculate here. Okay, it benefits the state generally because the globe is a foundation of a lot of ideas, existential ideas. They're not just trivial ideas. Right. So it's a big difference between whether you think you live on a globe created by a big bang and you evolved from a puddle of ooze 4.3 million years ago versus you live on a flat earth. There is no outer space. You can't go anywhere. One is obviously has a creator. The other one may or may not have a creator.
See, I think ultimately it is religion where this kind of stems from.
No,
Well,
no, no, no,
well,
no, no.
and
Religion is
also,
where it leads to eventually because you can't have a big bang flat earth.
No, I think this is like a weird, like ad hoc reasoning to like
Yeah, you're being
substantiate.
really weird. Yes, you are being weird, mathematician.
To us your opinion.
So if I'm understanding you, you're saying that flat Earth is actually round Earth rather is a concerted. It's a concerted. Yeah, it's a concerted effort to support a worldview that basically nothing matters because we are just insignificant specks in an indifferent universe. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a
For
question.
some people, because possibly the
but
ones telling you the
clearly-
lie don't believe that. The ones
But the
telling
majority of people,
the ones the necessary the major maybe the ones actually pushing the lie and promoting it and actually benefiting in a complete sense of it are not the ones that you think are like the NASA employees and all that kind of stuff. They probably don't benefit from it as a whole, but the liars, the ones that are actually know about the lie, they benefit by you believing their lie.
But what is their benefit, and how does it get to them?
They got you arguing for it, and they don't pay you.
You arguing for it. You believe their lie. You
But
the
they
good
don't
slave.
get anything from me doing that. What is it tangible? What is tangible
slaves,
that they
man.
get?
They get slaves.
I have an honest question for
They get
any.
slaves? I'm sorry.
Listen, I've debated probably 10,000 or more people on this topic. People get emotional, crazy. They'll sit there and chat skank frickin' flat earth channels for 16 hours a day. They're doing all that shit for free. That's not
I mean,
a
this
slave.
is honestly, this is a mask off moment, I think.
That's not a slave. You're doing a bunch of work for free. That's not a slave.
I think what you're doing is you're
Can you
drawing.
answer my question? Is
you
doing
asked a
work
question?
for free a slave?
Say it again.
Is doing work for free a slave?
I think you need more context.
Okay, there's people that shill for the globe against flat earth all day, every day, going on 6 years now, right? You're here arguing for the globe. Is it your theory? Did you make the globe theory?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so why are you supporting it? Why
Did
are
you
you
make the
here and you
flat
think
Earth
it's
theory?
so-
All right, so Indio, I have a question
no,
for you.
don't fucking interrupt me, okay?
Damn.
Right when we get to the
It's
point,
okay.
every
Go ahead.
goddamn time, every fucking time you guys do this shit. I'm not stupid. I know the game.
Ask your question again.
So listen, it's not your theory. So why are you defending it?
Because I have like evidence to support it.
Personally.
Yeah, personally.
Such as what?
The twisting of the star, the continuous twist of the stars.
What does that say? How does that say anything about the Earth?
If you move south to north, then the stars in the sky twist in orientation from clockwise to counterclockwise at a continuous rate, while at the same time, my friend who stays in the U.S. Doesn't see any change at all with the same objects in the sky.
Cool. But that's not what happens, is it?
I literally witnessed it.
Okay, so if you look north, right? So let's say you're in Saskatchewan, Canada, and you're looking north. You're looking at the North Star. You're walking backwards, and you're going to walk all the way south to Australia or freaking Chile. But you're looking at the North Star. Do the stars change direction?
Yeah. Well,
yes,
over the course of the night.
They do. They change direction when you
Yeah.
cross the equator and you get to South America. Now they're going backwards.
Yes.
No.
Oh my God, you guys!
They're going. They're
are you like
twisted
Space Queen?
orientation. They twist
No, they
orientation.
don't. They don't change your orientation until you turn around.
No. Let me tell you something. If you take a normal clock, like an analog clock, and you twist it upside down, it will still go clockwise.
Dude,
I think okay. So
you need help, bro.
So this is a
you're looking at
directional.
your star and you walk.
It's a matter of
if
a
you learn-
three-dimensional flip in orientation. Like we're talking, the person has to be upside down. So explain to me how there are how the
In your
people of the south,
imagination,
and
they
why
have
is
to
it
be
that the
upside
people of
down.
the southern?
dodging everything
I'm
I said.
almost
You don't
done.
wanna
You
address
all
me because
interrupted
you
me.
just look
I was
retarded.
just trying to say that why is it
Autistic
that all the
faggot.
people? Why is it that all the people in the southern hemisphere are upside down relative to us
They're
geometrically?
not.
I'm a mathematician. I can verify that they are.
I'm a mathematician. I can verify they're not.
I'm in Australia and I can
I want you to
verify that
confirm
I'm
the
not.
stars don't change direction.
If I'm in a moving car and I look outside the window and everything's moving to the right, then I can assume I'm moving to the left.
Counterclockwise above you is going to be the same no matter what direction you're facing, right? That's kind of one of the really good reasons that it helps us denote which side of a plane that we're on.
It's
right?
one of the most basic building blocks of calculus 3, multivariable calculus.
Right. So this is I just posted footage of the moving stars in the northern hemisphere, and then here is moving footage of the stars in the southern hemisphere, and you'll see that in those. But in this footage, right, you'll see that the stars are clearly moving in different directions. Now,
Is the
to
camera facing in
understand,
the same direction? Yes or no?
in the same direction. Well, I mean, I believe that the Earth is round, so no, they wouldn't
But
be
either
necessarily.
way, is the camera facing in the same direction?
Well, no, they wouldn't be because
So the
they're
stars
on a
did not
sphere.
change direction, right?
The stars did not change direction. I mean, when you say that,
they didn't change direction.
so when
I've
you
literally seen
that,
the stars change orientation. Like I've gone
The only thing that changes
I've gone to
orientation
I've
is
gone to
you.
the equator, and I've also
Dude.
gone to the southern hemisphere. And I can tell you that when you look into the sky, you can see the twist in orientation. The continuous twist. It's not
So,
like the
let me-
stars
let
do.
me get
Hold
this
on.
straight.
Hold
You
on.
keep
It's
saying
hold
the
on.
same dumb shit, man. You're just making yourself sound dumb.
It's but you make it seem like the stars are doing this on their own, possibly, but when in reality, this kind of orientation switch only happens when I travel. So
Bro.
why is it that the stars like decide what to do when I move?
The stars aren't deciding anything. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying that they change
Oh
direction.
my gosh. This
Listen.
bullshit again. I
Shut up.
can't take it.
Okay, you're gonna
Shut up.
interrupt Hank. You're gonna interrupt Indio. You're pushing it.
Listen, you're saying that the stars are changing direction. They rise in the east and they set in the west.
No,
Yes,
You
they
say
do.
no.
Yes, they do.
I think
Stop
I see
this.
the disconnect here. So
Yeah.
when we're saying change direction, we're meaning that relative to where you are on the Earth, they will appear to be doing different things. And so on a flat Earth model, when you're looking up at the night sky, in the inner circle, you would see Polaris, but on the southern edge, you would just have to look radially outward from the center of a circle, and you would see the Southern Cross in any direction, and that doesn't make any sense.
What does it have to do with you guys saying no, that the stars do not rise in the east and set in the west?
I think
you're deflecting. You're focusing on something else.
No.
rather than-
Do you guys have like?
Focusing on this, your claim that stars change direction.
Yeah. So I think when that was being said, right? I think it was a little ambiguous, but given that relative where you are on the Earth, since the Earth is
Y'all can't
spinning,
concede shit. You know what he said. You know what he said.
I
What he
mean,
said
I
was
just
stupid.
I want to know what this conversation about stars has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Look, you know what he said. He knows what he said. It's
That's fine, but focusing on what he said rather than what he means is a semantics distinction.
It's not a semantics distinction. I specifically said the stars
That's
don't
not
change
what he meant,
direction.
bro.
You
What does
turn
that have
around.
to do?
And I even gave it a specific example of how that would work. And he's like, "Nuh-uh, that's not how it works. That's
Okay, but
bullshit."
what does that have to do with the framing of the stars and the shape of the Earth, though? Can you answer that question? Because that's how
Y'all
we
brought
laid it
that
out.
up.
What does
Y'all
what does
brought
the
that up.
stars have to do with the shape of the Earth? That's my question.
I can,
We
but I
can
don't
do
want to
this
be
thing-
muted.
Because
so
on the
may I speak?
because on the
He
flat Earth,
explained. He explained.
because on the flat Earth, if you were to look up in the sky, if you were on the outer edge of the ring, right, which would be the southern hemisphere, the sky would be going, I think it's like counterclockwise, and then in the northern hemisphere they're going clockwise. Oh, sorry, switch that. On the southern hemisphere they're going clockwise. On the northern
Dude,
hemisphere they're
you're
going
saying left.
counterclockwise.
You're
So
saying left.
what you have
Right.
there,
And in
so
the
all
middle,
you have,
they don't really
all
move.
all you have is an argument from ignorance because you're stating the only way that that can occur is if you're on a board.
Why would the stars move like that
Why
on
are
a
you
flat
muting him?
Earth?
There's too many people
Why
talking.
would it? Why would they
Listen.
only move like that on a globe?
Listen,
How
I
do you know
navigate.
what the stars are doing?
Yeah, I can explain that, but
Can I be heard?
that's but first of all, because there's two problems. For one, they would be weird in their orientation on a flat
Weird.
Earth,
They would be
and for
weird.
two, well, yeah, weird because why couldn't I see the Southern Cross, but I can see Polaris, and why could I why don't I see? Why
This
can't
guy
I see them
thinks
both
he
at
can
the same
see for
time?
quintillions of miles. Listen, bro, can I respond? When you're saying clockwise and counterclockwise, it's like saying take a left on Main Street, bro. Everything
No,
is
it's not
relative.
though.
Yes, it is. Everything is relative to north. Okay? So do the stars, the sun, moon, and stars, rise in the east and set in the west? Yes or no?
The sun does, yeah.
The sun, moon, and stars, do they rise in the east and set in the west? Yes or no?
Not really. No.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
I mean,
Doesn't
there are
disqualify.
different things for taking different orbits.
Oh my god, dude. Have you ever been outside
You just threw the globe under the bus, man. So the Earth's
Yeah.
not spinning.
in two different directions? It's spinning in two different directions, guys.
What are you talking about?
Do the
Just-
sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west?
I mean, what do you mean by set? You mean like go beyond the horizon? I don't understand
You
what
don't
this
know
has
what
to
set
do.
means?
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. This is just a non-question.
Oh my god, dude.
Dude,
Do
can
you
you
have
just
like
answer
a
it, please?
search engine? Do the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west roughly once over 24 hours?
Yeah, sure.
Finally.
But what does that have to do with anything I'm laying out in terms of what the
You're
stars would be
talking
doing
about
on a flat Earth?
clockwise. You're talking about clockwise and
Yeah, well,
counterclockwise.
yeah. Do you
What does that have to do
just
with
watch the
Earth?
video? Just watch the video. You'll
Wait,
see
can
What
that
does
they're
that have
moving
to do with
clockwise and
Earth?
counterclockwise in the videos.
What does
Yeah,
that
but
have
all
to
you're
do
doing is
with the shape of
affirming the
Earth?
consequence.
I've
having an
already
argument from
answered this
ignorance.
question.
Well, I am. It's affirming the consequent. If the
That's
Earth
not
is
what
a
that
globe, the
means.
stars will do this, the stars do this, therefore it's a globe. Or it's an argument from ignorance stating that the only way you can see the stars do what they do is because you live on a ball and it doesn't make sense to you on a flat Earth. Well, let's go
No,
back to
dude,
the
you
shape
can
of the
you
Earth.
can look at
Rather
the
than looking
videos.
at what's above the Earth, let's measure
Yeah,
what's directly under our feet.
So what you're gonna say is
Wait, can someone mute mathematician because he's the one who made the original point?
I'm not on mute.
if you promise not to jump in the middle of people's sentences, because he's been doing that, and I warned him.
Well,
And
the way, if you're gonna use
people were
People are
speaking,
upside
and
down.
he was in the middle of the sentence speaking. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak if I could.
Let me
Mod,
just
please tell me
address
when I
Neon
can.
very briefly in less than 30 seconds. So Neon, you're making a prediction that the stars should do some XYZ thing if the Earth was flat. What's the basis for that?
I just explained this. What part of my explanation do you disagree with?
No, the logical basis where you said if the Earth was flat, then the stars should look in some other way, right? What's the
I mean, I
basis
can draw it out for you if you want.
Or you're gonna draw it in perspective or orthographically?
I guess by I was just gonna draw a little flat Earth model and show what the stars would be doing based on the footage that we have.
You're going to draw a flat Earth model based off your assumptions and beliefs.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you're gonna
we
draw
can
something
work with yours, but I think that with your model, I can justify the same claims.
We don't live on a
so
model, bro.
we don't have a model. So listen, what you're
Okay,
gonna draw
so
is.
then why do you say the?
Listen, Neon. I'm trying to explain it to you. What you're going to draw is some orthographic projection of what you think that flat Earth would be from outside of the flat Earth. That's not how we see the world. And your argument is we see the stars do this. Therefore, it can't work on a flat Earth. And then you're not going to do any type of diagram in a perspective view as we see. You're going to use some orthographic view. There's no justification for that.
Because if you were to have that orientation on a flat Earth, right, and we were all on the same side of one plane, at some point, the stars are going to be doing different things in the sky for seemingly no reason. Magic, almost.
Can I just bring
And
up
if that's
the
your only
analogy?
explanation, it can't be a scientific framework to justify anything.
Just
If
like
magic is the
refraction.
only explanation and it only addresses one issue at a time, it doesn't really fit into
Who
the
used
context of
magic? Who used magic as an
all
explanation?
of
Who
the
used
evidence.
magic as an explanation?
Well, the
Wait, can
globe
I-
does.
The globe does. The globe.
You made a
does.
hold on. You made a supposition that this cannot work on a flat Earth, and you provided no evidence for it. The evidence you're willing to provide is an orthographic projection of what you think the flat Earth would be if you looked at it from the outside of it.
So you don't even have a basic
So
perspective.
you just
on
ignore
what
what I
your
just said.
own-
You just ignored what I just said.
I'm trying to respond, but so you don't even have a perspective of your own model in your own framework. So you're not even capable.
Not from
of
outside of it,
making
no.
So you're not even capable.
We
of
have
making
we have
claim
a
about the
realist
shape of
level
the Earth,
perspective. The
and yet
realist
you're
level.
willing to disagree and just say that everyone's lying. For what reason? Who does this
Okay,
serve?
silly ass. That's a silly statement.
That's a
right?
great question. Honestly, answer that question.
It wasn't the form of a question. It was a statement.
No, it was
No,
a question.
I'm asking you, who does this serve to lie about this? Why? What's the
It's
point?
exactly
Now you're back to
my
your
question
social.
that I asked
Now
earlier.
back to the sociological argument. That is speculation.
But this
I
is
gave you the
sociological.
speculation.
It's literally Discord. It's
Can
a
you prove the
Discord
shape-
channel. This is like
Can
the
you
most
prove the shape of the
sociological
Earth
thing
with-
right now.
Can you prove the shape of the Earth using sociology?
No, that's not what I mean. It's what I'm saying is like it's embedded within our sociological structure. Obviously, it's a
It's
Discord
something
channel.
you care
so,
about.
So
It's
who
not
does this
something
serve?
I-
Who does this
You're
serve?
up
Who
to it.
does this benefit?
Dude, you're just repeating yourself, right?
You're
So
spurging.
all we can do, right? So there's people, and you want to make a sociological inquiry into why would people lie about this? How would you know? How could you ever find out? You gonna read minds?
Well, because part of, I guess, scientific.
He's a mathematician,
inquiry
so he's gonna do
and
numbers,
part
and then
of-
he's gonna find out.
Well,
I will be honest with you guys.
I just
will be
don't
honest with you
think that
guys.
people are
I
confident
Belief
enough.
part of science.
I believe in enough. I have verified enough science for me to trust the science.
Can you give me
What
one
step
piece of
of the
science?
scientific method is that?
No, it's specifically a trust in peer review research and the peer review system.
Yeah, most peer-reviewed research is wrong. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
How can you verify
Okay,
that?
so go on Google. Go on to Google.
know
Type
what-
in
I know
most
what he's
peer-reviewed
referencing.
research wrong. Type that
This
in.
is you
and read all
taking
the
mask
peer-reviewed
off.
articles.
This is the mask off moment.
So,
Dude, there is no mask.
So
it's mainstream. Hold on, Neon. It's
Yeah.
mainstream that most peer-reviewed research is wrong. It's not my opinion.
Prove that.
It's the opinion. Just type it in fucking Google, dude.
No, that's not my
What do
burden.
you
The
say
burden
to
is you.
sexual
to prove.
Wow. Hey, I'll
type
prove.
it in Google and take a
hold on,
screenshot, and you can just look
hold
through
on,
the
hold
article.
on. I have a
It's not
question.
wrong, it's
Hold
just
on, I have a question.
undersourced.
I have a question. If you, I can prove the globe Earth model. Ready? Google it.
That's not what I said. I just said.
So
that
okay.
is exactly what you said. You told me just to
No,
Google
I
it.
said
when you say
most peer-reviewed research is wrong. That's what I said.
So when you say most peer-reviewed research is wrong, are you referencing the notion of like the replication crisis and how upon replication of very fringe studies, it turns out to not establish as meaningful the correlation of the topic before?
It's
like,
not
what do
just
you
that.
mean when
It's
you
also
say
statistical. It's also a statistical reason.
statistical?
Okay, I'll give you that.
reason?
I'll give you that too. Hold on.
a statistical reason.
Evidence that
What does
most
that have to
peer
do with
review is
anything,
right. Where's your evidence or your
Use
citation?
Bayesian inference to.
Where's the scientific evidence of the globe?
Yeah, well, okay. So I guess when we're
question.
when we're talking about
AJ.
evidence of the globe and evidence of the flat Earth, right? You have to fit together all of the evidence, right? You can't just use.
That's not my question.
No,
My question was, where's the science?
I understand. I
supporting
understand.
the
I
globe?
understand. Yeah. I'm getting to that. You have to establish all of the evidence and contextualize it.
No, you have to
Right.
establish.
So
it.
when
There's
you-
nothing
You need to
to
change the
lie.
narrative.
Oh my god, I'm trying to. Holy shit. So when you're saying that all of the airline companies and the military and NASA,
You're straw manning
and
us. Just stop, dude. Or I'm gonna
I'm not straw manning you. If I
So
never get the
this is
chance,
scientific
started
evidence.
if
with
I
so
never get
you're
the chance to
saying,
make
and
my
you
argument,
just give up. No, dude.
What
your
is the
sentence.
scientific?
Hold on a second, man. Your sentence started with "so you're saying," and then you proceeded to say a bunch of shit we never said.
Exactly.
So what is the scientific evidence you've spoken about for the globe? What is the cause and effect?
I have seen the
scientific
I
method
have
and
seen
talk.
the satellite images, and I trust the people who have published research
Satellite
because
images are science, are they?
I have
I
verified
asked for the
enough
science, not the satellite images. I asked
I'm
for
still
science.
still trying to answer your question.
Well, no, you haven't, because you've started off with satellite images that have nothing to do with science.
And you saying you trust them is you just, dude.
You know how much science is based on the satellite images of the globe?
Do
How
you?
much? How is it in liters, quarts, or electron volts? Dude, you sound stupid, dude. Like seriously. All you're telling us when you're like, oh, I trust the satellite. All you're doing is proclaiming your belief. Like, I really believe in Jesus.
No, it's saying that I have tested enough of the claims of the scientific
Give us an
community
example of a
myself
test.
to
What
trust
did you
beyond.
test from the scientific evidence yourself?
I can trust results beyond what
What
I have
did you test yourself
experienced
from the
myself.
scientific
Give
evidence?
us an example of something you've tested.
I've gone through college, dude. Like I've done the typical.
Give us
lab
a
experience.
specific example, not a generalized hand wave. Did he just leave?
I was gonna say radiocarbon dating, but I that's the one I brought up this morning. You guys
How
were
does
fucking mad about
radiocarbon
that.
dating prove the figure of the Earth?
No, that's not what I was trying. I was trying to answer. What was your question? I guess I misunderstood your question.
What is the science that supports the globe?
What is the science? The satellite images.
No, well, you're saying that you've done many tests yourself and confirmed these scientific tests.
Not those
that have
specific
satisfied
ones,
you
but
that
enough of the scientific experiments.
Okay, so
And
what's
on
one of
top
these
that-
scientific experiments that you've done that's proved to you that it's a globe?
Cavendish?
Oh, specifically myself? Oh, I haven't gone to space.
Okay, so why make the claim that you've done enough yourself?
Did you ever take like a
You're
physics
telling me I
lab or
have to
anything?
go to space in order to
No,
look at
that's
the
not what I
globe?
said. Stop straw manning me. I asked the question for the science. You said that you've done enough science and testing yourself to believe what they're telling you. You've done it yourself. So we've asked for one example of where you've done it for yourself, and now you're changing that you can't go to space. What is the example of the scientific method that you used to test some of these claims as per the claim that you just made?
I have not conducted the scientific experiments myself.
Okay, very good. So you have a belief that they
but I have
did
scientific
what they
evidence,
said
though.
they did.
But but at the same time, again, I do trust a community because I've tested in other regards, whether or not what they say is predictable and verifiable. And guess what? They are, and
How'd
I
you do
believe
that?
them.
Or predict.
I
How'd you
do
do
have
that?
I do have belief. I do admit that it's like an appeal to authority or whatever. But
Okay,
I
so
understand how the peer reviewed system works, so much so that I actually have I build the consensus, or I should
Okay.
say I add to the
So
consensus.
then what is the science
Wait,
then
wait,
that you believe is supporting that we live on a
He
globe?
doesn't have any. He's saying he has a belief, so the mask fell off. Finally.
Well,
It's not.
I see.
No. Oh my gosh, dude!
I mean,
You're saying the point that you're saying
every
is that
piece of
if you
evidence that
don't
you
do
do
the
is a
scientific
belief.
experiment yourself, that you
No,
can't
I'm
verify
asking,
it.
okay, for example, what is the science and the scientific method that was used to support gravity, and what were the dependent and independent variables manipulating the
law.
cause,
Hold on.
not the effect.
Gravity is a very specific. To be fair, gravity is a very specific scientific topic that like involves both a theory and a law, and so it's important to understand and distinguish between those two. And I don't want to go there. You know, like, can we do a different
Well,
example?
I'm just asking a very simple question. If it is scientific, what was the scientific method to establish the cause and effect? And what was the dependent and independent variables?
With
Hang on,
gravity,
the
right?
dependent and independent variables where you varied the cause to prove the effect.
I can answer this question. This is a very good question. So,
Math.
hold on. Can I really want to answer this question because it's a really good question, right? So, specifically, gravity is a law. It is not something that you can vary, and so therefore it is not a variable, right? And so we say that it is a law in the sense that we observe gravity 100% of the time. There is no statistical fluctuation. Hold on. I'm almost done. There's no statistical fluctuations that allow us to establish statistical significance, which is why we call it a law. It's also why the law of thermodynamics are called. Hold on, I'm almost done. Come on, guys. The law of thermodynamics is called a law and not a theory because it is something that happens 100% of the time.
Okay, but gravity doesn't happen at the galactic level. Gravity doesn't work at the quantum level, so you just lied, bro.
There's a law of gravity and a theory of gravity. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah, you also said there's no statistical variation.
There are many theories of gravity developed over time, and all of them do have plot holes.
Okay.
So when we're
how can it
talking
be a law?
about when we're talking about scientific evidence, like, would you take live footage of a space launch, for example, where multiple people are filming it?
Yeah, I would.
And there's
Can I just
like,
cover this real quick? You can't tell the difference between a rocket that claims to go to space and a medium-range ballistic missile.
well, what if like thousands of people are filming it and there's
Yeah,
multiple cameras?
what if you see it like the
there's
people
multiple
walking into
cameras.
the rocket?
Okay,
and the
what if I
rocket
have a medium
flies
range
up
There's
into
multiple
space.
cameras
But
on the
we
rocket.
but we have the live stream from the rocket. You have to assume that
and it
there's
always cuts off.
you can assume you have to assume that there's a body that is actually doctoring this footage. Who is doing that? I'm trying to ask you, who is doing
I
that?
don't know. We know they've done it. 100%.
I don't know. You don't know. That's kind of an important
I
question
know.
here,
No,
don't you
I
think?
do know. Go look at the SpaceX heavy launch vehicle. Go look at that. Go watch
Oh
their.
my gosh, dude!
No,
this is
seriously.
such brain dead logic, bro.
I mean, if you're saying that SpaceX has a motive to lie about the shape of the Earth to doctor their footage,
You straw man again. God damn it, dude! What is your fucking
are
problem?
they doctoring it or not?
They did.
Well, how have we got off onto the weeds again when
Did
we
they
haven't
doctor
finished
it?
gravity?
Well,
Yes, they did.
Well,
No
okay,
doubt
hold
about
on,
it. Go
hold on.
watch the
I'm
video
asking
where
a
they launched
specific
the
question.
test. Dude,
I'm
I'll
asking a
tell you.
specific question.
And I'm going to give you the specific example.
I haven't even asked it yet. Wait, please.
He hasn't asked his question yet, bro. Please.
Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Did they fake it with the Falcon space launch? Well, I'll give you the video. Hold on.
Do you know where that rocket is going? You can watch it take off, but where is it landing?
Yeah, it has a live shot from when it takes off from the ground, which we can locate in real time, and then where it cuts off in the it gets to space. The video gets to space in the video.
It doesn't get to space in the video.
Here it
It
is.
hit the firmament.
Here it is. Video from space. Watch SpaceX Falcon Heavy launch a Tesla Roadster. This is when he launched his car into space. It's a
the
live
one that
footage.
looks so fake that it must be real.
Let me talk about this. So that
video
God, you posted is edited.
It's
Who
obviously,
edited it?
it's
Why
obviously
did they?
solar
And
power.
who and why? Why did they edit it?
I don't know who edited it, but what they showed on the live feed, that's edited.
What
that
evidence do you
video that is
have
on
to
YouTube
suggest
right
that
now
it
is
is
100%
edited?
edited.
How do
What
we know it's
evidence do you
edited?
have to suggest that it is edited?
Because space is a violation of
I've
natural
watched it,
law, and
dude.
there's no car floating in
I've watched
space.
it. I mean, there's certainly directing in it when they're switching off between different cameras because there's only so much space on the screen.
You're gonna listen to the fucking answer or not? I'm gonna tell you exactly where in the video. Okay, watch it. Watch the timer on the video.
Sure.
Okay?
What timestamp?
I think it's 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It
2
jumps from
minutes
2
and 10
minutes.
seconds.
It jumps from 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 10 seconds goes because when they did the live broadcast, they had a split screen, right? So on their split screen, they showed the same camera view of the left booster rocket.
I'm not seeing any time skips.
It doesn't have just the left
time.
booster rocket now. It has the left and the right booster rocket, and they edited it in.
Hold on, I'm not seeing any skips in this footage whatsoever. Where are you talking about? I posted the video. We can watch it together. Do you want to do that?
No, not this video, dude.
Oh, not this. Oh, not this video. So this video is not edited.
I don't know. I don't. I've never seen this video. I know what's on it. I'm talking about the live video that they showed. That's
Okay, so given that this,
yeah,
given
this
that
is the edited one. Yeah.
Okay, so where is it edited? Where is it edited?
Hold on, I'm gonna find it.
What
Right.
about the rat in space? What about the rat in space?
So, and just to be clear, like you're alleging that SpaceX edited this video.
I'm not
right?
alleging it. They did.
Okay, they did.
They did 100% edited.
Okay, for what purpose? Why? Who does
Go
this
ask them. I
serve?
don't know.
Okay, why does this benefit them?
I don't know. Go ask them. How would I know?
It-
Dude,
it
you're
is a-
asking me to read
Because
fucking
it doesn't make sense that they would like spend all this money in this budget to
let me
doctor
get
this
this.
Neon,
footage.
Neon,
So
it
your
is.
your
Why did they
argument from
waste all of
personal
this money?
incredulity is going to carry the
No,
day.
no, I'm
So listen,
arguing
Neon,
dude,
Neon, it is a positive claim he made. He said it is edited, right?
It
I'm
is
arguing
edited.
from
I know, because-
fiscal pragmatism.
No,
He
you're
has to-
not.
he has to
from.
demonstrate
Your argument
that,
from
right?
incredulity. Listen, we don't need a.
No, I'm saying
Howard
it would take.
Cosell.
No. I'm saying it would cost a non-zero amount of money to doctor that footage. Would it not? It's not free, right?
Well,
you have to pay for that.
What are you talking about?
Okay, is it?
They-
If you're saying that it's a doctored image, right?
It's
You're
a
saying that they have to pay.
it's-
Okay, so they have to pay
They
for a
did a
rocket.
live stream. Right?
They have to
did
pay
a
for a
live stream,
rocket,
and they re-uploaded a change in the live stream.
and they also built a rocket, right? That was going to
Yeah, so
launch
what?
in the air. Okay,
Someone paid them to do that, right?
right. Someone, so someone
get
paid
some
for
on that
that,
lot.
and I'm wondering why. Who paid
Okay.
for that, and what benefit does they have to do
How
all?
would I know that?
Yeah,
How would
I
I-
don't. Yeah, Neon. I don't.
I
It
wanna
really
answer
doesn't
this.
matter.
I want. Listen, I want to. When somebody murders someone, do you have to prove motive?
Generally, yeah.
No, you don't.
you
Motive is
don't.
not an element to be proven in any fucking crime.
Yeah, like if someone murders someone in like cold blood on camera, like their motive is not gonna matter.
It
So, like,
does
I-
not.
I have-
That
I have
motive
no-
doesn't
yeah.
matter. They only
If you
care
want-
about the event of whether
If
it
you
happened
want
or not. They don't
premeditated
care.
murder,
God,
motive, I tell you now, I've been through this court system, and motive does not come into the court system at all.
Okay.
So
in
why
America,
is it?
we have
But
premeditated.
why don't they have motive in the court system to prove a crime or whether some event happened? Because A, it's irrelevant to whether it actually happened or not, and B, because you can never know the true motive of somebody. It's impossible thing to prove
Sorry,
why
Dwayne.
someone
That's
did
not
something.
true. That's
People
not
do.
true. I was about to say.
Listen,
or
even
whatever
people.
your name
Listen,
is.
someone does a crime, right? And they say this was my motive. That doesn't necessarily. You're gonna believe them? They're a criminal.
I was just getting ready to say.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, number
So
4.
motive can
Had to make
be
sure, so we were clear.
evidence for convicting someone, right? It can certainly be used in that regard, but
Well,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not,
you
it's
don't-
not
you
a-
don't need
it's
it.
not
You
a
don't need it.
legal, but it's not a legal baseline. Sure, I can agree, but certainly would be evidence of the claim, right? If like
Well,
if
but
been
someone
through this
he's
situation,
he's
dude.
claiming to have like evidence that doesn't require a motive.
Can I just say,
I
I've
have
actually
no
been in
clue
this
why we're on
situation.
this.
I went to trial, I had a jury, and I went through this whole situation. And for the first half of it, my lawyer didn't even want to know what had occurred or what had happened. And not once was my motive for what occurred ever brought up. They looked at the facts of what happened, what they could prove, and then they decided whether I was guilty or not.
oh, sure, but like I'm saying that motives can certainly be relevant for evidence of a crime,
Neon,
right?
can we just stop talking about this dude?
Well,
Like,
okay,
the motive doesn't matter because the claim that he's making, he's saying he has evidence that doesn't require a motive. Like the evidence like is like It's like someone you catching someone murder someone on
Well, yeah.
camera.
Well, I mean,
It's not
yeah,
gonna need a motive.
we can talk about.
He's just disagreeing for disagreeing. He knows it doesn't matter
We can
much.
talk about to
If
what
the
extent.
evidence is there, if the evidence is there, they're not gonna go.
If the evidence is there, okay. So what
Jump
evidence
the
do you
let's
have?
forget
that this
about the
is
evidence.
edited?
Let's go to the motive.
But what evidence do you have that this is edited?
Hold on, I'm looking at it again. I'll find it.
Okay.
And it has to be a falsifiable
It was
proof
edited.
as well.
There's no doubt it was edited because the original video, the original live stream, showed a single rocket view. It showed a rocket, the left rocket in both screens.
How does that prove
Why does this point even matter? Because SpaceX is not NASA.
Because they did something no one's allowed to do. They were allowed to change their video on YouTube, and it still says it was live streamed. They didn't lose any of the comments. They didn't lose any of the views. They didn't lose any of the thumbs up, the likes, the dislikes. They didn't lose anything. But if you did that, or anybody else did that,
what are you
took
talking
a live
about?
video,
He's
edited
saying-
it, and re-uploaded it, it'd be a brand new video.
Yeah, but
They
you're
got
kind
to
of
edit
putting
a
your
live stream.
You're kind of putting the cart before the horse. You're saying, well, they got unfair treatment by YouTube in allowing to retain monetization for something that they claimed was live when it was live. But you're not providing evidence that it was edited. Where is that?
Not even if it is edited, it doesn't prove much.
Well, no, he's saying that they spent a huge budget to build a fake rocket.
Yeah, you made the positive claim. You got to support it.
A fake rocket.
Now you're muted because I did not say that, dude. You need to.
This room's a carny game. The whole thing's a carnival game.
Anytime someone says so you're saying, and straw man inevitably follows every.
Well, that wouldn't be a straw man because they're asking you a question.
Yeah, you made a claim, a positive claim. You have to demonstrate why
He said
it
that
was
I'm
edited.
saying they
Or how.
spent a whole lot of money for some huge production budget to do XYZ. I never said that.
He asked you.
No. He said, I'm saying that. That's what he said. Those were his words.
You shifted the burden to him trying to prove a negative. Like, that's impossible.
If it's a positive. If I say this is edited,
the reason why
that is
it's
a
edited,
positive claim.
The reason why it's edited is because it's in a violation of natural law and it's not actually there.
Hey, Rob, what's
Isn't
up,
that
dude?
question begging?
What up, man? New
That's begging the question. That's
There's
stating a fact.
fallacies left and right. This is a carnival game.
It's
Is it?
it's
So,
a tautological answer.
how's that a fallacy?
It's tautological. That's not
How's that a fallacy? Please explain.
You shifted. You made the claim that the photo was edited. He has to prove that.
I'm saying the photo's edited, the video's edited because it's in a violation of natural law and it's
The
not
video
really
is
there.
edited because the video is edited.
It's edited because it's not really there because it's a violation of natural laws.
What do you mean it's
to say
not
that
really
that
there if
thing
it's
is
a
in
video
space.
of it?
Oh fuck! Come on! 3, 2. I'm not gonna make it. That's some bullshit.
Elijah, you're right.
Wait, so it's not there, but you see it?
It's not there because it's edited because it's in a violation
Okay,
of natural laws.
I think the question was, can you prove that it is edited, like these specific
Yes,
videos?
because it can't be in space because it's a violation of natural law. That's very simple.
Let's not address.
Yeah, you're begging.
Okay, so now you're
begging the question, is it?
So yeah, well, it's not necessarily begging the question if you don't
So
believe
can you
space exists. So that makes no
show
sense.
anywhere where you can have gas pressure?
His answer is
without containment?
categorically wrong for the question.
Could I have one
No,
question,
it's not.
Mod?
Well, you can have
If
gas
you don't
pressure
mind.
where?
It'll take me
Without
10
containment.
seconds.
Look, everybody's trying to divert. Give the guy a second to.
I'm not. I'm trying to ask. I've waited like 30
No,
minutes.
AJ
now.
is
I've been
discussing
muted. I
why
waited.
it's edited.
Wait, we can't get him off this. We have to probe this because a positive claim was made that it was edited.
All right,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Brit,
It's
Brit,
fine.
Brit, if you listen, okay, don't talk, listen. AJ is going to explain it to you down to the last detail. And if you try to talk instead of listen, I'll just have to put you on mute so you can listen. All right, go ahead, AJ.
All right. So space is a violation of natural laws. So can anyone here give an example of gas pressure without a container? The antecedent to gas pressure is a container where the gas particles are bouncing off the walls of that container.
Simple.
Please do.
So that's your counter argument.
Can I ask you a question? So say it like
No,
hypothetically.
first, I want to ask I want
Okay.
that question answered. Can anyone give an example
yeah,
of
yeah,
gas
yeah.
pressure without containment?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you say gas is in a container, when you speak to a globe head, Do you think that they don't think that matter is contained in the planet through forces of gravity?
Can you
So
show me a propane tank that once you open it and it has 250 psi inside the tank of pressure, that gravity's going to hold it down?
I got that propane.
So
Bobby.
again, gases, when released into the atmosphere or the atmos, right? They go in all directions, all vectors, without rhyme or reason, until they hit something and bounce off, or hit themselves and bounce off. They have no interaction with anything else at that point. Eventually, some gases might settle, not due to gravity, and some may rise. But the claim that you're making is that when gases are released and gases are made, also our oxygen is made at ground level, that it disperses in all directions until it reaches a point where gravity's at its weakest, and then gravity pulls it back down. You're also breaking another law of entropy.
So, is this the same guy who said that video is edited, or is it a different guy?
Well, I'm giving the answer as to why the video is edited, because that vehicle cannot be in a near perfect vacuum of space.
Okay,
that is a violation of natural laws.
There's two claims on the table here, right? The first one is that video is edited. The second one is it can't be true because it's a violation of natural laws. Is the first guy
violation of natural? Hang on, if it's a violation of natural law, and the video is showing a car in space, well, then that video has to be edited, as it cannot really be there.
Okay,
so no, it's not two separate claims.
Well, okay, I understand, right? So you said that gravity doesn't act in a propane tank. Is that what you said? Repeat it for me.
Gases?
No, that's not what he said. He said a propane tank is a pressurized gas, and if you open it, the gas depressurizes. Has nothing to do with gravity or buoyancy.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if who the other guy is. If it's Victor, who the other interlocutor is. I need to correct this, right? But is this not to do with density, like with the atmosphere and so on?
No, this is entirely, well, the propane tank is entirely to do with density. Yes. The atmosphere, no. I mean,
entropy.
Yes and no.
It's entropy. They pressurized gas. The pressurized gas is an entropy thing, but hold on, wait. I'm just trying to understand it. Do you think that gravity can't act as a container? Do you believe that gravity, if gravity was real, is what I'm asking you?
So, first of all, you would have to prove the existence of gravity, and then we'd have to go.
That's why I said
natural laws of gases, and I would say no.
I said let's assume in this hypothetical. Okay, so how would in this hypothetical, if gravity is real, how would it not do that? It wouldn't act as a container if it's pulling things in that are trying to escape.
Can you can you show this happening in real life? Can you fill up a box or a tire or a basketball or any other item and then have that gravity hold that gas in pressurized? If you have a sealed box of air and you take off the lid, can you demonstrate gravity holding this gas down?
Wait, can you survive at the pressure inside of a basketball?
Are we inside the pressure of a basketball? Do you know what entropy is? Do you understand entropy?
You find out.
High pressure will always flow to low pressure or fill the void or the space until the pressure equalizes. That is entropy. It doesn't matter.
No, but I'm not asking about a red herring. I'm asking if you went inside a basketball, could you survive? If you were able to shrink down and go inside a basketball,
why is that relevant to the conversation?
Because there's a difference between your analogy of a basketball and the Earth. Like if you were to go inside of a basketball, you would be
if you were
hurt by pressure.
If you were to pressurize a box or a tire or any other item, and then you were to remove the lid off the box, what happens to the gases? Are they contained still by gravity?
Yeah, they are.
Do they escape?
Yeah, they are. They are.
Well, no, they're not. And we can actually have a look at that.
Hey, hold on. Give me a second. Wait. Hold on. Can I? Okay. So, yes, it does happen. So, basically, what will happen is that the less dense air will go into the atmosphere. until it's at the point where like with the lowest density things sit at the top of the atmosphere, right? And then through that they bounce off of each other. Once they get so hot to the point where they just basically like explode, they fly out of our atmosphere. But that's like escape velocity going against, that's like escape velocity for gravity. The reason why those things are sitting at the top of the atmosphere is because gravity does exist.
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
That's what I'm saying. If gravity did exist, it would act as a container. It would contain things trying to escape. That's exactly
so
what
it doesn't act on gases at ground level when they're released at all.
It does act on them, but the thing is that density and buoyancy does
then
exist.
you're not
In
agreeing
fact,
with
it
gas
does.
laws that gas travels in all directions, all vectors, without rhyme or reason until they elastically collide with each other or the walls of their container. You disagree with science?
Yeah, and the walls of the container is the pulling of gravity of the gravity on Earth.
Yeah, it's like a container that you don't see, but it is a container.
Okay,
can't
so then
demonstrate
where's the
that.
evidence of this gravity that does this?
Okay, so you're not now you're shifting the goalpost.
Experiment. The Cavendish experiment.
There's a carnival game right there.
No, there's no carnival game. You've made a claim that gravity is containing these gases and pulling them back down.
Yeah, but no, you are
can't
operating in the
demonstrate this.
argument.
You can't demonstrate this. So if that is your claim, then where's the evidence of gravity, and where is the evidence of gravity having the ability to do this?
Can you explain why we have an atmosphere in general? Or do you not believe that we do have an atmosphere?
It's contained. You're breathing gas and it's under pressure. It's contained.
If you were on if you were living on a spinning ball in an open atmosphere, if you were on a spinning ball in an open atmosphere, entropy would occur. The gases we are breathing would be filling the void of space, and you wouldn't be breathing right now.
No, it actually does do that, but the problem is you're not even understanding.
What's replacing it?
Like how what's replacing what?
it?
What's replacing
the
what?
air that's the gas that you're saying is
like the
going off into the void of outer space.
The plants that are on the Earth, the plants that the
so
the
you
plants
understand that
breathe,
if Earth's considered to be a system, okay, right? So matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
No.
So what's replacing the loss?
Well, he's not saying it's
that
being
matter?
destroyed.
Yeah,
Look at this. If you take a magnet with a bunch of
hold on, wait. The replacement of the oxygen is more oxygen being secreted by the Earth. Do you understand that?
Yeah. And there's only a
oxygen
certain
bonds.
amount of matter on Earth, right? There's only a certain amount of matter that's capable of producing it. And once it leaves, it ain't coming back, right?
No, but the things keep producing it as you're losing it.
So
we're losing matter from the system?
Yeah, we're losing matter from
but
our
they don't-
system, yes.
They don't keep.
But we also gain matter
They
from
don't
our
keep
system. Like, not
producing
necessarily gain it,
they,
but
they don't.
It's a
They
recycle.
convert carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide to oxygen. So they don't create it; they convert it.
Okay, let me interject.
Sorry, that was really crazy semantic.
I want to interject for 1 second.
My point still stands, right?
Okay, no, don't. I'll take care of that in a second. I posted that video. So I posted the original video in the chat. Okay, you can compare it to the video he posted. You can see that it's different. Real simple. Anyway, so if gravity held gas away from the vacuum, right? You could do this simple experiment. You could get a cylinder, right, like 100 feet tall, evacuate all the air out of it, make it a vacuum, and then put gas in, and all the gas will sink to the bottom because it's held down by gravity, right? Is that what happens?
No, it depends on where. Like you're on planet Earth.
Yeah, you're on Earth. We're talking about on the
amount of
surface of the
gravity
Earth.
to make that work.
We're talking about on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is strongest, right? We're gonna make a vacuum chamber. We're gonna put a little bit of gas in and see if it sinks to the bottom.
No, because you need way more gravity than what Earth can provide for your experiment.
So how do we have air then? So how is the Earth holding our air?
The Earth is really big.
It's
Yeah,
really
but
the gravity works.
It only holds the air of the atmosphere, but it doesn't hold the air in a box.
Air's in a box, yeah. It's just not like super high PSI.
A vacuum chamber. So if you put gravity has to hold the gas from expanding into the vacuum and stop it. Now the reason gas expands is because it has a temperature, right? And it has a kinetic energy, and the molecules and atoms are flying all over the place. They don't just stop.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, but like gravity has to stop the gas from expanding into a vacuum.
Has to reverse entropy.
Basically,
Should-
yes.
Doesn't it have something to do with like the core of the Earth? Because like I thought I heard something about like
Are you
Mars
gonna
had
make
its
more
atmosphere.
stupid claims like you did yesterday?
Oh my god, dude! I'm just asking a question. I'm
You
just
started
asking a
your
question. Like
with.
Mars. Oh, my god.
Doesn't it have something?
Okay,
to
I'll just
do
shut
with
up, bro.
something?
I'll just shut
Go
up.
and have a play within the chat. If anyone's interested, you can go and read it and have a little play with the simulation yourself.
It's fun. One of you said
Love.
that we do lose the gas to outer space, and one of you said no, it's kept from it's kept on Earth by gravity.
Yeah, but the problem is that once something builds enough escape velocity to escape the gravity, it leaves, right? That's how birds and
Do you
things
know what?
fly.
Do you know what escape? Do you know what escape velocity is? Do you know what
Yeah,
speed
it's
it is?
essentially creating. No, I don't necessarily know the speed, but I know that things leave the ground if they have a force strong enough to push against gravity. Or
Oh,
that
so
would
it's
be
anti-gravity then, is it?
Well, the
So what's
formula for
gravity?
escape velocity is
Anti-gravity?
for the
Yeah, that's what you're claiming.
pushing against
So,
gravity
if
is
our-
anti-gravity to you?
Can anyone answer
You said
answer
that
me this
gas
question?
is like anti-gravity, is it not?
No, I didn't say that out of my mouth. So now you're strawmanning me when you were just crying about that. But
So it's a rare occurrence for air
So hang
molecules
on.
to reach
If our
escape
gas,
velocity.
if our gas is considered an ideal gas, or our atmosphere is considered an ideal gas, the only interaction between ideal gas molecules would be an elastic collision upon impact with each other, an elastic collision with the walls of a container. So if that's the case, how is gravity attracting these molecules, especially when gas law states that gas moves in all vectors, that there is no downward bias for gas molecules? Start Googling.
Jupiter. Did you get to talk? Did you get to ask your question?
I didn't know.
Okay, so listen, please. Jupiter's been waiting a long fucking time, so please,
Thank you.
after
I've been
this
waiting for
guy.
so long.
Yeah, I haven't
Can I-
forgot about you. So
really quick, before you
yeah.
go ahead with that, if Indio, if you're starting this with Jupiter, can we please let Indio do
No,
it?
I don't.
Everybody.
I don't care who does it. It
agree.
wasn't just to get me into it. I'm just saying that like
I need
it's got to
15
do to go
seconds.
next
Yeah.
because he's been waiting a long ass time.
Okay, I got you. I just didn't want you to get rumpus, but yeah, okay.
Do you mind if I take 15 seconds of your guys' time? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no.
Yeah, go ahead. As long as it ain't re.
So you don't believe in the globe Earth because you can't observe and prove it, which makes sense. Fair enough. I mean, like, you haven't been to space. How can you prove it? I can't prove it. But I would assume that you're all atheists, right? Because you can't prove God. So it's the same thing as the flat Earth or the globe Earth. Sorry.
So what it is, we're
Waited that long
agnostic.
to say that. Jesus Christ.
We're agnostic, right? We don't know, so we're not making a claim.
Well, you're making
But
the
for
claim
those
that the
of us-
Earth
At
is
least you're
flat.
consistent. That's good.
Can you give me a second? So for those of us who went out and like outside, where the water is, and made some observations, at that point we have firsthand primary knowledge. So God allegedly exists somewhere up in the heavens, right? But we live on the surface of the earth, right? So I don't have to go to like the throne room of God to prove the shape of the earth, right? But you guys
Yeah, that's just a
consistently.
cop out.
How is that a cop out? I'm saying that we live on the earth.
Hey, don't interrupt. This is
No, let him answer.
Larry and Jupiter going back and forth.
Let him answer. How is it a cop out?
You just
and forth,
read a
I'm done. Go
book.
ahead, Larry.
I read a book that was written thousands of years ago, and you go, I accept that there's some invisible being that's the unmoved mover. I just accept that with blindly. But then you're like, oh well, we need to really criticize like what science has
Actually,
shown.
I'm gonna correct you there. The city of God is not invisible, but anyways, go.
What?
I wasn't talking about
Always Sunny in
religion.
Philadelphia episode right now.
I wasn't
Science
talking
and
about religion. I was talking about the fact that we don't have to believe what they tell us about the earth because we live on the earth, right? Like if I were to tell you about the Tesseract, well, you can't hold the Tesseract, you can't walk on it, you don't know anything about it. So you would have to take everything I said in blind faith. But you don't have to do that on the earth because where do you live? On the earth, right? So
Are you a theist?
We're globe skeptics. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because we're talking
If
about the earth, right?
no, because if you're a theist, you're gonna be following some moral code that's been given to you by your deity. And then why would you change your whole life to abide by a moral code if that deity doesn't exist? You're gonna want to experience. You're gonna want to examine that very as closely as you examine this whole flat Earth and globe Earth thing.
But you don't have any proof.
What makes
right?
you think I haven't? Hold on. What makes you think that I haven't examined all of the major religions?
Well, what religion are you, if I may ask?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does, because you're going to have to tell me what moral code you follow, and then you're going to have to explain to me and rationalize why you're following this deity.
Natural law, right? You know what that is? You know what natural law is?
I'm Christian.
Yes. So you don't worship the God of Abraham.
I didn't say that. I said I follow natural law. That's my moral code.
So then what happens when your natural law, your beliefs that are followed from your natural law, conflict with the moral code is set forth by the God of Abraham?
They don't. It's all natural law. If your donkey knocks over somebody's fence, what are you supposed to do? Go, nuh-uh, that didn't happen. No, you're supposed to repair the fence. So do unto others, you would have them do unto you. That's natural law 101.
So do you turn the other cheek when somebody slaps you?
It depends on if they're knocking the crap out of me and I'm about to lose consciousness. If it's a slap and they walk away, they got away with it. But if they're like punching my teeth out, I'm probably going to defend myself.
All right. You know what? I'll debate with you. This is actually pretty good. I'll have a debate with you later because we're gonna get like metaphysics and all. And I want to like turn the room, but I'll come back and
I would love to. You seem like a reasonable man, so we'll postpone it another time.
All right.
Okay, so I want to address Jupiter for a second, real quick. Jupiter.
Yes, sir.
God is not proven using science. It's the wrong tool. It's as soon as you inquire about God using science, you're no longer doing science by definition. It's been differentiated. You're doing metaphysics. There's a difference. There's been a difference since way back when.
I agree, but it's something that you believe without proof, right?
Yeah, but we have proof to this, but
you don't have any proof.
Measurements are proof.
Of God?
No, of the Earth.
Oh yeah, okay. I can believe in that. Yeah, but there's no
metaphysics implies that like physics,
which
it's
I respect.
constrained by the laws of physics.
Well, you said metaphysics, so it's not really the same.
Well, I mean, whether there's proof of God or not, that's debatable. I don't think you can make a deductive proof of it without. I mean, you could make an axiomatic statement and then claim you have a deductive proof, but I don't think that would apply because people just deny the axiom.
That's what they did for the globe.
It works like this: you first, God reveals Himself to you, you experience Him, and you believe in Him, and then you see afterwards. Actually, with God, it's the other way around. Believing is seeing. You actually experience Him after you've believed. But before if you don't believe, you can't experience Him. But once you believe, you experience Him.
Wait. What about those stories of all those atheists saying like the God spoke to them or something?
Or not just atheists.
That's what He does. He reveals Himself to people. Yeah, exactly. Like even like lately Muslims that are total Muslims, He'll like appear to them and say, "No, don't follow Allah anymore. Come and follow me." Jesus appears to people and says that. But so He reveals Himself to people.
Wait, now, so when does Jesus say that? In a book that you read, or you've heard Him say this?
The thing is, like, the very aspect of grace, it's grace means that you can't earn it, so you can't do anything for it. It's a gift. So the very nature of the word grace itself explains that God initiates, and in the Bible it speaks about He first loved us, and then we respond to His love. He loves us it's not our love that first loved him; it's his love that first loved us.
Could we
Okay,
at that
man,
point
what a
put a pin on that and
chatterbox.
go
Can I
back to
stop you
the
at those two
empirical
words?
arguments? Can we just put a
The
pin on that?
Yeah, I'm almost done actually. I was going to say one more thing. You said in the book, and so I'm wondering where's the book that proves the flat Earth?
We keep
It's an
telling you it's
empirical
outside.
argument.
It's
I
outside.
guess
Oh my God! What?
any kind
What?
of
What is that stuff outside that the earthworms live in? What's that stuff called? Earth,
well,
right?
it's called dirt actually.
Dirt. Okay. Also
They
known
live
as
in rocks.
Earth. Yeah. So the earthworms live. They're dirt worms. Okay, got it.
Do they
So
live in water?
yeah, you don't have to go to the moon to see the surface of the Earth, right? You guys, your head's in the cloud. Like you guys keep over and over again, like 100 times since I've been here in the past, what, 3 or 4 days? You guys have literally brought up the sun, the moon, the stars, the eclipses, everything but the
so
surface of the Earth.
If you wanted to go to the moon and then do this metaphysical thing about a book, if you believe their story, the astronauts, they brought a Bible to the moon and they left it there as to symbolize the most important book ever written by humanity.
in response, let's say
Please
that
don't turn this into a religious debate. Please, come on, guys.
Let's
It's
say
not a
that,
religious debate. It's just saying if you follow the claim.
No,
okay?
this is actually a flat Earth thing. Let's say I put you inside a
Weird
square.
for me to keep hearing this, like,
cell.
oh, why are you looking away from the Earth?
Call
to
it
prove
whatever
the
you
Earth?
want.
Well,
It's
because
20
you
feet
can.
tall.
Like we
Each
can use
wall
the
is 20 feet
constellations.
You're talking through each other. That's
Northern
not gonna work.
hemisphere. If we
Yeah, I'll
we
let
can
this
use
guy
the
talk.
constellations
No,
in the
listen,
northern
listen.
I don't have mute buttons handy right now, but can
Here,
someone
I
do
got
that,
them.
please?
Yeah, Jupiter, you were really patient, and it's a real class act. Okay.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go ahead and let these guys talk.
No, go ahead. The floor is yours. Unless you want to step back or what?
I don't really like the whole religious debate. I like science, right? And yes, I'm a follower of Yeshua and the Most High, but I like talking about science in here. I will get into a religious debate, but this isn't the place for that.
No, the
We could
only
have a
reason
I
to
like
bring
to
it
have a
up.
time when we can go from science to like metaphysics. If you like, whenever you guys have, it's less busy, and we could go into like science and empiricism and all that.
The only time to bring it up is because a lot of the anti-flat earthers will come in this room and tell flat earthers all about flat Earth. And you're like, oh, sure, what's about flat Earth? It's a extreme religious cult. And you're like, no. If you're worried about religion and you think religion's a problem, you've got religion in spades on your globe side. On your globe card, if you, okay, like a lot of these guys are kind of atheists, or let's say that, third wave atheists, where they thought that religious beliefs are harmful to humanity. Explain why all the astronauts,
not third wave. It's third wave atheism.
a new atheism. They call the four horsemen of atheism.
What? If that's Anton
Like,
Lavey,
no,
is
we don't follow
definitely
that. Like,
what,
not all
what
of
you're
us follow
talking. Yeah, I'm about to say what you're talking about is Anton Lavey's atheism. He's like one of those religion is harmful guys, not us. I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah, the third wave atheists, like the Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris,
Yeah.
Bennett,
And Crit did
Daniel
mention
Bennett.
anti-flat earthers, not just you guys. He wasn't talking about you guys.
Yeah,
He
in
said
the
anti-
past.
What is the best argument for proving the existence of God?
See, in the past, atheists and flat earthers or marginalized groups were perfect allies. Like this is they always were speaking truth to power, and somehow, somewhere down the line, the atheists lost the plot, and they can't even figure out why government would lie to them. When government says, "Do not trust government, only trust God." So fourth wave and fifth wave atheism will hopefully fix it, because in the 1960s, it was the atheists who were leading the edge, calling out the Apollo program. One lawsuit after another. They kept taking the NASA to the court, saying, "Prove that shit. You went to the moon and you said God handpicked you because God loves capitalism." The atheists were pissed, and Carl Sagan got kind of mad at atheists because of this. There's a famous quote that he says atheists are quite stupid. They don't know this stuff. They don't know the science, and they're all worried about sociology and all this other stuff. If they just focused on science, they wouldn't be so dumb.
But they would be atheists.
Yeah, well, no, because Carl Sagan wasn't an atheist, and he's a guy who was, science communicator.
I'm sure there's a lot of scientists who are atheists, so I don't know why we're.
Yeah, and there's not that many when you compare them, to the general population. The only thing where you see a lot of atheists are that is outside of their, representative group is like Discord mods or Reddit mods. Somehow it's like an over proportional amount of online moderators who are atheists compared to the general
It's
population.
crazy because
are you correlating
crazy
something?
because heliocentric Roman Catholic priests started this whole revolve around the sun thing in the first place. And Georges Lamont started the whole, he coined the phrase Big Bang. A lot of priests going around giving you your ideas.
So are you saying
I
that
mean,
the
Newton
Catholic
straight up.
Church?
Why do I care who gives me my information if my
Newton
information is
straight
peer
up
reviewed by
said
multiple
that.
scientists?
Where's the peer review? Can we see the science? We've been asking for a while now.
Yeah, Newton straight up said that he
How
was.
did we go from gas pressure and
Just to
how did we go
clarify,
from gas pressure and gravity to religion?
just to
I don't
clarify,
know. I was trying
Elijah,
to clarify you, AJ, because I'm just still trying to get down to this
Eli-
vacuum chamber.
Elijah,
Not,
Yeah, if we could put a pin on that real quick, I'm about
Yeah,
ready
yeah.
to move on from the religious conversation and get back to the empirical based stuff. I'd like an experiment for gravity containing gas if possible.
Wait, so I posted the explanation. I was wondering if you want to break it down and like explain to me and like everyone else like what's wrong with this explanation that I found. It's not mine. But I read it through and I thought it makes sense to me, but I could
Do you
be
want to
wrong.
read it out loud?
Yeah, tell us.
Okay, so the question that was posed was if gas spreads out to fill the container, then why the atmosphere in the atmosphere does it not escape? If not gravity, heavier than air gases in a beaker don't stay at the bottom. So how does this work? The exposure begins at the altitude of about 500 to 700 kilometers above Earth and extends to an interplanetary space. At these altitudes, atoms and ions are very far apart. Some gases in the exposure actually escape into space. Particles of the solar winds are concentrated into radiation layers about 3,000 and 16,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. These layers of the exposure are the Van Allen belts and then held in place by Earth's magnetic field.
Okay, so
just to be clear,
this
he's
has been
saying
going on for 4.54 billion years. The atmosphere has been escaping the Earth.
yeah, he was talking about the
escape.
exosphere, not the
Sorry.
exposure, by the way.
No, I posted it again.
Yeah, that's what's been happening forever, right?
Right. So we're talking about the Earth's magnetic fields. Are the gases magnetic?
No, it's saying the atoms. So at a specific point, the atoms and the ions will be contained by the Van Allen belts. The Van Allen belts are contained by the magnetic field, right? I think that's what it's trying to explain. So these atoms are ions. This radiational belt will contain gases.
But you're basically making an argument for some sort of firmament or something made out of ionized particles from the ionosphere, the Earth's magnetic fields, and the Van Allen radiation belts, just to get your argument correct.
I think.
Yeah, so we were just trying to describe if there's a container, if Earth's a closed system, which I would say it is, and why there is gas pressure and why gas is contained and why we see gases moving around in a vacuum, those closed vacuum chambers examples we've seen on YouTube, and why we wouldn't say, oh, all the gas would if through entropy would just escape and just like go into the vacuum
So
space.
gas particles can't escape, but astronauts can?
No, gas particles can escape. That's what his point was.
The
They
guy
do escape.
who brought up
They do
the
escape.
article.
No, so
Button in, mate.
there's a small amount of there is a small amount of exposure, so some gases will release, but not all gases will release. Right, a majority of it will be held by the within the Van Allen belts, which is held by the magnetic field.
So how do radiation belts hold in gas pressure? You got like a mechanism.
It's
for
not the radiation; it's the magnetism. You fuck with.
Damn.
Okay.
Gas is magnetic.
So calm down.
Well, it's just like why are you even saying stupid things like that? You clearly don't.
I'm trying to clarify his argument.
Dude, they're gonna mute you, bro.
Yeah, just
all right, go with
gas
it.
magnetic then?
Already.
Are gases magnetic?
Why shouldn't he be muted? He clearly
No,
can't
I was saying the atoms.
Answer the question.
I was saying the atoms and the ions are held by the magnetization.
Are gases
yeah,
magnetic?
he literally just said that, by the way.
So yes,
clearly
gases
didn't
are
listen.
magnetic.
Clearly
Can
did
you
not
demonstrate?
No.
Who's this guy?
Yeah.
He's so angry. He's an angry little man. So is there any way that you can demonstrate gases being attracted or manipulated by magnetism, which that is your claim, if I understand correctly?
Really? Oh, that's a brilliant question.
Okay, I'm just
Can
gonna.
you demonstrate that matter is affected by magnetism? Oh no, I can't do that.
Did I say matter or
Sorry.
gases?
Oh, what are
Gonna
you?
mute.
So
Sorry, mate. I had to
he's
mute
so
you because you're a
angry.
fuckwit. So
So gases do exhibit a weak paramagnetism or diamagnetism. They're not ferromagnetic, right? So they wouldn't act like iron filaments in like a water solution, for example. Or I don't know if y'all have ever seen anyone do stuff with like electric fields using iron filaments. Have you seen that? Do you know what I'm referencing?
I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
that's cool. I've seen that.
Yeah, they wouldn't act like that, but they would exhibit, paramagnetism or diamagnetism. But the main thing that's keeping gases in the atmosphere is gravity, right? And people use this to gauge how much pressure that they can rely on when they remove air from a pump, right? So if you have like a fluorescent light bulb, for example, based on the initial height and the final height of the water in the tank, you can calculate that this is a near vacuum, right? 0.03% of I forget which gas, but in a fluorescent bulb. And so when you break the end of it in water, it'll vacuum up all of that water because the air around it is pushing down on it and making it go up into that tube.
Okay, so you said that most of it's held by gravity. So do you know about the inverse square law?
Yes.
So gravity gets weaker the higher you go. Like it's going to be much stronger at the surface of the Earth compared to the thermosphere.
Well, around the ISS, for example, which I'm not sure which height the ISS cruises at. It's pretty low.
It's just yes or no. Is there less gravitation?
I think 99.9997% of the Earth's atmosphere is below. I think it's 62 kilometers, if I am correct. Hold on, let me see.
I agree, but I'm asking: is there less gravitational pull in your model the higher you go?
Yeah, the further away you are from the center of the Earth,
right,
the less the gravity will be.
Right. And can you show me a tire with only 15 psi, right, which is pretty low for a tire?
Mm-hmm.
Can you poke a hole in that container and show me gravity like holding that down?
Holding that down.
Yeah, so that the air doesn't leave the container. Like if
the
you get
air
a nail in your
tire?
Yeah, if you get a hole in your tire and you pull the nail out, is the gravity going to hold the air in the tire?
No. Why would it? What do you mean?
Well, why would it hold it on the Earth if the Earth is very much similar to a tire with no container?
Well, because now you have an exerted force. Because pressure in a tire is a scalar, right? Yeah. And when you use a tire gauge, that's how much pressure it is compared to our 1 atmospheric pressure.
Correct.
Right? So there's a higher amount of stuff in this region, right? And pressure is a scalar. It is not a vector because pressure acts in all directions. Now the direction just has somewhere to go. So because it can go there, it will. When originally it couldn't go anywhere because it was in that container.
Right. Like the vacuum of space, it has somewhere to go.
Well, no, because it can only do so in the context of a gravitational field.
Well, is the
because
tire
all of
in the
that
car?
because all of that weight is pushing on it, it has to leave. That's why a vacuum in space and a vacuum on Earth have slightly different rules when we're talking about the context of the gravitational field that they're operating in. Does that make
I
sense?
agree. There's less gravity way up there, like we established a few minutes ago.
Right. There's about, like, I think the ISS, it's like 9.6 meters per second squared instead of 9.8. I think. G constant.
So can you demonstrate gravity holding in air pressure without a
0.89 G.
closed container?
Well, no, because gravity exists, right? The example that you're asking for can't be done on Earth because gravity exists. You're asking us to basically build another planet and have an atmosphere on that planet,
No, I'm
right?
not.
Which isn't
I'm just
really.
asking you to demonstrate your claim.
Well, the only way that could be done is if you had a body large enough to retain an atmospheric field or an atmosphere within its gravitational field. That's the only way that what you want can be done.
So you can't demonstrate what you're claiming. This is not a practical thought experiment. It's
yes,
certainly
yeah.
not science. It's a philosophical statement. Okay.
Yeah, your critique.
You're comparing ambient air pressure to pressure with inside the tire. It's different.
Yeah, I know that, bro. I'm breathing right now, even if the tire goes flat.
Hey, I didn't know much about this stuff before I took, my physics, waves, and heat class, right? I couldn't answer this question.
Oh, I really would like to have a conversation with you.
A few
You
years
had
ago.
physics class? Oh,
yeah, it was an interesting class.
Would love to talk to you about some dark matter, but I'm pretty sure.
Man,
Yeah, I know.
I only took up through electricity and magnetism. That was my focus, but I mean,
if you got any
it's interesting.
that would love to come in here, that would be great. Go ahead.
I wouldn't ever introduce my family or my friends or anyone I care about to this server. But
Well, if anybody has any physics professors or cosmologists or anything like that, would love to talk to them.
I think it's important to realize that in both cases, whether it be the walls of a container or a gravitational field due to a planet, in both cases, it's acceleration that's keeping the gas contained. In the container example, it's the electromagnetic force of the gas particles hitting the walls of the container, basically electrons in the nitrogen molecule, say, hitting the walls of whatever electrons are in the container and repelling it backwards over a short distance, of course. So it's experiences a high acceleration. Yeah, but in a gravitational field, it's much less of a force. So basically, it takes much longer for it to slow down and eventually change directions. And the only time that one of those little gas molecules will not escape Earth's gravitational field is if they're going faster than escape velocity, which is quite fast. I think it's 24,000 miles an hour or something.
Right, but if you're trying to use the Earth as evidence for the thing that we're talking about, it's kind of circular. So you claiming that you need another planet to demonstrate this, you're basically, kind of saying that you can't prove it. Like it's just a thought that you have.
Well,
in terms of in terms of the kinetic theories of gases, we pretty much know what gas is at this point. We have we even in high school chemistry, you have VSEPR theory, electron orbitals. We even have pictures of atoms at this point. We know what gas is. It's a bunch of, like you said, elastic particles. And so we can model these sorts of things and say, okay, if there is an acceleration downwards, what should we expect to see? At what pressures would we get at certain altitudes and all this stuff, and all the data sort of matches up. You know what I mean?
Right. If you're at Mount Everest, right, versus I don't know, Miami, Florida, right, your altitude is going to meaningfully impact how much water a fluorescent light bulb could suck up, or how long it could be before it stopped sucking up water. Right. Those would be two meaningfully different numbers. Right.
Oh my God! I just did ChatGPT for how fast an air particle would be moving inside of a wheelbarrow tower pressurized at 15 psi. It said hundreds of meters per second.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
That's
yeah.
But
that's got to be a pretty good escape velocity.
Anyways, yeah. The notion of ambient pressure and gravity. I mean, these are when you expect that gravity is pulling all of these things down slightly, and you say, okay, well, then that would mean that there's probably less air if there's a cutoff to the atmosphere. There's probably less air pushing on top of this liquid that would be pushing into the straw if I go up to a higher altitude and therefore have less air pushing down on it, right? In the same way that when you rise in the sea, when you take a submarine and you don't go too far down, when you come back up, that pressure will be lower too because you have less water on top of you, right? Air works the same way. It's a fluid.
Right, but also works in the opposite direction when you're talking about the atmosphere and the higher altitude, because the higher pressure at the lower altitude closer to the Earth is going to be pushing those particles at the higher up you go. They're just pushing and pushing and pushing. And, according to Newton, for every action, there needs to be an equal and opposite reaction. And I understand that you're claiming that gravity is holding us down, but you've admitted that you can't demonstrate it. So we need an equal and opposite reaction. I don't believe it's enough to say, well, the Earth's magnetic fields, the Van Allen radiation belts, and what else did you say? Gravity?
Yeah, so if you want, I can, because you asked me a question about the Van Allen belts, how if magnetization affects the gases, right? If they attract or like prevent gases from being released, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Van Allen radiation belt is a zone of energetic charged particles, most of which originate from the solar wind. The particles are captured by and held around a planet by that planet's magnetic field. Earth's magnetic field deflects most of the solar wind. Most charged particles would otherwise strip away the ozone layer that protects the Earth from harmful ultraviolet radiation. One stripping mechanism is for gas to be caught in bubbles of the magnetic field, which are ripped off by solar winds. So I think this is kind of demonstrating, or describing at least, that these magnetizations will act as a form of container or pressurized, so we'll see gases.
Show me an experiment. Show me an experiment to prove that.
Experiment to prove what?
To prove it. Show me an experiment to prove that.
They've already admitted they can't demonstrate it. They're just they're speaking.
Prove what?
They're waxing on philosophically, bro.
Well, I mean, I gave you the explanation of how we know that when less air is above an object.
Right. Is an explanation experimentation?
Well, we can, but this is how altimeters work, right?
So is this a postulation or an experimentation?
It's I mean, I guess it can be both. I can get you the experiments that demonstrate the validity of how altimeters work.
No, not altimeters.
Right?
The claim that you can make some radiation and it will work as a cap on a propane tank. Oh, so we're not talking about
no. I was talking about gravity.
Belts?
I was talking about gravity and why.
You weren't talking about the Van Allen radiation belts a second ago?
No, that was a different guy.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, no, you're good. But no, yeah, like if you sorry, I was talking about the air pushing down on a container and it filling a fluorescent light bulb. That was me.
It's because of differential pressure.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you start out at a low altitude and you try that experiment and then you go up to a much higher altitude, you'll realize that those two heights will be very different because there's less air pushing down on it with the force of gravity that it has at its
so that's your claim.
Density.
Yes, that's your claim. Your claim that the air pressure is caused by gravity, right? That's your claim.
Yes.
Okay. And your evidence for your claim is what?
Is the fact that when
air gets pushed into the fluorescent, or water gets pushed into the
when we have different amounts of air that weigh differently, sitting on top of a surface, pushing that water in, and where it has to fill a vacuum chamber, right?
They
when
have
we
different
see
pressures. Pressure is not a weight.
I'm not. Hold on. Let me bring up. Well, yeah, they have different pressures. Yes, you're correct. Because, can I stream a paint stream?
I mean, I guess.
Okay, so let me draw. Okay, here's the ground.
Here is some height. And here is a container. This container is perched up here. This container is perched down here. Here is water. Water in the container. Okay. And then here is an empty tube. Right? And assume that these are identical tubes. Now, obviously it's not to scale, but basically what would happen if you're at some low altitude right here? We'll call this H1, and that'll be about right here. Versus up here, H2, that means that when we get rid of the top of this container here, we just allow it to fill up this tube, that there is a column of air right here. And it extends all the way up into the atmosphere. Same with this one, column of air. But the only two difference between these two things is this column of air right here. So, you know, air is, air weighs stuff, right? Air is a thing, and it weighs down because it's being pulled down by gravity. And we can calculate how far water will travel up the tube because of how much air is sitting on top of it.
Okay, that's your claim. That's your
claim, dude. And this is how altimeters are calibrated. This is how they work. This is the reason altimeters exist.
At a reference altitude, and then based upon where you are. So if you set your altimeter and you're already at 1,000 feet, it's going to read that as ground level. It's a relative pressure.
Yeah, but if you have a digital sensor, you can be a little bit smarter with it, and you can interpret altitude differentials and contextualize that in one interface using this principle.
They don't use air above the altimeter as the principle.
What do you think millimeter?
They just use differential pressure. That's
all they use. What do you think the unit
yeah, I know what a barometer
means?
is. Yeah, it's the height of a column of mercury.
Yes. And so instead of using water here, they would just use mercury, because mercury is a much better liquid to use for that kind of thing. It takes a lot more to move it.
Yes, and that measures pressure, air pressure.
Right. And pressure is just equal to force over area.
Does the mercury change based upon the weather conditions?
Based on the weather conditions?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's what it's measuring.
Yeah.
But the weather conditions.
They're not measuring the weight of the air above the barometer. They're measuring temperature changes.
Right, but the reason why the air pressure changes is because less air is moving in, is currently above. It's fluctuating, right? But like when you have mercury and you have this instrument and you know that you have a certain column of air missing in two places with the same climate, you can contextualize the altitude based on the gravitational influence, because like you said, it's measuring pressure, and pressure is just force divided by area. The area is the area that is exposed, that surface, to the air column. So that's the area, and the force is equal to mass times acceleration, which is just gravity in this case, because that's what is affecting the column of air.
I understand the story. I understand your explanation, your story that you're telling. The thing is, you have no evidence for that cause. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're just proclaiming it repeatedly.
Do you want me to give you Cavendish's experiment that demonstrates the universal law of gravitation? I have that too. Gravity shows up in so many things. It shows up in barometers, it shows up in altimeters, it shows up in scales and calibrating, things like that. And you can demonstrate it empirically using the Cavendish experiment.
Oh, really?
He has solid evidence,
So
and
what?
I would
So
like to
hold
see
on,
his
hold on.
evidence.
Yeah.
of God.
Hold on. Let me get you the video.
Let's talk about the Cavendish. Look, I can get you a whole bunch of videos where the Cavendish don't work. I can also get you videos where the Cavendish works where it shouldn't. I can also get you videos where they change the orientation of the object they're using in the Cavendish, and they get different rotations. So, what's your point?
I mean, yeah, sometimes people do wrong things in
Oh, that's it.
experiments. That's
So
true.
that's it. So
Um,
one of the videos is a professional physicist.
Neon, you're not
right?
going to win this.
is that really
Hold
so
on.
sometimes people do wrong things? Sometimes people make bad flat earth videos. Does that mean flat earth can't be true?
Okay. Do you know the YouTube channel 60 Symbols?
No.
Okay,
You're
it's
weird
put on,
flat earth.
it's put on by a university. It's put on by a university, the University of Cambridge. So
Okay.
they do the Cavendish experiment. They use a professional, education grade Cavendish device that costs something like $2,000.
Okay, this guy does it with some equipment that you can use in your own free time.
What happens when it
worked
doesn't
fine.
work? So what happens? So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
So
sometimes it works
Indio,
when it shouldn't.
this is a
I'm
pattern.
asking you.
This is a pattern of behavior I'm noticing.
Now you're
You said
talking
earlier.
about me. Now
No,
you
okay,
conceded.
sure,
As soon as
sure.
you start talking about me, you've conceded, dude.
Okay,
Why are
sure.
you talking
So
about me?
in terms of Cambridge, you're saying that they did the Cavendish experiment and it failed.
Yes.
Where did it fail?
It didn't do anything.
What did it? Okay, it didn't do anything. What did they do and what did it not do anything
Okay,
for?
they
What do you
set it
mean?
up to work, and it didn't do anything.
Set
the
what up?
balls just stayed. I'll show you.
Okay, and I'm just really curious. What about this video right here, where if I've copied it for at the current timestamp, when he places the weight in front of the pendulum moves towards the weight.
And what would you say if it didn't do that?
If it didn't do that,
Yeah, what would you say?
probably say that there's
That he did it wrong, right? Do you know what confirmation bias is?
I mean, this experiment has been repeated for 200 years, dude.
Yeah, and lots of times they try to repeat it and it doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So
what happens when we have an inconsistent?
So how often? Okay, so how
what
often
happens when
does
we
it
have
successful?
He's red herring you.
So how often does it fail?
I don't know. What do we do? And I was just about to ask you that question. What do we do when we get inconsistent results in some type of experiment?
I mean, you would have to contextualize the inconsistency of the results with uncertainty parameters. So there's a discipline.
And you would generate a p-value.
No,
determine. No, you would generate a p-value to determine whether the effect is actual or by chance.
No, this is a different kind of categorization. So what you would do in this case is you would describe the relationship as, F equals M1 M2 G over R squared, right? And then you'd have to say, based on everything we can measure, right, it will come into some field of scrutiny, right? So for example, if you have a cup and you're measuring a gallon of water, if you only have a line at a gallon of water, it wouldn't make sense to say 1.00 gallons because you don't know that you're being that precise, right? So in this case, you would probably say like 1.1 gallons or 1.0 or, or just one.
Well,
that would be your sig
1.00,
figs.
you'd have 1.01.
Right. So when you're
analogy because that's
no, I'm not analogizing it.
That's just a false equivalence.
I'm not equivocating it. I'm saying that when you're saying, okay, this will behave in this way with this relationship, which is the equation that I just outlined, the law of universal gravitation. When you're doing the actual experiment for it, you have to contextualize to what degree that is allowed to vary. And you do that by taking the partial derivative of everything in that equation based on how much uncertainty is laden within that measurement. And that's where you get your absolute metric of error.
Okay.
So that's how they account.
Not working at all.
Okay, you still have yet to demonstrate that. And you also have yet to demonstrate that the Space Falcon footage was edited too.
Yeah, I posted that a while ago.
Okay, can you post it again because I didn't see it.
Hold on. See if I still have the tab open.
It's also in your library too. If you.
Oh yeah, I can look at the history. Hold on. Maybe right here though. Yeah, right here. So you can just compare this to your video. This is the actual live footage that was shown. You can just compare it to your video. It's obvious that they're not the same. Yeah, hold on.
So you're saying in one it looks flat, and the other, it's like it's like edited to look.
Here we go again
round?
with the so you're saying. I can't believe you just did it again, dude. You really are.
No, I'm literally asking what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm
are you
saying.
saying
Where
that
did
the
the fuck
video's
did you
happening?
get that? Where the
What
fuck
what
did
is
you
happening?
get? I said it was flat.
You said that. Okay, what's happening in the video then? You said it's obvious that they're edited. What happened in the video?
They changed the screens, dude.
They change. You mean they switched to a different
When we
camera?
talked, do you even remember what we were talking about earlier?
So you
We
mean
were
they
like,
switched to a different
so
camera?
SpaceX
You're
had to
gonna
make
lose,
this
Neon, no matter what.
SpaceX had to make this whole convoluted production for millions of dollars, wherever the fuck you said, about SpaceX, and I said they did do it, and you're like, nuh-uh, 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 and they did edit their video.
They directed their video. They're not edited. Like, okay,
This
when you
video
say
is
edited,
not the same as the video you posted.
when
Period.
you,
It's not the same. It's not even close to the same.
I didn't say they were, my guy. What do you mean?
Dude, it's the
What do you
same.
mean?
It's the same rocket launch, but it's not the same video.
All you're saying to me is that you don't have the like raw undirected footage of all of the live feeds at the same time, as if you wanted to view this from like a director's cut to where you could like tell where the cameras to be.
They
Okay.
broadcast the
Yeah,
video.
man, you gotta call
so,
NASA, okay?
So in the image, when they show the round Earth,
That's the
when
fifth time you
in their
strawmanned me,
videos,
dude.
when
That's
you
the
show,
fifth time.
if you don't make an argument, I can't straw man you.
I happen to have a telescope, and I
Dude,
can
I did
actually
make an
watch a
argument.
rocket launch, and it doesn't hit.
Listen,
That's a rigged telescope.
the video. Either you have a
Where is it
comprehension-
edited?
Either you have a dude, are you serious?
Yes.
Look
What
at
do
the
you
split
mean?
screen. Look at the split screen. Look at the split screen in your video, the left and the right screen, and compare them to the split screen in this video I just posted.
I see, it's fake. I can tell it's doctored.
Okay, I'm really curious.
Don't make me
I'm
post
just gonna.
screenshots, dude.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna stream it because I'm really curious as to what the fuck are you talking about.
Yeah,
Okay,
Neon,
hold
why are you
on.
giving us doctored stuff?
Hold on. Look, these are exactly the same. I mean, they have different banners. Got it side by side.
How's that possible on a live stream? On a single live stream at the same time?
What?
This is a live streamed video onto YouTube. How is it possible that you have two different videos from the same live stream?
Two different videos from the same live stream.
Yeah.
Weren't they? Didn't for CNET? Oh wait, this is actually the same video. Hold on. We have the other one. Okay.
Is the answer that it's not live? Is that the
So
answer?
I mean, there's two cameras filming at different angles, or they had to they had the access to the same feed. Like, what do you want?
So if I go and play my video game and I post it live, right? I'm doing it live. I can't then go back and edit my live video. I can take it down and repost it. But this one is uploaded live and edited and not taken down and reposted.
At the same time? It's
All those
edited in
things-
real time?
No, not in real time. It was, they went back and edited it. If you play it on your phone and play it on your laptop, right? Side by side, same time signature.
These look exactly the same.
Have you watched the whole video yet?
Okay, where in the video should I go to see if it's
You'd have
edited
to
or
ask
not?
Indio.
Dude, just compare one screen to the other. Just pull up both screens at the same time where they show the split screen, right? The split screen of the rockets. One video has the same screen in the split screen on the left and the right. The other video does not.
And you can see him switch the
I'll,
background.
I'm gonna watch it from the point that they both launch, and then we'll see what happens from there. How about that?
Yeah, go to the part where you see them change in the background on one of the screens.
Okay. All right. I've got it right. Okay. So we agree they're at basically the same time, right? I mean, they did launch, so
like
this is at the same time,
5.
right?
You can look at the look at that T +5.
+5? Where?
Yeah, the top right hand.
Okay. All right. Cool.
5 seconds after launch.
Yeah. Okay. So we're good, right? This is the same time. Flat Earthers. I want to make sure we're starting in the same place. This is at the same time, right? They're both in the air at the same time. Okay. Cool. All right.
Time signature is different though.
Y'all just pause it whenever y'all see the edit. Looks pretty similar to me so far.
You know what? I'm gonna join the flat earth community. It's actually fun being a flat earther.
You're guilty by association already, bro.
I know. It actually is funny. I guess funnier. Like I do enjoy.
Right now, their altitude is 2.9 kilometers. Right.
Looks like it.
And eventually,
Yo, what's poppin', little niggas?
You can't say that, bro. Don't say it again, or we're gonna meet you.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
But
we
I'm
just
black.
don't want. Well, I can't tell that, bro.
Blacks allowed.
I wish I could skip both of them at the same
Wait,
time.
whoa.
You
who
can't
said
say
no
that either.
blacks allowed?
You can't say that either, bro. We don't want to mute you. We're just trying to watch a video, right? If you don't like rockets and you'd rather talk about racism, like go somewhere else.
I understand, but the name of this channel is Flat Earthers.
Yeah, it is.
The fuck does racism have to do
And
with
you guys
that?
are watching rockets. Like, where
There's
the
a
fuck
difference
does
right
that
there.
lie?
Okay.
Isn't there a difference from in the right?
Okay, I'm pausing it. I'm pausing it. So we just had a claim that there was a difference in the right one. Where?
We look at the shadow in the right one. In the
Yeah, I
right
see
one,
it.
on the right. You see that shadow?
Yeah.
Difference
Okay.
right there.
Okay, and
Wait, they're at slightly different times. No, they're not.
The whole videos had slightly different times.
Hello.
But they synced it up. But the thing is,
Yo,
this is supposed
yo,
to be
Larry, how about you be quiet?
the same video.
No, I'm playing.
Yeah, it's cool, bro.
Yeah,
you can't troll me. I'm unperturbable.
Hey, whoever
Wait,
you are,
it
can
is
you,
the same video.
not
What do
be
you
quiet
mean?
again for 1 second?
You guys
while
know
I
about
find
the
out
ice
who you
walls?
are.
No, wait. Pause it. On the left.
Woman, be quiet. Listen, guys.
Yo, shut
do you
the
guys, do you guys?
Goodbye. Thanks for IDing yourself. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you. Okay.
No,
I mean,
please,
it
please
seems
unmute
like
him. No, my friend is schizophrenic.
it seems like they just
Fuck.
have different feeds and they may receive them slightly differently, but
Okay, so
They
I
are
uploaded.
There was a difference on the shadow that it was showing. Look at that difference.
and
in the
right now
shadow.
you can see the curve of the
'cause-
Earth right there.
So
It's because the
Where's that
video
shadow?
on the video on the
Really that
left,
dumb, man.
the 2 feeds on the bottom are the same. Okay.
Guys,
And then on the
guys,
video on
please
the
unmute my
right, the
friend.
2 feeds on the bottom are different. That's why you're seeing a difference, because it's really just a different camera.
Right, so I
Different camera,
uploaded a
okay.
video of Starfield September the 1st when the game first came out. How do I go back and change that without deleting the video?
They might have a filter to the camera to twist it up a little.
Yeah, they had different camera feeds and they had access to them at different times.
I know. I could put
Look,
different
look,
camera
here's the
feeds in
curve
there
of the
too.
Earth right here. Here's the curve.
It's not the curve of the
wrong, man.
Earth.
Oh no.
Oh, y'all are coping if y'all aren't seeing that curve. Hold on.
Oh,
Let's see
how
when
high
it
is
gets
that
back to the.
rocket? How
There
high
we
is the
go.
rocket? How high is the
75
rocket?
kilometers. 77 kilometers.
So you think you can see the
That's
curve?
a filter
from 70?
effect. That's
Hold
I've
on.
seen those filter effects.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Like seriously, it's not a filter.
There go. Oh, look what.
Okay, so we have
Look at that
confirmation
curve.
from a flat earther that it's not a
74.
filter effect.
That guy's not a flat earther. You gotta be dumb, dude.
No, I was talking
Look
to
at
you
that
because you
curve
said
bounce
it's
up
not a
and down.
filter effect.
It's
Look at that
not a
curve.
filter
You're all
effect. It's a
flat
fisheye lens.
earthers.
All those curves.
It's a fisheye lens. That's not the curve of the Earth. It
How do you know
can't
it's a
be the curve of the
fisheye
Earth.
lens?
Actually, it'll concave effect.
I
Okay,
thought you
dude.
said I thought you said the video was edited.
Wait,
Now you're
that's
saying
not
it's a
how a
fisheye
fisheye lens
lens.
works, dude. If the curve of the Earth is going against like the grain of the fisheye, that's like not.
It would also curve this too.
Wouldn't
And
make
this
any
is pretty
goddamn sense.
circular.
So, can I speak now?
No.
Sure.
The diameter of the Earth is supposed to be 8,000
Like
miles.
right there.
I'm gonna mute you. Okay.
Nice curve.
So the curve of the Earth is supposed to be 8,000 miles. The diameter of the Earth is supposed to be 8,000 miles. 74 kilometers above it isn't high enough to see the curve of the Earth.
Why not?
Because it's not high enough above the surface.
How high do you have to be? And
So,
into what and what arc,
eighth of
in what arc
circumference.
seconds of an angle can you see?
From where?
Why? Okay,
Dude, do you
at
even understand how a ball
at
works?
100 and, yes, I understand. At 134
so where on the
kilometers.
horizon? Well, dude, you've talked enough. Okay, so the horizon is equidistant from your viewpoint, right?
Oh God.
Is the
from
horizon
what?
equidistant from your viewpoint?
No.
On a globe.
Yes.
Every part of that horizon is equidistant. How can one part appear lower than the other? Because if it was lower, that would mean
I
it's closer to
legitimately
you.
have no idea. You're like, are you saying that it's not actually curved because they're not high? Like, you're saying they can't see the curve because they're too high.
The altitude is
But your
not
original
high
claim was that
in
they
the
edited the
globe
video.
model. The video is edited. I didn't make any claim about the curve of the Earth. We're
This is like
talking about
left
whether
reflection.
the video is edited or not.
Is okay. So where's the edit? We've been watching the video.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Bro, you should have stuck with my
Jesus
claim
Christ.
that there was a lens on the filter lens.
Who just talked? What's your name?
My name's Vince.
Oh no, they're turning against each other.
He's not a flat earther, dude. He's a LARPer.
Oh.
You're all fucking LARPers.
Yeah,
You're all
mama's a
fucking
LARPer.
No, he's just a LARPer.
Indio, you're a LARPer.
Yeah, okay, so you're a photographer, you know. Okay, so on a fisheye lens, how is the distortion? How does the distortion work? You don't know shit, dude. Distortion is radial from the center. Try again. Distortion is radial from the center. Distortion, it isn't what you told me. No, you're wrong. It's radial from the center. That's how a fisheye lens distorts. Radial from the center.
I'm still waiting to see where this is edited.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. Hold on. I keep talking and I keep having extemporaneous fucking comments.
Do you have the timestamp or?
No, I'm gonna show you a screen. I'm gonna show you a screen.
Then be quiet until you can find it.
Dude, one more person talk shit, they're getting banned.
What you talking about? What you talking about?
Why would you ban somebody if they're just asking you to get your evidence?
Because in here we're having deep conversations, and we can't have deep conversations about philosophical things if somebody's in here trolling and over talking.
Wait,
That's
horizons are
hold on, bro.
philosophical?
You're doing it right now. We have to be able to nail things down and stay on topic. The interruptions is for other channels where the trolls congregate.
Can the flat earthers? Can the flat earthers explain this like very clear and very obvious curve that we keep on seeing in all of these images?
I did.
You really did.
You didn't.
I posted a video.
It's a
Neil deGrasse
fisheye
Tyson.
lens. I explained it. Are you,
Dude,
are you
fisheye lenses can't get you out of everything. That's not what this is.
Nuh-uh, it's not a refutation.
So which
It's a
which lens
fisheye
did they use? Which camera
not a
model did they use?
You're just denying it.
Jesus Christ. Listen, if that was the curve of the Earth, you have to be a tiny earther because the Earth would only be fucking 400 kilometers in radius. Okay, so the altitude. Listen,
the radius of
dude,
the Earth doesn't
listen,
change the further away you move from it. What are you talking about?
The only way you could see curve from that altitude. So here we go again. You just straw man me again. I'm muting you forever, dude.
I didn't straw. I repeated directly what you said. What do you mean?
You did. You know this is being recorded, right?
I repeated. We can check the recording. I repeated exactly what you said.
No, you didn't.
I said.
He said. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, let me say it. From that altitude, if that was the curvature of the Earth would have a radius of 400 kilometers.
Okay.
Then you said.
And the radius
you
doesn't
said
change
radius
no matter.
don't change. No shit, Sherlock. We know that. But I didn't say the radius changed. I said from that altitude to get that viewpoint and that view of that much curve, the Earth would be tiny.
Okay.
So the International Space Station, which is supposed to be at 250
Okay. When you're
miles.
when you're quantifying.
Listen to me. So 400 kilometers, right? The ISS is supposed to be 400 kilometers above the surface, right? 5 times higher than this.
To see how much curve.
5 times higher than this, right?
Dude, you're talking about angular resolution, and that's not measured. That's not measured in distance.
Minds. Just answer the question. So 5 times higher than this rocket is supposed to be the ISS, right?
I have no idea. What does this have to do with
ISS
the actual footage in the
Guess
videos?
what I'm trying to say. Stop trying to figure out what I'm trying to say and just try to get to the truth. Okay.
Yes, I'm trying. What does that have to do with these videos? Where are they edited?
Okay. So, dude. Okay. Real simple.
off.
So the ISS is 800 miles, or supposed to be 400 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. The ISS, if you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter, as tall as you are, the ISS would only be 2.25 inches above it.
Oh, okay.
If you took a camera and you stuck it 2 inches above a ball that was 6 feet in diameter, how much do you think that ball, how much curve you'd catch in that camera?
It depends on where you angle the camera.
That's 5 times lower.
So is the claim that the just to clarify,
it's 2/10 of an inch.
So just to clarify, you're saying that the video is edited because you don't think that you could see as much curvature in that video.
So you're saying
at that altitude that they
specify.
So
you're saying I didn't say any of that shit. And he fucking
Yeah, you're gonna lose this debate. You know that, right? No matter what.
He did ask you. He said, "So you're saying is in like, oh, so is this what you're saying?" Just didn't use the word "is."
No, it's a straw man. He's been doing it for the last 2
Well,
hours.
okay,
man.
but
I warned him. I already muted him once for it. So
he did ask you. He did ask you. So are you saying?
Listen. There's no way he could have got the implications of what he said. Are you saying from what I actually said?
Is the rocket too low to see curvature? That's what he's asking you. That's what he thought you were saying.
Yeah.
In the globe model, in the globe model with the Earth of 8,000 mile diameter, 3,959 mile radius, that rocket is too low to see curvature.
Okay, so he didn't misquote you. Then you can unmute him.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a person called Paul Larson who is the
planetarium director.
He says that you can only see curvature from, I think it was about 1,000 miles.
Yeah, but he didn't misquote you, so you can continue. I don't know why he's muted. I know it's annoying when people say, "Is this what you're saying?" But
why would the planetarium guy say 1,000 miles, and then this guy says he can see it from 70 miles?
Well, I think what Neil was really trying to say was that, look, right, you've just seen the curvature of the Earth as this rocket's gone up. Nobody cares about what other people have said the number's supposed to be. You can see it in the video, unless you're going to say the video is edited. Then there's a problem here.
He's saying the video it has a fish-eye lens, right? So it looks like it's going to be curvature, but it's not natural.
No, listen, this is part of the reason why I'm aggravated. He's trying to conflate two claims. I said the video is edited, which it is.
Okay.
What is edited is the split screens. That's what was edited. In the original video, and I've explained this to him like 10 times. In the original video, in the original live stream, they even say it in the live stream. They apologized at the end. Sorry, we got the feed from one rocket. The camera on one rocket. You know that was split screen.
So right, I understand.
One is supposed to be the left rocket. One is supposed to be the right rocket.
So,
they were showing but the left rocket in both screens on the live stream. They went in post and quote unquote corrected it. Okay.
Yes. So the feed, so when you say edit, you're not saying edit as in it's fake. You're saying edit as in they got the camera cues wrong, right?
No. Can you edit a live stream on YouTube?
You can switch cameras. You can switch a live. Have you ever seen a live show?
The video that was live streamed on YouTube is not the video that currently exists on YouTube.
Why can't there be
But it
more than
says
one
it's a
feed?
live stream.
Why can't there be two representations of the same feed?
How do you do that? Can you walk that through me? Because I got
What?
a live right now on my YouTube channel.
The
How do
fucking
I
cope
keep?
of you guys trying to fucking just dash this away is fucking
I
amazing.
do think, by the way, Indio, that he didn't misquote you, so I do think you can unmute him.
Yeah, I don't care, White Knight.
I'm not a White Knight. Me and Neon don't get on. I actually have bad history with Neon, right? So you can
So
unmute him.
I'm
I'm
asking
not
you.
taking any joy from it.
I'm asking you, can you walk me through it right now? Like, I want to keep the original views on my video that was streamed live, and I want to edit it and keep all the original comments. Can you walk me through that right now? Like, is there like a how-to video?
What is like the
I just want to edit a
the
live.
technical issue of like switching cameras?
No, not the technical issue of switching cameras. I'm talking about I already have a stream on my YouTube channel. It's up right now from September the 1st. I want to edit that video and keep all the postings and comments and statistics and all the views. But I want to edit that video that was live. And I want it to still remain live. Can you walk me through that?
And it'll still say.
Wait, when you say edit, what are you
live.
saying?
Oh my God, do you not know what edit a video means?
Well, there's variations of editing, right?
I want to edit the video.
You mean edit
Change
the actual video?
content to the video. So look in the flat Earth text chat. So since I had a second of a normal person, here it is. So here's one feed, here's one video, and here's the other video. These are not the same video. If you look at the right split screen, those are not the same frame. The bottom video is the one that was originally broadcast, and the top one is the edited one. This is what exists now on YouTube as a SpaceX streamed live video. But this is what was actually streamed live on the bottom.
Wait, so yeah, but what's the edit issue here? Point it out to me.
You see the black thing on the white at the edge of the white cylinder of the rocket? Do I need to fucking draw an arrow to it?
Yeah, you're gonna have to, because I don't even know which image I'm supposed to be looking at of the two.
God, you guys! No wonder why you guys.
I mean,
think
look,
fucking
it's not
space
my
images aren't real.
feed. It's Neon's feed, and he's currently muted. I'm just trying to speak for him while you've got him muted. You know?
For some reason, my upload is ridiculously slow.
Someone said, "How about you speak for yourself?" Well, you know, I think.
Okay, you see that black thing? There's a red arrow pointing at it.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, so that black thing does not exist in the top picture. The right split screen of the first image I posted. I'll just post it again. Fuck it.
Right, I see. And you think?
I don't think
this is
I
the
know
same.
because I watched it live.
Yeah, but the issue is that you think this is meant to be the representation of the same feed, right?
It was a live stream.
I'm gonna go this over again. The video that I just put with the arrow posted at, this was live streamed. The video that exists now on SpaceX is the one that the latest image I just posted that doesn't have this black thing. This is the video that exists now that says it was live streamed.
Do you see the issue?
So the actual live stream video that they said is live stream and YouTube still now to this day said was live streamed,
all right,
was actually
I figured out
edited
the issue
and re-uploaded to YouTube.
I figured out the issue. So the issue is here that the two cameras you're seeing are representations of the exact same thing. Obviously, they didn't want to show two versions of the exact same camera, right? So what they wanted what they wanted to show you was a third camera, right? That third camera may have still been producing feed or recording, but it wasn't uploaded in the live stream. So they could have re-uploaded ad hoc that third camera that wasn't actually giving live feed, but a recording, and insert it into the other feed that was a representation of the first feed. Nothing seems problematic here. I don't know why you're framing it like it is.
Okay, you can't do that on YouTube.
Why can't you do that?
Because when you upload a video, it's a new video. You can't edit a live stream.
Unless you got a how-to video. Unless you got a how-to video on how to edit a live stream video without changing any of the analytics.
Yeah, when you change it, it'll say
Wait, can't you run
uploaded
it through
on
OBS?
XYZ date. It doesn't say live streamed on the
Shit
date that
There's
you
no
added.
way there's no way they still don't get it. Once you
Yeah, they get it.
upload a live stream and then you end the upload, you can't edit it. It was live stream. You know how live stream works?
Well, I've just searched you can edit a live stream on YouTube, so I don't know. I don't know what you're
Okay,
talking
send me the how-to video because I got a
Okay, here
video
you
from
go.
a week ago, and we can do it right now.
So you can change the sound and shit, but it will. What it'll say is it'll say uploaded on, etc. It won't say live streamed anymore, and it'll be a completely new video. So all your comments will be gone, all your likes will be gone, all the views will be gone. It'll be completely different as a
Yeah,
new video.
it'll change the analytics, like I said.
It'll erase them. It'll be a new video. It'll have a new URL. It'll be completely
Could be a
different.
new overlay, right?
How could they do that? Dude, you're trying to say they could be this. Yeah, they could have done all those things, but it didn't change anything
Sorry,
on
I
YouTube.
was
and
reading. I
knowing
was
this,
reading that off like the question of. I was reading a website that said how can you edit a live stream on YouTube, and it says live streamers also employ a number of other tools in addition to live video editing. When people make a donation or subscribe to a channel, it can also show them a graphic that includes overlay and titles.
yeah, this ain't an overlay or a title. You're talking about like when a little box on the side for more information. Click this. That's what you're talking about. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the video itself.
Can you get Neon unmuted? Because it is his live stream. So it was his video that he was citing. I'm currently now doing defense for someone else's video.
Yeah, I understand.
And so far I don't see the issue.
Neil has to stop straw manning if he wants to get unmuted.
Well, give him a chance of forgiveness, right? But as far as I'm aware, you can edit a live
I
stream on
did
YouTube.
forgive him. He got unmuted.
All right, Neil.
He was already unmuted. Listen, he was muted before for straw manning. After he was warned, I said, listen, I said, you straw man me twice. You do it again, I'm gonna mute you. He did, so I did.
Yep, you gotta mute that guy.
Then he did it again, and I said, dude, you're straw manning me again. And he did it 3 times again, and then the 3rd time I muted him. So that's the way it is. I'm not gonna sit there and defend arguments I didn't make, or have him conflate arguments I didn't make with other things.
All right.
I never said they faked the curve of the earth. I didn't imply that. He started our conversation. If you want to recap, he said SpaceX wouldn't fake anything. They'd have to hire all this production budget. And I said, yes, they have faked it. They have edited video.
Yeah. Well, so what we've discovered.
We got to this, but
Okay,
then he tried to make it sound like I said, well, they're editing video of the curvature of the earth.
Yeah. So
I never said any such thing. Even though we know it has to be. It can't represent the globe because the globe says it's 8,000 miles diameter, and they're not high enough to see the curvature of the earth. So what gives?
Yeah, but the issue remains, right? That one, you could say they superimposed the 3rd recording that they wanted to show on the live stream onto the other cam that was repeating another feed. But the issue remains that there's 2 other feeds that was showing you live a rocket launch to space where you could see curvature. That is not contestable, right? So far, there's 3 videos. Your complaint is 1 video that was superimposed after the ad hoc, but there's 2 other feeds that you're watching live.
No, it was only broadcast live. There was an individual person that OBS'd the live stream. It was only live streamed on YouTube from SpaceX. Every single feed is derivative of what they broadcast on YouTube.
And what's the editing problem here with the feeds that you don't contest?
The fact that they edited it at all and then uploaded it and nothing changed, which means YouTube and them colluded to be able to do that.
Why does it mean that? What does that follow?
Because there's no way to do it.
I just posted how you can do it.
What you posted is not what we're talking about. What you posted is adding cards to videos. So you can add timestamps in videos so that something pops up in the video that might be a link to another video for an advertiser to something like that, but it's actually not part of the video. It's an overlay, but it's not actually part of your video. You can add those no problem. That's not an issue. We're talking about the video itself.
Any YouTubers in the call that could probably clarify how you can superimpose a live feed after the fact, or I guess a recording after the fact?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
So, when you're streaming to something like YouTube, you're usually doing it through a back end. And the back end could be something like OBS. It could be, I think YouTube has its own proprietary service that you can go through with its web web plugins that it has. Like if you just go to the website and upload a video or start a live stream, it gives you certain tools. But most of them use something like OBS. And when you're live streaming, you can cut together whatever you want. You could take a video that's years old, put it like they call it a scene in OBS. You can make it a scene and then you can play it.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
Just because it's a live stream doesn't mean that it's not
That's
edited.
not what we're
It just means that somewhere
That's
along
not
the
what
way,
we're talking about.
That's not what we're talking about, dude. This is just like, I don't know if you were here.
I wasn't. No.
SpaceX live. Okay, now tell us. SpaceX live streamed the video. Live streamed the rocket launch, the Falcon Heavy, Tesla in space, yada yada yada. The video that they live streamed is not the video that exists, but says it was the live stream video on YouTube. None of the comments changed, none of the analytics changed, nothing changed. Only the contents of the video changed. Now, is there a way that you know of to edit a video that was live streamed on YouTube after the stream is done and change it without it basically being a re-upload?
Yes. So usually there's two ways that people upload their live streams. So
no,
either
no, we're not talking about an upload of a live stream. It was live streamed on YouTube.
Oh, right. If it was live streamed, they could edit whatever they want.
After the fact.
What do you mean after the fact?
After it was posted, after the live stream
After
ended.
the live stream ended.
Right. So you can look up the live stream now, right?
And it's changed.
It's
but
changed.
It still has the same.
Yeah,
it still has the same upload date.
YouTube gives you tools to change videos after you've published them. You can do that.
Can you walk
In
me
fact,
through
they
that?
kind of require you to do that in some cases.
Yeah, can you tell us how to do that?
Because I got
a
a
live streamed live video to edit it.
So usually what you have to do is like you upload the way YouTube does it is you upload it as a change to the video.
Yeah, you re-upload it. So it's a brand new video, right? With a brand new URL, no comments, no likes, no views, no nothing.
No, it's the same video with the same link with the same.
Is it say
comment.
modified on a date or anything like that?
I think there are ways you can tell that it's been changed since it was originally
I got
published.
a live video right here from September the 1st. So how do I modify this video without changing the date?
I don't. I think when you edit it, it doesn't change the original publishing date that people see when they click on the video. But I think there's either ways on the video or in the metadata of the video to see that it was like edited and republished.
All right. So how do I change it?
You go into the video and like you can edit it. But YouTube specifically only lets you edit videos within their software. So you can't like go through OBS to do something like that. You can't just upload a whole new file. You have to use YouTube's editor.
We're
What do
not
I download?
talking about an upload. We're talking about a live stream.
Well, if it's a live stream that can be looked up later, it's essentially recorded and re-uploaded to YouTube as a video.
So wouldn't that make it a video and not a live stream?
Well, it's only a live stream while it's live, right? Otherwise, it's a VOD.
No, that's not true. I can click on videos and I can see videos that I posted. I click on live and I see the live that I posted.
Yeah, but you're not live streaming, so it's not. It's a recording of a live stream.
Right.
I think we've come to the
conclusion here. So what's the problem with the video now? Because we've just proven that you can do exactly what you
No,
were
she
suggesting.
didn't. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
If she can't edit, you can edit it in
I'm
the
sorry,
YouTube
dude. She
API.
don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I've been editing videos for over 30 fucking years, dude. Okay.
Yeah, and I've been on YouTube since 2009 posting videos. You can do it.
Fantastic. I want to see you do a live video right now. Do 10 seconds. Edit the video and not have it change.
Okay.
You can't do
yeah,
that.
I can. Yeah, I can do that.
Wait, if it's if she does do that and it's demonstrated it's possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do it with a VOD.
Now she's pretty sure. No, listen, I'm talking about a live stream. A live stream video. The stream goes to completion. And then
Yes.
after the stream is done, YouTube saves it where you can look at it again. You're saying that you can take that video that was live at one point and ended, edit it, and it just stays the same. Everything
Except for
stays
the
the same.
video.
It says streamed live on such
You
and such a date.
can. There are certain things that the YouTube API will let you do, but it's very limited. Like you can't just do anything. Usually, all YouTube will let you do with the video that's already been uploaded and published, whether it's a live stream or not, is they'll let you like mute audio in certain sections. They'll let you crop out certain sections, but like putting a VFX on top of a video that's already published, you can't really do that without having to re-upload it.
How about if you have a split screen, right? And the original video showed the camera on one rocket, but then after it was live streamed, you slipped in the camera from the other rocket over the camera from
Yeah,
the
as
one
far as I know, there's no way to do that with YouTube. Maybe other platforms let you do that, but I don't think Twitch lets you do that either.
YouTube let SpaceX do that. It didn't change anything.
I don't know how they could even do that.
So the issue is
That's
the
our
issue
point that we've been trying to make for fucking 5
the
hours.
the issue is there was an original live stream with two cameras, both producing a feed, right?
The
But
same
they had the visual was for the same camera on both feeds, right? The idea is that they allegedly ad hoc, superimposed one of the cameras that was producing feed onto the video,
Not
right?
allegedly. It's not
Well,
allegedly.
I don't know. I didn't see the original video.
I posted the screenshots to the videos, dude.
Are they in the same channel or the different channels?
Oh God, you said you didn't see it, and I had to point an arrow. Like, oh, what are we doing here, man?
No, I know what the issue you're pointing out is, but they're from two different channels, right? So when I say allegedly, I mean I can't see the original upload because you're saying it was changed, right?
The CNET one is the original. Well, I mean, there is a YouTube channel. I can't find it. That did. They had the original live stream that was live streamed and captured the entire thing.
Could you show me
Where's
that
the
just so we can verify that?
I'd have to find it because we looked at this at the time it was done, which was I don't even know how long ago was that, like fucking 2 years now.
I'm going back through the chat history. I'm not seeing any evidence that
on
the original live stream it was blacked out. Like I see the picture that was shared that has like the picture of like from a distance. That is the.
Hold on, I'll post them, man.
The rocket, like I think from the launch site or somewhere else, and then two different feeds of what looks like the same camera.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just posted 2 successive videos. So.
Well, actually, no, they're not different. Oh, they are different cameras.
Hold on. They are.
I posted the same one twice. I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, those are different cameras. They're not even the same image.
So, you see this? You see that black part with the red arrows pointing at? You see how that split screen shows the identical camera shots? This was the original. Now, the one above it is the one that exists now. That little black hump thing.
They're from different timestamps, though. One's from 150, and then one's from.
It is true that they were showing that
they're both from 116. If you look at the time, on in the video. That's the time T plus at the top right hand corner.
Yeah,
That's
but
time after. That's time
they're
after launch.
different.
1 minute 16 seconds. 1 minute 16 seconds.
But they have different timestamps on the YouTube VOD. Oh, we can look these up because it has the titles in them, so we can just look up by the titles.
Yeah, you can look the video up, but we're talking. Listen, they don't. These videos are cut, right? So they don't have these videos aren't even the same length of time. Okay, but we can go by because the video feed itself has a timestamp because it has the launch countdown time. It has the T plus, right? So it says T plus 1 minute and 16 seconds. At 1 minute and 16 seconds in both of these videos, they don't show the same image. I can't even believe we're still on this, dude. Like, people go to these crazy, obscene fucking lengths to defend
So I think I found the first original video if people want to see it.
Yeah,
I'll just link it for you guys, and then I'll try to find the second one for you guys. That looks to be it. Yeah. Maybe. Hold on. Let me check and make sure.
What's his name posted? Yeah, that's the one.
Ads. Sorry, I'm waiting for the ads.
I still got the tabs open.
Oh my god. And then there's a post ad. Okay. All right. So 1039. So we go back and look at the picture. 1039. Yep, that's probably the video. So the next one is watch the entire SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket test flight.
So you see the T plus, right? Where it says T plus in the right hand corner.
I do see that. I just want to look at.
That's the launch countdown, right? So that's the time after launch. It's 1 minute and 16 seconds after launch. This isn't like it's not like it's any different if you go to 1 minute 17 seconds or 1 minute 15 seconds. It's all the same. One video is a split screen with two of the same camera shots, and one video is a split screen with two different camera shots. The one that was the original video showed the same camera shot in both split screens, and the one that exists now on SpaceX's YouTube channel says it was streamed live, but it was edited from the original. You just said, and everybody knows, you can't edit a live stream video on YouTube. But SpaceX
without changing the analytics.
Okay. Hold on.
I can't believe we're still talking about this, dude. It's blowing me away, actually, kind of.
Well, Indigo, not everybody is computer savvy as you are, bud.
Jesus, no, you don't.
What? 24.
Come on.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
150.
I'm the boomer around here, man. What the hell?
But yeah, the reason why it's under contention is just because if you can't do it and it did happen, right, then there's a problem not just for me but also for you, right? Because unless you think that YouTube gave them special permissions or whatever, right? Would they use a special sort of program to do that? Or it had something to do with the fact that the feed was actually already streaming; it just wasn't being visualized on the screen, right? Be several things, right? It doesn't.
It can only be one thing.
It doesn't really account for the fact that
there's only one. There's only one thing. It was streamed live, and they were allowed to replace the video that was streamed live that was stored on YouTube with another video.
But that doesn't prove the video is fake, though, does it?
It proves that it was edited. I didn't say it proves it was fake.
Right. Oh.
Why are you guys conflating the two?
Okay, no, that's fine.
The guy asked me. He said, "SpaceX don't edit videos." And they wouldn't do that because it would cost all this money and this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, well, we know they did.
Okay, that's fine, right? So if it is the case that they edited it, but you can still see the rocket go up in space and watch it, look at the curvature of the Earth. What's the issue?
Not the curvature of the Earth, man. Are you talking?
Well, I mean, to me it looked curved, right? I don't know about you.
Okay. So, if you look through thick glasses and you see something curved, does that mean that object's actually curved?
Oh, I see what happened.
Go on.
Yeah. So, first off, so the two videos to give people context. So the first video where they look the same, and they actually aren't the same. They're a little bit frame delayed. The two pictures at the bottom, they are very slightly different. It's hard to tell, but if you watch them long enough, you can tell that they are two different feeds. The first one came from CNET, and CNET, they usually just re-upload whatever people post. They might edit it down or whatever. But then the second one is from this channel on YouTube called Videos from Space. And I don't know how they got this live stream, because the original one from CNET was close to the original launch. It was actually uploaded the same day. But the second video was posted 5 years later. So I don't know what changed in between those two periods. Maybe there was a collusion between SpaceX and YouTube. It wouldn't be the first time something like that has happened, but that'd be a weird thing for them to collude over.
I guess
It's not like SpaceX went and said, "Yeah, we changed the video," or whatever.
Well, it could have been this channel, Videos from Space, edited it. They might have done it.
Well, I mean, you can. I uploaded. I put the link to the original to the alleged live stream Falcon Heavy test. I posted it. I posted a link. It's pretty much identical to the Videos from Space video. That's where they got it. So listen, you got to think of the sequence of events, right? So SpaceX did a live stream. The next day, CNET took that live stream and uploaded and said, "Look, SpaceX launched the frickin' Tesla into space." 5 years later, Videos from Space goes, "Oh, I know, we can do an anniversary of the Falcon Heavy launch. Let's go download the video from Tesla, their live feed." Okay, and then they uploaded it, proving that the fucking thing was edited, because you got the time bracketed, right? The time of when it was edited. You got one channel uploading it contemporaneous to the event. You got one channel uploading it 5 years later. The videos don't match each other. That means the video was changed in that span of time. But if you go on SpaceX's you go on their YouTube, the video they show is the newest version, but it says live on it, streamed live. Doesn't say uploaded on such and such a date. It says streamed live on such and such a date, and all the original comments from when they streamed it live, and all the likes and all the views and everything else, they're all still there. Nobody in the history of YouTube has ever got that special privilege that SpaceX got.
Are you guys talking about how Elon Musk sucks ass?
Well, I mean,
so I'm looking on SpaceX's YouTube. Maybe I don't see it, because it was 5 years ago. There's the Starship launch. There's the CoreSat launch at McGregor, Texas. The Falcon Heavy demo.
It's the Falcon Heavy test flight. That's the name of it.
But this isn't a live stream.
Falcon Heavy test flight?
Is this a live stream? I mean, it includes parts of a live stream.
I
The
found
video
the
itself.
Oh wait, yeah, the video itself isn't the live stream, is it?
No. But it does
Unless you
have the
skip a bit
frames.
further ahead.
Yeah.
Here's a screenshot from the page, man. It says streamed live 5 years ago.
Well, I'm looking at this and it's showing me the same feed from both bottom angles. Like, one sec. Just look at this video. This is from SpaceX's YouTube channel. And I don't know if I'm looking at the wrong time, right? But it's showing me the original one, where the cameras are identical at the bottom.
So I'm looking at the original stream, and it's the new one that videos from space uploaded, and CNET's is different. I'm wondering why.
Because CNET's is the original video.
I mean, maybe, but
It's not maybe. It's not.
well, do we have verifiable proof that the recording
I watched
they
it with my own
ripped
fucking
was...
eyes, dude. They talked about it in the fucking broadcast. They talked about it while they were broadcasting. Sorry that we fucked up the cameras.
The one I posted, they are showing the identical cameras at the bottom. Can you just check that for me?
Are you guys round? Are you guys round earthers?
I think
no, I'm a cuboid Earth.
Right.
They're definitely not the same camera because they have different views of the horizon.
I like the flat Earth conspiracy theory because it's so lighthearted and fun. It's so lighthearted and fun.
I mean, that one is the same. Is there a second source that can back up CNET?
Fucking kill yourself.
Yeah, somewhere, but I'd have to find it because I looked at this shit years ago. It was just a small little YouTube channel that recorded it at the time.
That isn't exactly the same feed. That's just a stream of something slightly. Oh, it's a test
Sky
flight.
News has it, maybe?
It doesn't even matter, right? Because what it fundamentally comes down to, I don't even know why we're on this, right? The point is, right?
It doesn't matter. The point is, it's a fact that SpaceX edited a video. It's a fact that what they live streamed is not what's currently up there. That's a fact. YouTube gave them a special fucking variance. Why they?
Well, yeah, yeah.
Well, assuming that's true,
They
right?
wouldn't let PewDiePie do that shit. They wouldn't let Mr. Beast do that. If Mr. Beast live streamed and then went back and said, "Oh, I want to cut out 5 minutes of the live stream," they wouldn't let him do that.
Yeah, but assuming that's true, right? Which I will just grant, right? Because I think we're just, it could be true, right? It's still the issue here, right? He didn't show you that video because he wanted you to, I guess, contest its editing because the camera feed was different. He was trying to get you to contest whether or not you could see a launch to orbit and prove that this is possible. You can see the curvature of the Earth from orbit, right?
I mean, that video is not a launch to orbit anyway.
Well, yeah, it's not to orbit, but it's virtually going into space, right?
They can't show a launch. Can't show a launch to orbit.
Because they know SpaceX isn't going to share and spread disinformation. That's a threat to our democracy, bro.
Yeah, they can't show a launch to orbit. Private companies can't show a launch to orbit.
Well,
well, I'll tell you why. Well, part of the law was written into the Space Privacy Act that they can't show any cameras after the second stage.
Well, he did demonstrate for you at least what he promised to demonstrate. I think he said yesterday. I can't remember what it was exactly, but he said something like, "If I show you launch to space, right? At least then, if you can see the curvature of the Earth from that video, there shouldn't be much to contest, right?" That's what I think he said.
No one said that to me.
Not you, but you just happened to be in the VC today when he got the video up, right?
Who are you talking about?
Be honest, SpaceX having like a back end agreement with YouTube doesn't surprise me. They have back end agreements with their bigger channels all the time. That doesn't really surprise me.
At that time, I don't think SpaceX was even a big channel.
Well,
they were launching a Tesla into space.
No one even knew about that till after they launched the Tesla into space.
Well, the stream has 32 million views.
And I'd really, now.
But Elon Musk is a very rich man.
It was very successful.
If Elon Musk wanted to give YouTube a lot of money to just fix that one video, he probably would, right? I don't know.
I'm sure they would.
There's
a 6% chance of the Tesla colliding with Earth.
There's no fucking car in space.
Wouldn't it burn up in the atmosphere first?
He's supposedly not. He's gonna see if he can retrieve it maybe later to see what the damage can be done from the sun rays, whatever they call it, the solar thing.
Oh, honestly, I'd rather get back Apollo 11 than a roadster, but that's just me.
I want to test out an argument on Indio actually because I constructed this earlier and I've struggled with flat earthers to answer it so far, but I'm sure that there is one that can help me out. 1 second, let me get it up. Okay, so it goes like this. So just let me do the whole thing and then you can pick it apart. I can observe a satellite moving across the sky with the naked eye, but I can actually look at the actual object with a telescope as opposed to some ball of light moving across the sky. 2, this object can make it into space with a radius posited with trigonometry, as demonstrated in the video. If you want me to post the video, I'll do that. 3, if this radius is correct, then the satellite orbiting is verification the radius was accurate. If we posit a radius and it is accurate, then we can launch an object into orbit. If it isn't accurate, we simply couldn't do that. And 4, if you argue the satellite is in the sky, then ask how an object, which would be subject to all the friction of our atmosphere, can be observed as being not aerodynamic, have no apparent thrust, and yet move faster than an aeroplane.
Okay. I knew you were going to get to it. The last part, fundamental premise is wrong. Can't tell speed by looking at an object. So let's take the ISS, for instance. Okay? So you think, a lot of people think the ISS, it's going so fast, it's going 17,000 miles an hour. Can't tell that by looking at it. And visually, because it's so far away, 17,000 miles an hour from 250 miles away looks the same as 350 miles an hour from 40,000 feet. So the thing about linear perspective is that it's real easy to figure out because you can just cut everything, right? So you can divide whatever they say it is by any number and it'll be visually identical. So if they say it's 17,000 miles per hour, 250 miles, 300 feet wide, you just half all that and it's visually identical, right? You understand that, right?
Yeah, I just a clarifying question, or 2 clarifying questions. 1, 2, and 3. Are you okay with those ones?
Let me give you sides of the ISS just real quick. From the ISS, if you had a drone that was 7 feet long, traveling at 350 miles per hour at 40,000 feet, it would be visually identical to the ISS.
Okay, so with the last part, right? It may be the case, right, that there's some sort of optical problem here. Maybe it's going much slower, right? But as long as you're agreeing that it's very, very far away, right? That's all I need for the argument to carry.
I mean, it could be anywhere.
But you agree it couldn't be in the atmosphere, what with its aerodynamic and no thrust, right? as observed with the telescope.
How would you tell if there's thrust?
Well, you can see the object move, right? You can see how it's moving because you can see the object.
Okay, so have you seen airplanes without contrails? Do they have a visible means of propulsion?
No, I mean, if I took a telescope and looked at an airplane, I would be able to see the thrusters of the airplane.
What do you mean? You'd be able to see the thrusters of an airplane?
So you can see the 2 engines working, right? Giving it thrust.
No, you don't see them working.
If I had a telescope, not working, you might not see the big ball of light coming out of them, but you can see thrusters are present on the airplane.
Okay, yeah, I guess you could deduce that fucking those are thrusters or something. If you've never seen an airplane before, I don't know.
Wouldn't the spent fuel out the back of the turbines show something against the backdrop of the sky? It's like a, what do you call it? Where it's like the gases like distort the
turbulence. Yeah.
So I think the issue I'm having with is just that if 1, 2, and 3 are all correct, and we'll have to deal with 4, whether or not it's in the sky or in space, then I think there's a number of, with a telescope. So we're not even talking about supposing it. Look at it with our own bare eye, right?
Telescope isn't going to make a difference.
I mean, in the sense that you can see the actual object, right? People have done this, right?
That's actually the problem with the ISS, is that whatever it is, some of the image of it are too clear. because we can do a simple calculation on what the angular resolution of the optical device is, and then we can take the dimensions of the ISS and go, what should I be able to see using this optical device based upon the diffraction limit of my optical device? And people are taking pictures of gaps that are 2 feet wide with fucking 6-inch telescopes, when they don't have the resolving power to resolve a separation that's 2 inches wide. So it's like, so the angle subtended by 2 meters, I say 2 meters from a distance of 400 kilometers is a certain angle. And the angle resolution limit is like, if I have 2 lights and they're separated by some angle, at what point can I resolve them separately from each other, right? There's like, here's one light. Think about it like this. If you saw a car like in the distance, or you saw a car in the distance, initially you would see one light, but as the car got closer, you'd see that one light separate into 2 lights.
Yeah.
That's because the car at that point was too far away for you to distinguish the lights individually. So when you're looking at the ISS, if the pieces, whatever it is you're looking at, whatever feature, if it's too close together, it's going to look like a blurred mesh that's together. So for instance, solar panels are supposed to be 4 meters apart, right? So I can do the calculation or the Rayleigh criterion for an optical telescope and say, hey, can I resolve from 250 miles something that's 4 meters apart? What angle is that? Look up the angle, plug the lens diameter into the Rayleigh criterion. Should I be able to resolve this? And most of the time, the images, when I look up what the telescope was that they took the picture with, they should not be able to resolve that much detail. And then it always comes to find out that they use star stacks, or they composited, or they use some type of filter, or they did some other fuckery.
Would you want to? I mean, it's all good. I'm going to take a leaf out of the flat Earth book and say, we could conduct this experiment. I mean, I don't know when the ISS is flying over your state anytime soon, but if you do have a telescope, which I assume you do, you have.
No, I live in the city, man. I can't see shit. Right?
Okay. Well, I could try it for you, right? I mean, I live
can barely
in.
see the fucking moon. It's so bright. Right?
I could try. I could test it, right? And I think this is why I suggested it, because it's something we can presume to see, at least for now, because we haven't actually done the test, right? And see, okay, if I look through this telescope and I have the brief 10-minute window where I can look at the ISS, right? And I see an object and not just some sort of mesh, right? Then that should validate what I'm saying, right? Because then I'll be able to see that there's no thrust, right? There's not an aerodynamic object there, right? And yet it's going quite fast over the sky, assuming it's in the sky, which it wouldn't really make sense to be, right? Because the sky has friction, and an non-aerodynamic object with no thrust going through it, friction air atmosphere.
We're not claiming there's an object going 17,500 miles an hour at 40,000 feet. That would be ridiculous.
Okay, but
350 miles an hour at 40,000 feet. There's very little air at 40,000 feet. And you could even double that. You could say, okay, it's 14 feet long at 80,000 feet. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but those radiators.
It would still require 2 principal objectives, and that's 1 to be aerodynamic and 2 to have thrust, right?
I don't know how aerodynamic you have to be at 80,000 feet. You just need big wings. You just need lift.
Is there less air at 80,000 feet?
They'd have to have got that.
Yeah, there's less air density at 80,000 feet.
Well, I'm asking them. Do they think that?
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay. Even at that level, if you were to use the numbers that NASA uses, if there was atmosphere up there, that thing would have torn itself apart by now. That thing's going fast.
It would, there was so much density, it would just fry it.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the size of the wing. So, aerodynamic control services work by 2 principles: the speed at which you're moving through the air and the size of the wing, size and shape of the wing. So
yeah, but those wings would get ripped off.
Why would they get ripped off?
Have you ever built balsa wood planes?
We don't make planes out of balsa wood in the real world.
Well, balsa wood isn't a good analogy for like carbon reinforced steel, but generally speaking, if it's big, flat, rectangular, and held on by rods, the atmosphere is going to rip it off the second you go above like 100 miles an hour.
Okay, that's not really true because they make solar planes, which are basically nearly balsa wood in fabric, and they fly around no problem.
Probably.
Just to check, right? So, I need to double check this because I'm still developing this argument, so it's not like complete. I just wanted to hear what the objection would be.
Let me just.
I'm not. Well, I just want to be clear. That wasn't like it's made out of balsa wood. I'm just saying, like, if you have ever built planes, you kind of understand why you can't build wings like that.
When I was a kid. Yeah, I made planes when I was a kid. That was like, I'll say I'm older, so we actually did things.
The issue
I built rockets too as a kid.
The issue I'm having is, I guess, that full seems to be the contentious thing. Whether or not.
Well, I mean, let me just break this down to you. The only way to confirm whether there's a satellite on quote unquote orbit is to triangulate its speed and position, its size and distance. That's what, not speed and position.
We can do that with lasers. Yeah, we can do that with lasers.
You can bounce a laser off a satellite?
No, you can shoot a laser at the satellite and measure how far away it is and how fast it's moving. You can do that.
Yeah, if you can get a return.
That's how Doppler works. Doppler radar, that like submarines use to make sure they don't hit the bottom of the ocean.
I'm trying to set up this whole thing.
There's a couple problems with both of those ideas. First of all, you need the return signal with the laser.
No, it just bounces off of it. You don't need it to like accept it and reprocess it and transmit its own signal. You can just shoot it at it and it bounces off. It bounces off.
Yeah, it's a wide refraction.
It bounces off, and you have to receive the laser, right? The reflected light.
Yes, if it's an object, it's probably going to reflect at least some light.
Okay. So it's going to have a cross section based on the size, right? And then that reflected light's going to have a divergence, and then that beam is going to lose power by the time it reaches you. Whether you can.
Well, you wouldn't use like a beam light. You would use something like Doppler radar, which is still light.
Okay. Yeah, you could use Doppler. Yeah, you can use radar.
You could also we have lasers now that are so powerful that like we have jets. Like when I say we, I mean the American military has jets that can use lasers to triangulate distance and velocity. But I think the police do that too with cars, but their lasers aren't as powerful. They're not built to measure stuff that far away.
Yeah, neither is Doppler radar. They don't measure. They don't. I mean,
Doppler radar can reach across half the Earth. That's what the USSR and the United States were doing with each other across the Siberian tundra for 50 years.
Yeah, I know. It's called UHF. It's called what is it fucking called? I can't remember the name of it. UTHB.
No, it wasn't even UHF. It was just straight up Doppler radar that they shot over the Earth because it was so powerful.
Yeah, it's called OTHB. It's called Over the Horizon Radar B.
Yep.
They have big, huge antenna in Maine. It's fucking gigantic. They have one in Australia where they say that they can see airplanes take off in North Korea from Australia.
I would believe that at this point. Those radio antenna relays are so powerful and so advanced these days.
The Earth's supposed to be in the way.
The ionosphere reflects it.
Oh, you're invoking a firmament?
Angle it in the right direction.
You're invoking the firmament.
Well, you have a problem there because the return signal.
And interesting, the ionosphere can only reflect things if there's, if you think about the law of reflection only happens when there's a difference in gradients. So if there wasn't something like above the ionosphere that wasn't the ionosphere, then it wouldn't reflect. It would just go through it.
Okay, so the next development, the next stage of my argument will have to be then the triangulate.
You're trying to create a syllogism to like.
Well, I'm constructing something that at least can be a very difficult case to argue against the idea that there is a satellite
Trying to
orbiting
create the
Earth.
end all be all.
It's going to be the ultimate defeater.
Then he gets shy about it.
It's the ultimate defeater, right?
Triangulate a satellite.
Well, that's the next stage. I guess the next part I need to think about my argument, right?
mean,
the distance.
Yeah, you can do that with lasers. Yeah.
That's not triangulation, though.
Well,
You could,
I mean,
honestly,
you can
you could probably
triangulate
do it
or
with
you can use the
consumer
lasers.
grade.
Yeah.
You could
But that-
probably like buy lasers off of the internet that are powerful enough where you don't even need a return signal. You could just shoot the laser and it could tell you how far away that thing is.
I'm trying my
like,
hardest.
You don't even need research.
Yeah, I'm trying my
technology
hardest.
is advanced so much.
I'm trying my hardest to make sure that the argument is something that any flat earther could do. Because if I say, oh, like refer to this source, or if I say, oh, make sure you can get $10,000 laser for this experiment, then it's just not gonna hold up, is it?
I don't try to prove flat earthers wrong. I just try to explain to them why the theory doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but I want to give them a
it
tricky
doesn't
time,
make
right?
sense. It doesn't make sense if you have certain philosophical axioms. If your philosophical axioms are like naturalistic, like the simplest explanation with the fewest parts is like the correct one, the one with the most coherency. But if you're like,
Occam's razor.
The world has to be flat because in the Bible they say they saw all the parts of the world, and it doesn't matter how complex my system is. And if it makes me feel special, I'll just believe anything, but I'll have like, selective skepticism. Like, oh, the Earth is round. How do you know? What's the exact curvature of the Earth? How far away is the sun? Do you know? Do you know off the top of your head? Oh, you don't know exactly.
It's not like that. I think it's.
I don't try to psychoanalyze flat
Yeah,
earthers.
it is like I agree with some of what you said. I agree with some of what you said, but I don't see it as the case of like. To be honest with you, I have a suspicion that some of these people aren't even flat earthers. I think some of them like the mental masturbation, right?
Oh,
But
dude, I used to love doing that. I used to love flat Earth posting. It used to be so fun.
Yeah.
But now all these people actually believe it, and like
the issue that I want to the issue is that I want to. I'm not making this. I'm not constructing an argument just because I think I'm going to BTFO big time. I just want to give a challenge, right? Something for them to work off, right?
What it is it's fun. Like flat earthers, it's like because I even thought that they were invented to prove you can argue a nonsensical thing, like a stupid
yeah,
thing.
like the birds aren't real.
None of y'all,
Yeah.
nothing you say is a challenge, even remotely.
Okay, but anyway, what makes flat earthers? Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah. Listen,
the woman.
The question.
The person I interrupted. Me apologizing for interrupting someone else isn't your turn to talk. It's their turn to talk.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. How about that?
Fun.
I was just.
Where's Crit?
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
We're not going to talk because
Hey,
the
Crit.
subject is not flat earthers. Okay, that's not the subject. The subject's
Sure,
flat
yeah.
earth. It's not flat earthers. Right? I don't even talk about flat earthers, and I am a flat earther.
Me neither. I don't like talking about flat earthers. It feels dirty.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't illuminate anything about the subject. This clown wants to come in and wax poetic on our motives, how we think, what we think like, our level of intelligence, what we ate for breakfast, our social security number, what our dog's name is. Dude, fuck that shit.
I'd rather just
We were
ask
having a
you if I
serious
think it's
conversation.
important.
We were having a serious conversation. I told, what was his name? Burnett? Is that your name? Am I saying it right?
Yeah, that's my name. Yeah.
Okay, so the only way, and by the way, just go back to your laser thing. You need a return signal. Because laser range finding works by time of flight, right? So we know the quote unquote speed of light of the laser. So you need the laser to go to something, bounce off, and come back.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So if I shine if it's completely dark, like pitch black, and I shine a flashlight on something, am I getting a return signal from it because I can see it?
Yes, you are. It's reflected light.
So if I shoot a laser at a satellite and it comes back, is that a return signal?
Yes.
So I get a return signal, and the return signal took a certain amount of time, and that time says, yes, indeed, this object is so many thousands of feet above the Earth.
Yes, right. So you'd set up some sort of timer.
Yes.
Fuck, man, because that's
Yeah, and you can do that right now with like consumer grade electronics.
Yeah, I have a laser tape measure.
You go do that and then come back.
I'm kind of
Like seriously, go do that with consumer grade electronics. I want you to like bounce a laser off of a
You got money? I'm
bounce
broke.
a laser off of an airplane.
What's that thing like 10 grand or something?
Tell us how
No,
far
I
away
could probably do it for like $500.
Oh damn, I didn't know it was that cheap.
Consumer grade lasers have gotten super cheap in the past couple of years. Really good lasers, and high precision timing relays. Like I went to school for computer science. I could make one of those for $5.
It's yeah, more work needs to be done. I think it's not just that's not the only method you have to use, right? Obviously you can triangulate as well, but it's the ISS does not, let's say it does not pass slowly over the Earth, right? So your time frame to really triangulate or send that laser signal off is, for an average person, quite narrow.
Anybody proven that it's not that high up?
The practical. Why would we have to do that?
Well, the idea is that the point that I'm trying to get to with it really is that if 1, 2, and 3 and 4 follow, if 1, 2, and 3 and 4 follow, right, then I can't see how you and I could disagree on the idea that there is currently an object orbiting the Earth in space, right? And then if it's real,
orbit's a whole nother thing, dude.
well, I don't know how it's going to be going around, how it's going to be moving without thrust and aerodynamics, right?
You got like 45 minutes to capture that
no
ISS.
Aerodynamics. You're just like saying it like.
Well, we know how high the atmosphere goes.
This is a fun word.
So if you the reason why I say that, right, is specifically because the distinction here is that we could probably guess or probably know how thick our atmosphere is and how far up it is, right? So if it's the case that you triangulate, which is I think the next step of the argument, right? If you triangulate and you find out that it's very much above the air, right, the sky, which is what my
you could
first
do that
objection
too,
was,
yeah.
then you could know, then that would obviously I think there'd be the next possible counter objection to your objection, because the reason why I even included like the air thing is because that was
that's a
the
good
first
point.
objection.
Yeah, triangulation. That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
Tried.
We were talking about lasers, but you could just have two people with sufficiently large enough distance between them, but they're close enough to both see the ISS at the same time. Get them to measure the azimuth against the level, whatever ground level is wherever they're at, and measure the angles, and you could draw a triangle and figure out the height of that triangle with the two sides, and you could figure out that thing is pretty high up.
Yeah, it's been tried.
Yeah, well,
it was tried by a YouTuber named Anti-Flat Earth, quite honestly, named Red's Rhetoric, and the YouTube channel called Astronomy Live.
Did they
try to have two people observe the ISS
sky?
at the same time?
No, the
and
thing
measure
is, they tried to triangulate they tried to use trig on a scaling triangle, which is fucking impossible.
No, you can use trig on a scaling triangle if you know where the right angle is.
If you know where the nadir for the ISS was, but they don't.
Right.
Well, that's why you'd want it to be between the two observers. But if it's a scaling triangle, then.
Oh, so what you're saying is the experiment was.
Yeah, they tried to failed. Attempted, but they tried to use. Then they were like trying to use the moon as the angling measure. You know what I mean?
Why would they do that?
It sounds like a failed experiment, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done, right?
Anti-flat earthers, dude. They don't care about. They're not into truth. They're just.
Well, what I would worry is if the Earth is curved, then the measurement would come out way different. Like if you have two people far enough apart and they can both see the ISS and they measure their azimuths, if the Earth is round, for both of them, it's going to be a lot closer to the horizon than if the Earth was flat, because the curvature of the Earth would, change their incident angle. So they would both measure something like, I don't know, 120 degrees in the direction of each other, even though that wouldn't make sense unless the Earth is curved. That's what I would think. I don't know why they're doing all that monkey business with the moon and all that. You could just measure against the level, like just pull out a bubble level that carpenters use They
Why
measure
wouldn't you
against
just?
that.
Earth is curving.
Am
Why
I
can't you
mistaken just
measure
thinking
that?
you just go from it being directly above your head to someone else being or some
You could
reference
do
object?
that. You could do that too, but then that other person would have to measure their azimuth, which I would think would be against not against the moon, or you could just do it against the level.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know why they're doing all that monkey business. I'm saying it again.
What
I
they were
apologize.
doing was because I think they had like their observation was both of them saw, the alleged ISS transit the moon, and they tried to use the difference in where the ISS appeared against the moon, right? Like how many pixels was it shifted over compared to the other one? Yeah, dude, they made it way more complicated than it had to be.
That is not what I'm talking about. I'm saying you get two people,
what they
one in Europe, one in America, wait until the ISS is in a point where both of them can see it. Then they point in the direction that they can see it. Maybe they need a telescope for it. I don't care.
Yeah, these
But they
guys
can
were only
see
like
it. They
freaking
point in the
10
direction
kilometers
of it,
apart.
and then they measure against the level. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, right? So you get two people on each side of the curved ball horizon, right? And then it should be like right on the horizon for both of them, right? So say the ISS is someplace,
Virtually, it would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
So you wait
ISS
to
is pretty close to the Earth, right?
Yeah.
It's in low Earth orbit.
It's supposed to be, yeah. It's supposed to be at 250 miles. So.
Well, if they're far enough, if they're close to each other, they won't measure like near to the horizon. They might measure above the horizon, but it'll always be at least a little bit above the horizon.
I think we've got the method to finally disprove all flat earthers everywhere, guys. I think it's come through.
I mean,
I kicked that guy from the room.
Curvature, you got it. Bring it to me.
I'm just wondering why things fall to the Earth.
Yeah,
I got an interesting theory on that. So, you know about the electrostatic force?
Yeah.
So, what makes clouds? You rub a balloon on a 5-year-old's head, you stick it to the
That's
glass.
not what makes clouds, but what you're talking about, static electricity, it has something to do with that, yeah.
So, you don't think there's any static forces in clouds?
There is, but that's not what makes clouds.
Okay, so let's say it's correlation, not causation. Okay.
Sure.
So, electrostatic forces is actually a strong enough force to defy gravity, right? But what if every single atom has protons, electrons, and neutrons, and where's the ground?
They are the ground. They're electrically neutral unless they're a plasma or an excited particle.
So, don't you think that every electron is an excited particle?
By itself, sure.
Right. So, wouldn't all matter?
Well, no, not necessarily. An electron doesn't necessarily have to be excited, but I know I think you're using the word excited in a different context.
What charge? It has a charge.
Electrical charge, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
But when it's in an atom, it's considered electrically neutral.
I guess that's the theory. How would you prove that?
You could smash atoms together and see if they're made up of those constituent parts and if they behave like electrically neutral actors, which they do.
I hate to go here, but you got an atom smasher laying around so we can verify this?
There's like 12 you could rent time from if you want to.
Jeez, what's that per hour?
Pretty expensive. You need grant money for that, but you could do it if you really wanted to. But if you want just like at home particle accelerators, just get yourself radioactive material that emits beta radiation.
No, don't listen.
No, it's just like get yourself a piece of radioactive material that emits beta radiation, which is just free electrons, and then put it in a box with an aperture, and then you can shoot electrons at whatever you want.
Anyway,
that's how they did it back in the day.
There's other theories of gravity that involve electrostatic forces, and there's the electric universe.
Yeah, but they don't. Those theories don't mesh well with strong theory.
Well, isn't gravity itself a weak ass force? By your own standards?
It's not the strongness or the weakness that's an issue. It's that those models of gravity don't play well with the strong theory of gravity, or the theory of the strong force, not strong gravity. Sorry.
That would be better, yeah.
I like sunglasses. I don't understand.
I mean, if we want to get into a low down like your mom joke competition,
Brother,
I could totally do
go
that.
see a
But I don't
therapist,
think
please.
anybody cares about that.
Can we move on from the meta? Like we've been talking about meta, like not me, but you guys have been talking about meta for the last freaking hour and a half or something. Can we?
Well, we're talking about
is it possible to move on?
epistemology, not meta.
No,
we're not
talking
quite
about
to the meta level yet.
sunglasses. We are talking about sunglasses. I don't know what all you were talking about.
About composting.
I'm just like,
wanna
how
move
is my
on from discussing
epistemology
this
flawed?
individual,
Why is
'cause
my
all they
belief?
ever do in
Multiple
every
reasons, Christine. Multiple
conversation is
reasons.
drag people.
Well, I'm
in.
just.
Too many reasons to explain as well.
I'm
Well,
just
it's
wondering.
not worth asking the question, Christine, because Elijah tried to walk you through that several times and he just kept repeating himself.
Well,
He
no,
hasn't
because
actually
they'll
given you the gap
they'll
between-
either
hang on.
get.
Hang on, let me finish. Hang on, let me finish.
Okay.
He hasn't actually given you or me or anyone else in here the gap analysis between where his is and where yours is and the actual tangible differences between them. And
Well,
I'm not,
sometimes
because
it
he's
takes
tried
time.
because he's tried 3 times already. I'm not convinced he's going to be able to.
Well, it takes time. Sometimes we're speaking different languages and we have different axioms and different epistemologies. So just give it some
I
patience.
already said it. If I can, I'll repeat it again. The difference.
No, don't
is-
repeat it. Do something different.
You do
No,
know
no,
you're being
don't do the
trolled,
same
right?
thing. Do something
You're trying to
different.
explain yourself to a troll. It's not working.
Okay, yeah.
Yo, Christine, do you know what the difference is between reproducibility and replicability?
Well, that's a big word. Can you explain it for us?
Yeah, there's a difference. Yeah, I know
What
what
is
they
it?
are. Replicability is that you can do the exact same experiment at the exact same time in the exact same space with the exact same variables. Whereas reproducibility is just you're able to reproduce the same results.
Okay, basically you had it the other way around. But yeah, so your claim that a single experiment won't show cause and effect is true unless it's reproducible. If they reproduce it and they manipulate the independent variable. I'm almost done. Almost finished. So if they reproduce it by manipulating the independent variable again and again and again in the same experiment, then that shows cause and effect. As long as the observed effect, the dependent variable is changing in lockstep with independent variable being manipulated, that shows cause and effect. In one experiment.
If it's just one singular
requirement is that it's
experiment-
reproducible.
If it's one singular experiment by itself, I don't think that really proves anything. But if you have a bunch of experiments that all do that same thing together, then I'd be willing to say
How many
that.
experiments are needed?
50.
Honestly, I think just 2.
Ooh,
2 is
that's
enough
not
for
that
me.
many.
I would really like 3, but I'd say just 2 is enough.
How about 1 1/4 experiments?
Nah,
Like
it's
1
gotta
and
be
1.
2. Nah, it's
How
gotta
about
be 2.
1
It's gotta be a whole
conclusive and-
2.
Can
Okay,
it be
so
an
if we did 2
inconclusive study?
experiments, right, showing this cause and effect relationship, then do you agree that each one showed a cause and effect relationship?
If those 2 experiments come
agree?
from
It's just
2
trolling them.
complete Atrix, please.
Come
If
on,
it's
you were
2
trolling. Come on.
If it's 2 completely, like if these experiments are born of 2 completely independent fields of scientific thought, I would give that a lot of weight.
They have to be different fields in science now.
So you need a doctor and an engineer
Yeah,
to
like
both agree with you.
if it's one physicist coming up with a test and another physicist coming up with another test, I mean,
No,
I take
see,
that
this is
a
where
little more seriously than a singular physicist. But honestly, if like the particle physicists and the material scientists agree with each other, I take that more seriously.
Why would scientists in completely different scientific fields do the same experiment? This is where replicability
Well, they wouldn't do
comes
the
in.
same. Well,
They would
that's-
replicate it. No, hold up.
Well, that's
the
why
first
I don't
person
care
would do his
about
experiment,
replicability.
and then the second person or second lab or what have you would replicate it to.
Well, that's
fact
why I
check
don't
it.
care about replication. I care about reproduction.
Again, you had them.
What?
You had your
That's
wires crossed. Reproducibility is doing the same experiment.
Okay, then what I care about is not reproducibility. Is
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
replication.
Exactly. So you
Which
have
I
another
don't.
lab.
I really
doing the
feel like
experiment
that's
differently.
not what those words mean. But
Fact check me. The point is, it wouldn't be a separate scientific field. It would be the same field.
hold on, do we really
Fact
want to shut
checking.
this room up for me to fact check him?
Yes, go for it.
We have to do
You're
that.
not-
Can you
you're not
multitask?
doing anything
Yeah,
else.
do it. Do it.
Scientific reproduction.
Oh my goodness. Can you
Reproduction
like
is the
multitask?
product.
You can't Google and listen at the same time?
I mean, I can, but I'm gonna be going through stuff where I'm gonna have to stop the conversation to talk about it.
You poor thing. Your life
Go
sounds so
ahead.
difficult.
So, from Wikipedia, replicability, closely but not the same, as reproducibility and repeatability, is a major principle underpinning the scientific method. For the findings of a study to be reproducible means that results attained by an experiment or an observation, study, or in statistical analysis of data set should be achieved again with a high degree of reliability within the study that is replicated. There are different kinds of replication, but
Okay, we
typically
get it, bro.
replication studies
Jesus.
involve
So basically, I'm
different
right. Can we
research.
move on?
We
See,
get
this
it.
is
You
what
don't
I
have to
mean.
read
Do
the
we
whole
really
thing.
want to stop the whole conversation to go through
You
this?
know you can
You're the
read
one that
in
just
your own head,
embarked
right?
on
Just
that
send
red
everyone to
herring.
space, and we
You
can
do that
prove
to
that
yourself.
the
I
Earth
feel
is
like
not
that's what I
schlots.
have to do to
It was
explain the
important.
difference.
You were
You
like,
don't
"Let
need
me
to read
prove
out
you
loud. You have a
wrong,"
brain.
and
Use
then
it, please.
went and
I've been
proved them
trying
right.
to, but they keep just saying I'm completely wrong.
Because you are wrong.
You were wrong about that one.
Oh my god. How am I wrong that the difference between reproducibility and replicability is the difference between being able to perform the experiment the exact same and being able to reproduce the same results? Because as far as I know, that's what it means.
You just said the same thing twice. Doing the experiment the exact same and reproducing the same results.
No,
It's the same
those
thing.
are two very different things.
No, they're not. You get the same
Yes,
exact
they
results because you did the
are.
experiment the exact same way.
No, if you can reproduce the same results with a different experiment, that actually gives you more validity.
What are you talking about?
Did you just make the claim, percentage, that replicability and reproducibility are exactly the same thing? Is that
No,
literally what you said?
that's not what I said. I'm saying what she said were the same thing because she said you do the same exact experiment and you have the same exact results. I'm
You
saying
think
those
that's
two come
true, Gary?
together. That's reproducible.
No, that's replicability.
No, replicability has
is
the
just
same
that you
methods
have
but
two
different.
experiments that are similar that come to the
No,
same
you're wrong,
conclusion.
girl.
Replicability
whatever
is
you are.
different themes, same result.
Replicability or repeatability is doing the
Yes,
same,
she is.
using the same method but different data, different inputs. Okay, so you're gonna have different
Is
results,
what?
but it's gonna be
Yes,
qualitatively
it's the
in
same
agreement
thing.
with
You
the
do it
first
on
one.
different data. I'm talking about the system, not the
It's not
data. You're
different data,
talking about
though.
the
the exact
data.
same
I'm
results.
talking about the system. No, I'm talking about the system, not the data.
You're confused.
It's not
I'm not
different data. though.
confused. I do this
Data.
shit for a living, dude.
It's not
Yeah, you're
different
really
data though. It's the same data. What are you talking about?
I just want to
Same
know that
exact
I found
results,
out
but
about
we
your
have different data.
occupation anyway.
Anyways, can someone explain to this retard that it's the same data, not the different data? Thank you.
See, that's replicability. If you're just taking a different model and using the exact same experimental data, that's replication. You're
No,
reproducing the
not.
same results from the same data.
You have them,
Maybe.
you have your wires crossed still.
Oh, okay. At this point, I feel like I have to tell you that you have your wires crossed.
And what wires are those?
He's thinking that replicability is reproducibility. Reproduction
say that.
is reproduction is just that you can take the same system with different data inputs and produce the same thing.
No,
Whereas
that's not true.
replication,
That's not true. You're wrong.
replication is taking the same data
You still
with a
have it
different
switched,
system
girl.
and
No.
applying the same thing.
Replication is different data, same method.
Exactly.
Reproduction is what basically the peer reviewers do to the best ability that they have to follow the exact methods and data used by the researchers to confirm that the findings would be accurate.
Well, big man depth coming in.
Is that not what I said?
No,
Yeah, it's the opposite of what you said.
No, they're saying that if given different data, they would come to the
He is,
same
she is,
conclusion.
they are. Oh my god. Does this even really matter that much?
It's not the same thing.
Well,
It doesn't really
maybe
matter
I
that
have
much, but
my
I don't know
wires
why.
crossed. But
You must be
ultimately,
really
you know
bad
what?
at
You
your
know what?
job.
I'll recross those wires for you. At the end of the day, reproduction and reproduction and
Are you sure you do this for a living?
what? Why is
I don't
that
know
word
about that.
leaving the fucking like it's on the tip of my tongue?
Replication, but you can just say repeatability. It's no worries.
Reproducibility. Sorry, that's the word. They're different things. They're not the same thing.
Yeah,
Maybe my words are wrong. Maybe
Maybe
they're backwards. So I'll just flip them around for you. There's still a difference.
I can explain this in a way that would be relevant to you, right? So, replication would be you posting something on OnlyFans to a different group of people for a different audience, or let's say you could divide these people, and you would have the same exact income as a result of that content.
Yeah, I'm already like I already
Yeah.
told you that I'm gonna flip the wires, and I've already flipped the wires. So I'm working with your definition.
Yes, reproducibility is using that same exact photo, they posted that content on OnlyFans with the
Great.
same person, with the same group, let's say, and getting
Great.
repeatedly the same income as a result.
Solid example, if I'll be honest.
I would say both are better forms than just a simple brute test. Reproducibility or replicability, either way, that's going to give more weight. But I think both together is going to have the greatest weight.
What did you say?
But yo, Daps, in that context, in that analogy, then it sure as hell won't be reproducible. No one's gonna pay the same amount of money for the same photo that they already have.
You would be, yeah, okay.
Well,
so in this case, yeah. And so the issue with this is that the methods would be the same even if you posted a different photo.
That's great.
How do we have 30 people listening to this shit? I'm so confused.
You're right. This is absolute trash.
I think what you're missing is that you think people are listening.
I'm still trying to figure out where the flat Earth is in this conversation.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
This is what all flat Earth conversations turn into, is a discussion of what proves something is a demonstrable fact. Because that's really what flat earthers are dealing with as a question. Like, what is true?
I mean, I don't think you can really say that when you're the one that like shat on it.
I haven't shat on flat Earth theory once.
No, in the conversation.
What do you mean?
Oh, please, assistance.
I haven't shat on flat Earth theory once. I've just said it doesn't make sense to me.
You know what doesn't make sense to me?
I have a question though. I have a question.
It doesn't make sense, just like that photo with the green toenails.
Oh God, who cares?
I mean,
it has nothing to do with
$20.
So are you a Glober or a flat earther?
I'm a
Yeah, I like the. Oh, you're Paniachi. Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Okay, so why are you a truther? What is that? Why are you in between rather? Walk me through that.
I don't really care about people's individual opinions of what reality is. I care about how reality actually behaves.
Yeah, she doesn't care about the individual. She needs two individuals to agree.
At least.
Why?
So if me and Percent agree that you're retarded, then you're pretty much, you know that.
It's crazy because I'm the one that appreciates how reality behaves, and you're like, it could be angels, but go on.
Well, that was a troll argument. I was making that argument in earnest.
Okay.
So why are you on the fence? Why aren't you all the way over the fence?
No, I'm very certainly on my fence.
But that doesn't make any sense. So either you believe the globe is round or not.
seeing evidence, direct physical evidence that the Earth is round or not. For all I know, NASA could be lying to me.
It's technically not round; it's an oval.
But if I follow my other intuitions, they lead me to the idea that the Earth is probably round.
So oval like a donut or oval like a bagel?
Hold
Like
on, hold on.
none of
There's
those
some
actually.
trolling going on. Let's
Like an egg.
let's
Like an
make
iPhone 7 or something?
let's make
But
this get
honestly, the only
Like
reason
an
I
egg.
believe the Earth is round
Like
is
an
because
egg.
of what other people have told me. And I'm willing to bet anybody who believes the Earth is flat, they believe it because of what other people have told them. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay
That's
with
not
believing
true.
in things just
That's
because
not
of
true,
people
though.
tell us that.
Statistically speaking,
So I have a
That's not
question
true, though.
for
Yes,
you.
you've had
You don't
many
have to be.
questions.
You don't
And
have
I will
to.
keep
You don't have
asking
to
the
go to
questions.
sleep.
How
You
about
don't
you just
have to
ask
go to sleep.
asking more questions?
Damn, yo. Could
My
somebody
bad,
get
Viper.
control of the room? But go ahead, find the soap or whatever the cat
Alright,
emoji
make your
thing.
point,
Yeah,
Jay.
please go ahead.
Okay, so
All
when
right.
you're on at a beach, right, and then you see the sun, for instance, or a boat go over the horizon, and then you have a zoom lens, and then you can zoom in and put the boat or the sun back into position. Where is the curvature of the Earth there?
There isn't one.
You think your magnifying glasses can see that far out, bro?
Well, now
Well,
see,
we have
there's
telescopes that
something
can see
that
the
there's
surface of the moon, so.
Yeah, can you show me that?
Yeah, I can send you pictures if you want. You want pictures?
Are they digitally processed images?
Why
I can
is
send
this
you ones
guy
that aren't.
being allowed to?
Sure,
I
let
can
me
send
have a
you the
look.
raw data if you want. They're publicly available.
Raw data, which is processed by what?
He's bringing
They do have like camera hardware
data
that processes
processed by
it and uploads
computer.
it as their own proprietary image, but it is the raw data.
Are we talking about the moon? Because I have several images of the moon I took with my phone and telescope. Like, you don't need any processed
Yeah,
data
that's
for
what I'm
that.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, show me, please.
Theoretically,
Okay, sure, yeah, absolutely.
I have binoculars. I can.
Really,
I got
the question is, do we in this room? Do we honestly believe that there's a singular test that can demonstrably prove something
Yes.
real? Just one test by itself.
Yes.
With no understanding of language, with no
What do you
understanding of
mean
math,
with no understanding?
with
What kind of
no
classifier is
understanding of
that
just a
to put
fact
after
by
that?
itself.
Like, what are you talking about? What,
I just gave you an experiment that we
Yeah,
can all do
I'm
by
gonna give you a
ourselves.
really quick one.
It's not an
Put your
experiment.
finger.
You need that context.
This is
Yeah,
why
you need
she's
that context
confused.
that down and down
No,
is down is down
Christine
and
is
up is up and
confused
hot is
because
hot.
we call things that aren't experiments experiments. It's like this is why everything is so confusing. But the bottom line is, here's the thing: it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. Look,
Are you sure?
Well, we were having a cool
Like,
conversation about
see,
the
again, when
differences in our epistemology, and now we've gotten away from that.
How my
I wonder why.
epistemology?
well, we were trying to get to the bottom line of whether or not we can get you off the fence, and all of a sudden, when we start talking about flat Earth again, 10,000 people want to have a conversation at the same time.
Well, do you know why? Do you want to know why that's the case?
Because nobody wants. Because nobody wants.
No, that's not why. No, that's not why.
Nobody. I didn't
No,
even
that's not
say.
why.
I didn't even finish. I didn't even finish. Nobody wants the clarity is not a complete sentence.
Okay.
So why'd you interrupt?
So, flat earthers want women off the fence and on the pole. Prove me
That's what
wrong.
I'm saying.
That's great, dude.
That's what I'm
Don't
saying.
kink post in Maine.
No one's king posting you, Tranny.
Oh,
So,
okay.
My goodness.
wow.
As I was about to ask,
You know that's
Elijah,
a server bannable. Like that's not even like a guest room thing. That's like a server thing, right?
Regarding
Ban him
experimentation,
at once.
what is an experiment? What disproves or
We
proves
already went through that an hour ago.
I'm just curious because I don't.
I'm not interested. Don't irritate.
To me, it takes a consensus, not just one experiment. It takes a consensus.
I haven't said anything that was.
Be nice to the cheesecake. Come on, what are you saying?
I'm just asking a genuine question.
Ignore him.
I'm
What
not
he's saying.
interested.
Shut up, Elijah. Can you say it again, cheesecake?
I'm gonna go
I'm
to a
not
different
interested.
room. I am correct as being a real fucking asshole. I don't want to deal with him. I'm gonna go to
Adios.
I did have
yeah, I don't
questions,
want to
but
deal
okay.
with him.
please shut up? I'm like, You guys are so funny, by the way.
Will you guys please stop?
Reading the rooms like pretty. Wait, who was that was saying that before?
Yeah, who said
I
that?
don't know. Reading the rooms like a pretty fucking easy thing to do. So
That was they left already.
yeah.
Good.
Like your levels of transitive inference are struggling, but that was just a whole level.
With that guy that's talking right now, I wish you were here just a few seconds ago, Hank, because I mean the room went to shit the moment we were gonna start talking about flat Earth and why Christine was on the fence.
Exactly. That's all I wanted to get to. The past 3 hours.
And it's like, yo, like
You've
that,
been on here
like,
for 3 hours trying to talk
are
about
people
flat Earth, bro.
afraid? Like, it has to be some sort of psychological issue that the moment that the conversation even starts to get on people's lips, you have all of these Agent Smiths that are just available all the time, no matter where you are, no matter where you go.
Sorry, I thought you were finished.
I don't know how you could have thought I was finished when I was still audible.
You must really like the way you sound, Elijah, don't you?
Keep the slander to a minimum.
Yes, sir. Cheesecake, sir.
Now roll on the floor and call yourself Timothy.
You're funny for a black guy.
Oh.
What?
For a black guy, you get arrested pretty well.
Why does it always turn to debauchery? Like
Wow.
always. I don't
Talking
understand.
about microaggressions. Fuck me.
What does that word mean? Debauchery? Can you define
Bro,
that for me?
microaggression is just literally a micro penis.
Yeah.
So
Leave me alone.
lunatic, are you like a native of this server or?
Oh no, I came from the Flat Earth server. Literally, I followed you guys over here.
There's a server in the Flat Earth.
Well,
yeah.
Oh, dude, Flat Earth.
Bro.
What do you mean, Dabs? We're in the Flat Earth server. The server
no.
on the Flat Earth.
Earth is the Flat Earth server.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the fact.
We've talked to each other, Elijah, multiple times. I guess you don't remember me.
Cute.
Dubs,
You
when
guys
you
gonna
say
make out
things
now?
like this, it makes me feel like we don't want to be. We can be friends.
No, it's the same.
How can you be friends
It's okay.
on a flat Earth?
Have you unfriended somebody on like social media because they were a flat earther?
It's been a journey of learning.
I would never do that.
About a lot of
Why would
things, and
That
we're
does not sound fun at all.
about the actual shape of the Earth. You know where to find us. Okay.
The shape is flat.
Okay.
Can you shut up, thanks.
Flat isn't a shape though.
Yeah, what is it?
It's
Oliver, what happened to you, bro? I haven't heard from you like in a while.
Hello, so I got busy with work.
Oh, Jesus.
It's not a shape, it's a descriptor.
I hope everything's okay, right?
No, good busy, good busy. Thank you,
that's
Robert.
good.
Then what shape do you think the Earth is? Like, if it's on flat.
We don't know.
If it's on a shape, what is it?
We don't. What shape is a mountain?
It's curved.
A mountain shape.
It's
what
a triangle,
guys. What shape is a human?
Yeah, what shape?
Human shape, obviously.
Shaped like a retard.
That's what I'm saying.
That's me.
That was a funny one. It's a good joke for a white guy.
Is Earth shape?
Too bad I'm not white.
We don't know.
Are you white or white?
I don't know.
White.
The white man won't tell me what I am.
They won't let me be white.
Well, someone can't really tell you who you are if you're.
Yes, they can.
The white man definitely tells people who they are. I promise you.
They literally write.
I think the biggest troll that I've.
Do you think they'll let some guy
think
named
the biggest
Jose into the
troll-
state? They will literally change his name and appearance before they let him in.
In the same way they tell someone they're black, they tell us that the earth is round.
That's what I'm saying. You're not black, you're just darker.
Well,
I've
trolled everyone. Everyone for the last couple of years thought that I was black, but
You are black.
Joke's on you.
No, bro. There's no getting away from this one. You're literally the blackest man alive.
Yeah.
Me or Elijah?
No blacks.
This is a
Elijah.
really weird conversation.
Yeah, welcome
Are
to
you scared of
politics
black people,
servers
Larry?
and the whole theory of
the
fucking
blackest man
echo
alive.
chambers.
I don't know
That's
why
me.
I thought of
somebody from the 80s. Like
Everybody thought of Chris Rock. When you think of black, you think Chris Rock.
with an afro.
Literally, that's it. Or Will Smith with an afro.
Nah, not Will Smith.
Come on, Will Smith an icon.
Nah, not Will Smith.
What's wrong with Will Smith? Can you name a more iconic black man than Will Smith? I don't want to hear Martin Luther King either.
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, the Muslim terrorist.
Internationally, I'd put Jordan up there.
Yeah, fair enough.
They call flat earthers terrorists as well. So I don't really.
Where is that claim coming from? Please source
Yeah, see,
it.
I'm a bit confused now, Mr. Black Boy.
I have no idea where that claim comes from. I've never heard this before.
Who says this? Yeah.
What, that flat earth is a
who
terrorist?
says this?
I think
You
he's in
haven't
his
heard that?
own little community
No.
of flat earthers that say weird things.
It just sounds like you're in a echo chamber that's consistently
No, I was
coming out with
on
things.
TikTok. I was
You
on
heard
TikTok.
that flat earthers are terrorists on TikTok?
Theories
No,
of echo
bro.
chambers include
Now,
TikTok.
now you're lying because there's not a
If
single
you're-
child
They
on
said our
TikTok talking about the earth being
misinformation is
flat.
terrorism. So that's what they said.
Elijah, if you're talking about it from a perspective that's only from one contextual aspect, right? So from only your view, is that really the overview of the whole situation, or is it going to be influenced by people in your vicinity and social sphere?
You talk
I mean,
to
everybody has that point of view, so I don't know how the hell you get away from that.
Well, again, that's an overgeneralization of
What's an
something that-
overgeneralization? What did I say that was an overgeneralization? Go ahead and quote me.
What, that everyone